Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is we will see second part. What if Harry Potter never lived with the Dursleys? Here's a quick glimpse. The night his parents died, Harry Potter's destiny took a different path. Instead of growing up with the Dursleys, he is raised in a home where he's taught magic, discipline, and the truth about the wizarding world from the very beginning. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. Quirrell was going to kill Adrian, Dad. The green-eyed boy stated, his voice thick, looking straight at the potions master's eyes for the first time since he had walked into his office. But he didn't. Severus stated, not liking where this was heading. Had Dumbledore stopped Voldemort in time? No, he didn't. Harry agreed, his voice breaking, his body trembling. Because I killed him first. And the boy fell to his knees and wept. Severus couldn't believe his ears. Harry had to. Merlin no. He was just a child. Not even 12 yet and he had to. Voldemort would die. Severus decided there and then. Maybe it wouldn't be by his own hand. But he was going to help and, if he got his way, that bastard would die slowly and painfully. The potions master kneeled down and held Harry close. It took some effort as the boy didn't seem to want to be touched. Severus knew the feeling all too well. Harry, look at me. He ordered, his voice clearly indicating he would not be ignored. Harry did look up, his green eyes looking lost. I know it feels like hell right now, but this wasn't your fault, Harry. But I killed him. I stood there, raised my wand and killed him. I burned him, Sev. Harry said, his voice almost unrecognizable from the pain. He sounded older, as if he had aged a decade in the last hour. Severus closed his eyes and sighed. When I was 19, Harry, just about a year and a half before you were born, I was under Dumbledore's orders, spying for the Order amongst the Death Eater lines. The potions master said and Harry looked at him confused. At least I have his attention, Severus thought. I was 16 when I joined the Dark Lord, not even out of school yet. I wasn't the only one from my house who joined him that year. There was this boy, Benjamin Alexander. He was a 5th year, but Voldemort never cared much about how old his recruits were. He was a shy kid, from a poor family, and only joined so that he wouldn't be shunned for his humble origins. When I turned 18 and left school, I offered myself to the Order's beck and call, trying to make something good out of the worst mistake of my life. Benjamin, he took a different path. But what does that have to do with? Harry began and Severus stopped him before he could continue with his question. You'll see. The potions master assured him with a sad smile. As I was saying, Benjamin followed a different road. He had always had a malleable character and his involvement with the dark arts in the end corrupted him. There's no good and evil, there's only power and those too weak to seek it. Something Quirrell had said to his brother rang into Harry's mind. Had Quirrell always been like this? By the time I turned 19, I was a full-time spy for the Order and he was one of Voldemort's best. He tortured indiscriminately, he killed who he was told to kill and then some, he never showed mercy. Severus seemed lost in his thoughts of a time much darker than the present. One night, Voldemort had sent a group of Death Eaters to search for some of the Order's members in hiding. I was paired with Benjamin. Despite my efforts for the opposite, we located a wizard and a member of the Order that had been married with a Muggle. He had 3 kids before I managed to get there. He didn't feel like waiting. By the time I reached the house he had already tortured the mother with the cruciatus for half an hour and had made the kids watch. Once he saw me he laughed. Severus clenched his eyes shut. He laughed, Harry, and told me to pick which one of the kids I would like to kill first. And to prove his point, he cast the killing curse on the mother, right in front of my eyes. The children were crying, the father looked lost and I could do nothing to help. Benjamin said that, since I couldn't make up my mind, he would pick first. He pointed his wand at the youngest child, a girl of 2, just a baby. And what happened? Harry asked, his voice sounding less haunted now. The tears had stopped falling from his eyes. I did choose, I chose Benjamin. Severus stated. I had known him since he was 11, but the boy I knew and the man he had become were two different people altogether. I cast an Avada Kedavra on him and altered the memories of the family so that they wouldn't remember my face and left. I had never felt emptier in my life. Severus admitted, closing his eyes again. He had never shared that story with anybody before. He had never thought he would, but this seemed to be the right time. He felt a soft touch on his hand, and opened his eyes to see Harry had placed his palm over his clenched fist. "It wasn't your fault, Dad," the boy said. "He would have killed that girl if you hadn't stopped him, he was too far gone." "Yes, he would have killed that girl," Severus agreed. "And what would Quirrell have done had you not stopped him?" The boy remained silent. "Harry, he would have killed Adrian." Harry mumbled. "Yes, he would have. How could you not protect your brother, Harry?" Severus asked. "I could have disarmed him, I could have." "You couldn't have," Severus stated. "Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, disarming him wouldn't have done you any good at all," Severus stated. "But, besides, Harry," Severus continued, "Quirrell died the moment he relinquished his body to the Dark Lord. Voldemort used him merely as a vessel, he would have never allowed him to live. It would be like having a living, breathing testimony of his weakest hour, and he would never allow that," Severus stated. "I also doubt that Quirrell would have survived Voldemort leaving his body after being fused with him for so long. No, he has been dead since he agreed to this." "And you don't hate me?" Harry asked. "Don't you think I'm just like him?" "No, of course I don't hate you," Severus protested loudly, grasping the boy's shoulders and giving him a good shake. "And you're nothing like him, even if it wasn't for the fact that you were saving your brother's life. You stand here now, crying over the death of a man that would have killed you in a heartbeat." A new hope sparkled in the boy's eyes as he took the potion's master's words in. Maybe he wasn't on his way on being the next Dark Lord as he feared. "But why does it hurt?" he asked earnestly, his eyes wide. Severus felt the moisture gather in his own eyes but tried to keep himself together for Harry's sake. "Because you care, Harry. And because you care, you could never take a life lightly," Severus stated with a smile. "I just want you to understand something. If ever your life is in danger, or if the life of someone you care about is threatened, you can't hesitate. Promise me you will always look after yourself in such a case, Harry." The boy was still pale, but the first shock was slowly leaving his system, the pure relief of both him and his brother being alive and Voldemort averted piercing the armor of terror his recent experiences had created around his heart. "I promise," he said in a small voice, at least it was steadier than before. "Now, I want you to do me a favor," Severus said. "I'm going to make you a mild dreamless potion and I want you to take it and try to sleep for a while." Noticing his panicking expression, he elaborated. "You can sleep here, on the couch, but you have to. You're running on adrenaline right now and it won't last long." Harry wanted to complain, but his eyelids suddenly felt heavy. Maybe he was tired. Just a little bit. He moved towards the couch and Severus quickly mixed a few ingredients in a glass vial. Once the process was done, he gave the potion to Harry. "What about Adrian?" the boy asked, looking at the potion. "I'll go check on him for you, besides, I doubt he will awaken before morning," the potion's master assured him. "And I'll cover for you being out of your dormitory too, you just rest." Harry nodded once, placing his wand, he was still clutching it in one hand, in his holster and sculling the potion down in one gulp, making himself comfortable amongst the soft pillows Severus had on his couch. "And, Dad?" Harry asked, slightly yawning. "Yes, Harry, I love you," the boy stated and closed his eyes. "I love you too, son," the potion's master stated and at the top of his head affectionately. "And I'm proud of you." The boy's breath evened out and Severus closed his eyes and let out a long breath of relief. A part of him wanted to cry. Deep down he knew that Harry would eventually have to fight and, being the one meant to stop Voldemort, even be involved in a fight in which he would have to end somebody's life. But for it to happen so soon. Oh yes, there was a part of him that wanted to cry till morning. But there was another part of him, the part that won out, that just wanted to break something. He pulled out his wand and left the room, going down the hallway and entering one of the large storage rooms that could be found in the dungeons. This one was filled with old desks and other piece of furniture no longer used in the school. The ceiling was tall and arched, piles of wooden furnishing reaching high. Perfect. Severus closed the door behind him, locked it, placed a silencing charm on it and turned his wand towards the piles of furniture. His thoughts were a jumbled mess and his eyesight was bleary as he started casting spells to all directions. And though no noise could be heard outside, Severus howled spells right and left, reducing bookcases and school desks to splinters. How had he allowed this to happen? Another pile of desks exploded under a rapid succession of bludgeoning spells. The potion's master looked around, a feral glint in his eyes. He spotted yet another pile and some little part of his brain rejoiced that Hogwarts seemed to have so many spare furnishings. Why could he not protect Harry when he needed him the most? He cast every single exploding spell he could think of, breaking and crashing whatever he could find around him, the minutes flying by as he vented his frustration. He looked around the room frantically, trying to locate something else to destroy. There was nothing left. He paused looking at the charred pieces of wood that used to be furniture. Had he really done all this? He sighed. But of course he had. His brain somehow more collected now. He started repairing what he had broken. Not everything was salvageable. There was a pool of molten metal on the floor that Severus simply cleaned up, not remembering anything metallic ever being in the room, let alone melting it, but the room didn't look much different after he was done. He returned to his office to check on Harry, who was still asleep. It was pure luck that he returned when he did. Because a couple of minutes later, a startled Minerva McGonagall knocked on his door. Her face was pale, her lips forming a thin line. Some of the anxiousness in her look turned into relief and then confusion as her eyes fell on the sleeping Potter twin on Severus's couch. "So, Harry is here?" she asked, shocked. "We've been searching everywhere. I had begun to fear he was." "Harry came running in my office about half an hour ago. He woke up to get some water and found his brother gone," he explained. "I never got the details as he was quite startled himself. He told me that his brother knew about the three-headed dog and that he feared he might have gone to the Forbidden Corridor. Harry himself doesn't seem to know more than what he heard from his brother on the subject, but I fear Adrian might know more about what lies beneath that trapdoor than would be prudent." Severus tried to keep his expression as neutral as he spoke, a task extremely difficult as his heart was hammering in his, every heartbeat bringing yet another sting of pain as he thought how many things could have gone tragically wrong that night. "I just persuaded Harry to drink a dreamless potion and I was on my way to inform you." "But why were you looking for him? Harry was right and so were you," Minerva explained, taking of her glasses to rub her eyes. "Adrian found out about the stone and went down the trapdoor himself with Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger tonight. Both he and Weasley are unconscious right now. I didn't manage to get much, but he who must not be named was involved and Albus said that so was Quirrell. Adrian stopped them from getting the stone, Severus," Minerva exclaimed. "Merlin knows how, but he did it." Severus closed his eyes and sighed gently. "Yes, Minerva, Adrian. One day you will know. Have the Potters been alerted of tonight's events?" he asked, trying to change the subject slightly. "Yes, but when we tried to get Harry," she paused and glanced at the sleeping boy. "But why didn't he come to me when he couldn't find his brother? I'm the head of his house after all." And her eyes turned disbelieving on Severus. "And as you know but seem to forget, I'm the one that helped raise him," Severus stated in what he hoped to be a calm voice, even if he couldn't prevent the icy undertone that laced his words. Minerva's eyes widened before turning to the ground. "Of course, Severus," she simply stated, recomposing herself. "We should go to Albus. He has requested your presence too, along with the rest of the staff." Severus nodded. "Just let me write a quick note for Harry. The potion wasn't very strong and he might wake up before I return. He will want to know his brother is safe." Minerva nodded and left the office, after informing him that the meeting was to be held in Dumbledore's office. Severus pulled out a parchment and wrote down what Minerva had told him and what he had told her in turn to cover for him. He explained that Adrian was all right and placed a spell that would make the parchment appear blank until Harry cast the correct spell. He folded the note and wrote Harry's name on the back before going to attend the meeting. The Potters had arrived about an hour after Harry had burst into his office, close to 3:30 in the morning. They had been extremely worried, as was natural, and were soon joined by Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Severus just observed them from a distance, having half a mind to comfort a tear-stained Lily. She was still his friend, no matter what. But he couldn't go near as both her husband and his mud of a friend would skin him alive. All four of them, Lupin included, were hovering around Adrian's bed, Lily sitting on a chair holding her son's hand. "What happened to him, Albus?" James asked the headmaster the moment he stepped into the infirmary. "It's a long story, I fear," he started, only to be stopped by a growl, coming, apparently, from Sirius. "We have time, start talking now." Sirius's tone was icy and completely the opposite from what Severus had expected of him. "Maybe the mud wasn't all that bad after all," the potion's master thought, fighting the urge to smirk. As you wish. And he began to explain about the Philosopher's Stone and how it was kept in the school. Once that part was finished, he explained how Adrian had somehow found out about the stone and how he had stopped Voldemort from getting it. Voldemort was here? Lupin asked, his gold-flecked eyes zeroing on the headmaster. Yes, he was. And how did my son stop him? Lily asked, speaking for the first time since she saw her son. Because he's amazing, Severus thought, his mind straying to the boy sleeping in his office. That would be an interesting question to hear answered anyways. When I reached him, Adrian was unconscious and Quirrell, who had served as Lord Voldemort's vessel, was being consumed by flames. There was barely anything left of him by the time the flames died down. Albus stated seriously. Flames? James asked. Albus, are you trying to say that? What are you trying to say? James asked, staring at the headmaster, not really wanting to believe what he was hearing. It appears that Adrian, once again, managed to reach the same magic that helped him stop Voldemort the first time. His magic reacted to threat once again and saved him. Albus explained. Severus knew he should be relieved they didn't suspect Harry for anything, but a part of him wanted the boy to be credited for his accomplishments for once. This wasn't the right time. How could you not know, Albus? Lily asked, never taking her eyes from her son. How could Adrian enter that room with you not knowing? I never expected anyone to get past the Cerberus, Lily. He admitted gravely. I thought the stone protected. How could I expect 3 children, barely 12 years old, would try to reach it? Well, one would suffice, Severus thought. The Weasleys arrived at that moment, running towards Ron, who lay in the bed next to Adrian. It was only when the twins and Percy arrived, still wearing their pajamas, that anyone asked about Harry. He's sleeping in my office, Severus stated as James's eyes looked at him accusingly. And why is that exactly? He asked, his eyes narrowing. Severus, glad he had taken the time to take that room to pieces so he could suppress the urge to hex James into oblivion, proceeded to tell him what he had told Minerva. I believe he feels guilty for knowing Adrian had gone near that dog and not telling anyone. He seemed convinced that his brother was somehow harmed and that he could have prevented it. Severus offered. Not that far off the truth, and would explain some of Harry's guilt. James seemed to step back after that. Severus left the infirmary and accompanied Albus back to the chambers under the trapdoor. The headmaster gathered the invisibility cloak from the floor where it lay and looked at it with a sigh. Tricky cloak, that one, meant to protect but helped his current owner to get in danger splendidly, wouldn't you say, Severus? The potion's master couldn't care less about the cloak but nodded nonetheless. The headmaster had always been interested in it. Severus braced himself as he was about to see just what Harry had been through. Minerva, Phileas and Pomona Sprout joined them so that a better estimation of what had happened could be made. The Devil's Snare was self-explanatory, even if most of the evidence of what had happened there was covered up by the burn marks Dumbledore himself caused in the room while trying to reach Adrian. That was lucky, Severus pondered. They had used the broomsticks and the correct key to get through, even if Flitwick did say that somebody tried an Alohomora spell on the lock. Minerva was still in denial that 12-year-olds could win against her enchanted chessboard, but Severus reminded her that they had gone through his trial just as easily. His greatest shock came when he entered the chamber where the stone had been hidden. There was that mirror Harry had told him about, and Severus made a point of not looking into it. He already knew what he wanted the most, seeing it might have been too much. But it wasn't the mirror that caught his attention. The far wall of the chamber was scorched, the golden beige-colored stones that composed the rest of the room turned black. Another blackened circular mark was on the floor, its diameter close to 10, maybe 11 feet. And in the middle of the circle lay something that looked like it had once been the owner of the purple cloth that had once been a turban lying in front of the mirror. Severus could see why Harry was so scared when he walked into his office. Whatever spell he had used, it had been powerful. It was a wonder how he had managed to cast it, control it and then walk, let alone run, as he suspected the boy had done all these floors down to his office. It was serious spellwork, and it normally should have taken a great toll on his strength at his age. Then again, Harry had never done things normally. Did Adrian do that? Pomona gasped. No, as a matter of fact he didn't, Severus thought behind his occlumency walls. Not that he believed Dumbledore would try something in his state of shock, but it never hurt to be cautious. Yes, he did, Dumbledore affirmed. Severus glanced at the burned stones and the remains of the man that had tried to kill Adrian Potter and wished for the 100th time that night that he had been able to deal with him instead of Harry. He was deep in thought when he returned to his office at the break of dawn and almost collided with Harry as the boy exited his office, the note he had written him in hand. The boy looked at him expectantly. "How's Adrian?" he asked, his eyes wide with worry. "Has he come around yet?" "He was still out when I left the infirmary. He got himself a rather nasty bump on the head, but Madame Pomfrey is certain he will be fine in the morning. He should be up any time now." Harry sighed in relief and Severus opened the door to his office so they could talk uninterrupted for a while. "I had figured he would have hit his head. He fell on the floor rather hard after Quirrell cast a stunner on him." The boy's green eyes turned to the floor as he mentioned Quirrell's name. "If you hadn't done what you did, Harry, your brother wouldn't be waking up," the potions master reminded him. He quickly explained what he had told his parents had happened and they worked on Harry's story for a while. Half an hour later, the boy got ready to visit his brother. "And, Sev?" he asked, turning back from the door. "Yes, Harry. Thanks, I kind of lost it back there," Harry admitted. "Considering everything, Harry, you handled it great." Harry nodded. "Just enjoy being alive, Harry, and having your brother alive too. Go see him. I have a letter to write for both of us. We have to inform Nicholas. I will try to enjoy myself. Say hi to Nicholas from me." Harry entered the infirmary only to be enveloped in his mother's arms. He listened to the formal version of what had happened last night and he offered the story they had come up with Severus. He had woken up for some water and didn't find Adrian and Ron in their beds. He found Neville paralyzed on the floor and he ran to inform Severus, afraid of the worst as he had heard his brother talk about what exactly lay behind the locked door in the forbidden corridor. His story was easily accepted. Adrian woke up sometime after 11, Ron having woken up 2 hours prior. He explained what had happened from his side, how he found out about the stone. Harry pretended to be surprised, not quite successfully as he was still quite shocked himself. Thankfully, nobody paid him any attention at the moment and why he had gone after it. And when we heard Professor Dumbledore was out of the school, we knew that Professor McGonagall was the one that cut Adrian's narration short, blowing her nose loudly in her very much plaid handkerchief. They came to me and I told them that the stone was safe. Everybody looked at her in shock, not being used into such outbursts from the strict professor. Harry, who had come to understand how much guilt can weigh on you, decided to speak. "You couldn't have known, Professor." Everybody turned to look at him, the shock transferring from the crying Transfiguration teacher to her green-eyed student. "The headmaster himself didn't suspect anything and left the school. How could you know?" "He's right, Minnie," Sirius seconded. "You had no way of knowing. It was a mark of how disturbed Minerva was as she didn't tell him off for the nickname." They talked a bit more, along with the Weasleys and Hermione, when the matter turned to more school-orientated matters. The headmaster informed them that rumors had started flying across the school already and how a few members of the Slytherin House Malfoy, Ron muttered under his breath, had tried wreaking havoc, claiming Adrian was so severely injured, he had to be transferred to St. Mango's. "Do me a favor, Harry." The hazel-eyed twin spoke darkly. "Sure, anything. Kick their butts in the match tomorrow." The match? Harry thought. Oh right, Quidditch. He had completely forgotten about it, but somehow the promise of something normal calmed him down a little. "Life goes on, I guess," he thought and nodded. "You got it, bro." And he did just that, helping Gryffindor win their first Quidditch Cup in years. Wood was in tears for a whole hour, and the party in the common room went on long past midnight. The whole week after that went on smoothly with the exception of Harry's nightmares, various scenes where he reached his brother just seconds too late or simply watching himself casting that spell over and over again. Severus told him it would pass, he just had to remember he had acted to protect, he had done what was needed. The results of the exams weren't much unexpected. Harry was at the top of his class, followed by Hermione and his brother, whose training had already put him ahead of the curve. What was surprising was Gryffindor winning the House Cup, after some last-minute awarded points from the headmaster. Harry found himself at Severus's office that night, laughing merrily for a change at the potions master's disgruntled expression. As if losing the Quidditch Cup wasn't enough, he exclaimed, pacing up and down his office. "Where did these points come from? I guess stopping Voldemort counts as an extracurricular activity." Harry asked lightly, openly smiling for the first time since the stone incident. They were leaving Hogwarts the next morning and Harry rejoiced knowing that in a short week he would be back home. He had missed the castle he had grown up more than he had thought he would. Interesting point of view, Severus stated dryly as Harry broke into laughter once again. I will have you know, the hooting of an owl stopped him. Finally, after a week of waiting, Nicholas had written back. Severus unfolded the letter and started reading. What does Nicholas say? Harry asked. Hang on, I haven't made it past, dear Harry and Severus yet, the potions master stated, peering over the letter. He kept on reading. He wished he hadn't. The hooting of an owl stopped him. Finally, after a week of waiting, Nicholas had written back. Severus unfolded the letter and started reading. What does Nicholas say? Harry asked. Hang on, I haven't made it past, dear Harry and Severus yet, the potions master stated, peering over the letter. He kept on reading. He wished he hadn't. Harry had often visualized how he would spend the first day back in Severus's castle. He figured he would be ecstatic to return home. He would do a bit of horse riding, having missed it while he was at Hogwarts. He would start working on his broomsticks project, utilizing the books Severus had bought him. He would do some more research on animagi. He would practice alchemy, trying to grasp the concept of the last step to creating the Philosopher's Stone. He had never imagined this. His life had changed since he read that letter in Severus's office. The potions master had read it first, of course. He had turned ash pale and dropped down on his chair, the letter hanging loosely from his fingers. After getting incredibly worried and receiving no response from Severus, Harry had snatched the letter and read it for himself. And it had changed his life more than the encounter with Voldemort had managed to. He could still recall the letter by heart, the words etched in his mind, leaving painful marks upon his soul. Dear Harry and Severus, I know this letter will not be what you expected. I know you have thought you could leave all your worries of the stone, and nothing pains me more than knowing I will add to your troubles. Albus approached me a few days ago, the next morning after I received your letter, and told me the official version of what happened in Hogwarts regarding the stone. It is interesting sometimes how he ignores the truth even if it's right there, under his nose. But I digress, that is not the reason why I'm writing this letter. The stone has been returned to me the same day Albus came to visit. He asked me what I was planning to do with it. I haven't told him yet. I believed I had to tell you first. I've destroyed it. Yes, I have. You are smart, you too. You must already understand what that means. Perenelle and I have enough elixir still to tidy up a few affairs left, and then, we will die. When you'll be reading this letter, it will be already over. I know you will think me cruel, saying goodbye through a letter. Had I thought a last goodbye would make our parting easier, for any of the parties concerned, I would have flowed over the moment we decided the stone had to be destroyed. But it had to be done this way, else it would have been too much for this old heart to take. I would tell you to not feel sorry for us, we've lived a full life. It was longer than most, but you were the ones that filled it. Over the years it had only been Perenelle and I for far too long. And then there were you. We have always thought you the children we never had. You've brought light in the lives of two very old people, and for that we are forever in your debt. Severus, I want you to know that I have absolute faith in you. You will succeed with your research. You will raise Harry right, as you already have, and when the time is nigh, you will live your life to the fullest. I know you have to keep your secrets for now, but it won't be forever. Harry, you have more talent in alchemy than I have ever witnessed. You remind me of myself in your age, always looking for the next discovery, never stopping, never tiring. And that curiosity, it has always been what led me to you know. You're closer than you think to unlocking the deeper mysteries of my art, but we both know that's not the end of your studies. Remember what I've told you about the stone, Harry. I'm not the only one who's ever created it. I'm the only one who managed to use it prudently enough to not meet an untimely end because of it. You have a creative mind, Harry. Use it, hone it, and never stop believing in yourself. You will survive this, I know. For the life of me, I don't know what else to say. All these thoughts in my mind and nothing relevant. I would just like you to know that Perenelle and I went on living for so long because we always hoped that we would find what truly made our lives worth it around the next corner. And we found two stubborn wizards that did just that. We go now, knowing that, with the stone destroyed, there is one less danger, one way less for Voldemort to return. We have watched the First War unfold, and if we can stop a second from happening, we will do it. After all, for someone who has lived as long as we have, death is nothing but the next great adventure. Keep living your lives, stay happy, and remember, my sons, your life is only beginning. Don't let anyone get in the way of your happiness. I will do my best to watch over you from wherever I am, and I knew Perenelle will do the same. Forgive us for the pain we might cause you, and know we have loved you like our family, our own children. Until we meet again, hopefully after a long, long time. Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel. P.S. You'll receive a letter from our lawyer for a private reading of our will. I hope some of the things included will help you when we won't be able to. It had hurt. It still did as they left the Flamels' lawyer's office after the reading of the will. They hadn't even managed to be in the funeral. How would they ever explain their presence? Harry's family had been overjoyed for Adrian's recovery and had departed, in general atmosphere of happiness, for wherever they went to train Adrian. Harry had managed to cover his grief in their presence. It hadn't been really difficult if one considered the overall numbness Harry felt. With the occasional fits of anguish, emotion eluded the boy. Nicholas had left him his private book collection that now lay in his newly fortified with all spells known to wizards and goblins and transferred to the depths of Gringotts' vault. He had asked Severus to stop by so he could pick up some of Nicholas's notes. He needed to do something. He couldn't just stand and let time pass him by, he just didn't know what yet. Severus had gotten all of Perenelle's magical plants that were now being transferred to the castle's greenhouses, under the watchful eyes of Minnie. The night passed awfully slowly, for both inhabitants of the castle. Severus gave up trying to sleep sometime after 3 in the morning, and headed to his lab. Harry hadn't even pretended to try and sleep. He was seated on his bed, not even having removed the covers. Minnie would have his head for not even trying to sleep with the book Nicholas had given him last Christmas, the scrolls he had taken from his vault and his own notebook open around him. At morning break he moved all of the assorted items to his lab. He only kept one scroll with him, taking it to breakfast. It was old, the paper delicate. And there was something between the many symbols written on it, that sigil which had been designed in the middle of the page. The quickly scribbled a note at the bottom of the page. He had suspected that scroll existed, and Nicholas seemed to have made it easy to find, placing it inside one of the books he knew Harry would need immediately. It couldn't be by accident. The green-eyed boy sat across the kitchen table from a very concerned and tired potions master. It wasn't that Severus himself wasn't grieved, he was just as much in pain as he had been when his own mother had passed away, and Nicholas had been the only decent father figure he had had in his whole life. But he understood. In a way at least. The Flamels had made a choice, given, it was not a choice he agreed with, but it was still their choice. They had realized that, with keeping the Philosopher's Stone, they would endanger those they cared about the most and the whole magical community with them. So Nicholas had simply chosen not to, and Perenelle had followed. Although he knew it was the responsible thing to do, that their sacrifice might have saved the lives of many, Severus couldn't help but wish they had been just a little selfish. Still, he told himself he understood. Harry was a different cause altogether, the potions master thought. He had been almost completely silent since the moment they left the lawyer's office last afternoon. He had just grabbed a few books and some of the alchemist's notes and had withdrawn into his room, not to emerge until this morning. He didn't seem to want to speak, and Severus had no intention to pressure him. Harry had to deal with this in his own way, and Severus understood that too. Still, he hoped the boy would come out and express the grief he had been keeping inside. He had been forced to hide it for a week, and now he didn't allow it to surface. Harry's grief, combined with his fear over losing his brother and his completely misplaced "if anyone asked the potions master" guilt over Quirrell's death, had driven the boy into a state of deep contemplation that no child his age, no matter how charismatic they may be, should be allowed to enter. Severus watched as Harry ate with no true appetite, his green gaze fleeting towards an old scroll he had brought with him, presently lying next to his plate on the table. It was filled with the obscure and secret alchemic symbols that made no sense whatsoever to him, but which the boy seemed to understand perfectly. Suddenly, Harry dropped his fork and hid his eyes, the hand that was touching, almost caressing the scroll, trembling. "Harry?" Severus asked, trying to sound more composed than his rabid heartbeat dictated. The boy opened his eyes as a response, making Severus almost regret he had ever interrupted whatever he was thinking. For a moment there Severus had thought that Harry was finally ready to shed the tears he had been holding all this time. Then he realized it was neither pain nor anguish, although, Merlin, both feelings were there that made his eyes burn like a blazing emerald fire. It was determination. "I'm going to my lab," the boy declared, a now steady hand clasping the scroll from the table. He took a few steps and stopped, turning to look at Severus over his shoulder. This might take some time. The potions master nodded once. At least now he was doing something, he thought. "Take all the time you need." Harry returned the gesture and swiftly exited the room. He knew he should feel gratitude for Severus's understanding. His dad was amazing that way too, I thought, but that knowledge was prevented from becoming an actual feeling by a dam placed around his heart. Maybe not a dam, Harry pondered. It felt more like a gaping hole, a bottomless abyss that surrounded his heart. Any new feeling that tried to enter was lost in its depths that, at the same time, kept all the feelings that hurt trapped inside. He entered his lab and stood frozen, his decisiveness faltering for a second. Last time he had been there it was for his last alchemy lesson before school started. He winced at the word last. If only he had known back then just how final that would be, and Nicholas had been with him. He had promised that, come this summer, he would have gotten the main idea of the stages required for the construction of the stone, and the alchemist had chuckled, stating that he expected nothing less. Well, Harry had also expected him to be there, but he wasn't. He clenched his eyes shut and breathed in deeply once, before bursting into a flurry of activity. Books were opened and notes were consulted as the apprenticing alchemist became lost in his work. He had a purpose now. He wasn't going to stop before he completed what he was after. He had to do it. He just had to. The day passed and so did the night. Severus didn't ask him to stop, didn't ask him to leave the lab. Instead he brought him his meals there and even asked for a comfortable couch to be placed inside the room where Harry now spent most of his time for the nights he would have to sleep there. The potions master himself was occupying the lab next to Harry's, also engulfed in his research. Overworking yourself wasn't the best way of coping with a situation like this, but it seemed to be both his and Harry's poison of choice. The days passed, the nights flew by, and in a course of just over a month, Harry rarely left the lab for more than visiting the Western Tower, looking through his telescope and keeping some swift notes of whatever he was observing. And one Wednesday morning in the middle of July, at the crack of dawn, Harry was ready. He walked into the middle of his room, where a shallow, well-lit construction made of dark stone lay, filled up to 1/3 with 14 inches of water. Harry looked at the cold water for a moment pensively. This was it. He didn't dare hope, for it might yet fail. Besides, his feelings hadn't quite returned to their normal state. He made sure one more time that all the ingredients he would need were at arm's length. Assured that they were, Harry pointed his wand towards the ceiling. Adventum. As a response to his spell, a sigil painted there glowed gold as his magic was activated. The circle covered most of the ceiling, its center right above the well. It was intricately designed, alchemic symbols intertwined with runes. Its central feature was an 8-point star larger than the rest, although in the complex symmetry of the sigils heptagrams, hexagrams and pentagrams were combined with the rest of the symbols. Harry observed his work for a moment. It had taken him the better part of 2 weeks to design, 2 weeks when he had practically foregone sleep and rest, but the end result was worth it, he thought. He turned his attention back to the water and smiled. He started adding the ingredients with what he hoped was the correct order, stirring with a quick spell when he saw it was needed. Nothing but the ingredients and magic could touch the surface of the liquid until the process was completed. The concoction changed many colors before, finally, after 2 hours, a white mist rose from the well and started spreading across the room. Harry pocketed his wand and pointed his hands, palms open towards the water, ready to execute his first ritual ever. Considisti et resurge, mutabus, solidite, tu regs metalla I am, tu vitam irradiate produces. His palms shone with the same light as the sigil on the ceiling, 2 gold-colored sigils appearing there. The water started boiling and twirling, creating a maelstrom inside the well as a golden light appeared in the middle of it all. The liquid changed and became the mist that surrounded it but didn't evaporate. If anything, it seemed to be drawn to the bright light in the center. The more the mist concentrated there, the more the light changed from gold to red, until it became a dark crimson. Harry's hands burned, but he didn't even dare to blink lest he missed it. And suddenly the spinning stopped and the light from his palms faded into nothing. the only light coming from the sigil in the ceiling as the torches on the walls had been extinguished sometime along the spell. He looked at his palms and was half surprised to find them unmarred, though he knew no scarring would occur. He had succeeded, he could feel it. He waved his hand once over the last traces of mist in the well and looked inside. While Harry was occupied in his lab, Severus had woken up early and, as he was used to doing the last month, decided to walk to the greenhouses. He had been forced to expand on the pre-existing ones as the plants Perenelle had left him proved to be too much for his greenhouses. He walked silently amongst the rare specimens of flora, touching a leaf here and then. The plants, as if they understood their mistress was gone, had withered and were kept to life only through magic spells Severus cast every day. He knew not what to do with them, as he knew not what to do with Harry. The green-eyed boy hadn't emerged from his lab save from visiting the West Tower, and the potions master was worried. If this went on for any longer, he would have to take the situation into his own hands. Harry had to stop obsessing over whatever it was he was doing. Maybe this had gone on for far too long already. Yes, Severus thought, he would have to tell Harry to leave his lab, even for a little while, this afternoon. Maybe a nice horse-riding expedition to the lake would. Dad! Harry's voice sounded from behind him, making him jump. The voice was somewhat hoarse from being practically unused for so long, but it was unmistakably Harry's. Severus turned around and, yes, it was truly Harry, holding a folded, dark blue cloth in his hands. Harry. Severus looked at the boy. He appeared pale, tired, dark circles under his eyes. But the eyes themselves sparkled with more life than they had since the Quirrell incident. Have you finished your project? He asked calmly. Harry nodded. Yes. The boy stated simply and moved towards a table where a few empty pots lay. He placed the cloth down and Severus noticed for the first time that there was something wrapped inside it. I rather took my sweet time, didn't I? It's okay, Harry. Severus reassured him, more than happy now that he was outside that dungeon. And what was your project? Harry smiled slightly. It's right here, he said and pointed at the cloth. Why don't you unfold it? Okay. The potions master stated, curious, and placed his hands on the cloth. He gasped. Whatever it was very powerful magically. He could feel the magic oozing through the fabric, prickling his palms. Carefully, he touched the cloth, unveiling the object hidden within. Whatever it was quite small and, what is, Harry? Severus looked at the object in question in complete shock. This couldn't be. It couldn't. His eyes turned to Harry, who was smiling softly, the smile never reaching his eyes. It's weird how much havoc this thing can wreak, he stated softly, looking at the now unfolded cloth. There, in the middle of the blue velvet, not larger than a walnut, stood a dark crimson crystal. It looked so innocent lying there, but both wizards knew it was anything but. You can touch it, Sev. It won't bite, I promise. Severus did just that, tentatively reaching with his hand and lifting the crystal. It was cool to the touch, cooler than it would be were it a normal crystal. There was no mistaking it. A philosopher's stone, the potions master said, his voice thick from disbelief. Your project was, you made this? He asked, putting the stone down, almost afraid to hold it for too long. Instead of a response, Harry lifted his shirt. One of the symbols around his emblem, the one that stood for alchemy, was now a dark red, the same color as the stone. Yes, I did. Harry stated, looking at the stone himself, letting his shirt fall back into place. It's so bloody small, isn't it? Harry asked, closing his eyes and sighing. Severus was at a loss of words. This should be impossible. And still, there was the stone and there was Harry, with a mark that deemed him a master of alchemy and a sad smile that told of how little it mattered under the circumstances. Harry, this is, he took in a calming breath. Do you understand what you did? Quite. Harry stated, his smile broadening a little. After all, it did take me a full month. A full month. A month, Harry? Severus asked incredulously, combing back his hair nervously, his hands shaking. It has taken others their whole lives and most never succeed. Only Nicholas. Actually no, there were others before and after him. Harry interrupted. They just misused the stone and it caused them to meet rather violent ends in the hands of those who craved it for themselves. And Nicholas himself created his first stone when he was 14. Severus was just as odd as before. You're not even 12 yet, Harry. He reminded him and himself patiently. Well, I did study under Nicholas for years. And I really wanted to prove, he chuckled dryly. You know, I don't even remember what I wanted to prove. He started chuckling and then burst out laughing. It sounded a bit strange to his ears, strained too, but it truly wasn't forced. Severus looked at him like he feared for his sanity. Harry. Oh, I just realized I made a philosopher's stone for no apparent reason. And at that explanation he started laughing again, the sheer absurdity of the situation causing Severus to join him. You don't need me to tell you how amazing this is, Harry. Amazing is an understatement in this instance. Severus's eyes fell back on the stone. It is rather small, he admitted, causing both of them to chuckle again. So, a master alchemist, right? For whatever that's worth, Harry stated, looking at the stone himself. And have you figured out what to do with the stone yet? Harry's brow furrowed in thought that he hadn't considered. He had just wanted something to keep him going, something to prove that Nicholas was still with him in some way. He took his eyes from the red stone and looked around him, for the first time observing the state of the plants. These were Perenel's plants, he noticed with a start. They didn't seem to be faring that well. Suddenly everything was clear. Yes, I have, Harry stated and pulled out his wand as Severus kept looking at the stone. And what would that be? He asked. Reducto, Harry exclaimed, the bright white spell turning the stone into fine dust. Severus just looked between the dust that used to be a philosopher's stone and Harry in rapid succession. What? He asked, deep down knowing Harry had done the right thing. He wouldn't have said no to some warning in advance though. I believe we have established that a philosopher's stone is more trouble than it's worth, Harry said with his smile. Couldn't you have warned me first? Severus asked, cocking an eyebrow playfully. I'm at an advanced age, you know. What if I get a heart attack or something? Harry burst out laughing, marveling at how lighter his heart felt. It seemed that watching the stone turn into dust had brought him some sort of closure. Watch it, he warned him between chuckles. If it comes down to you dying of old age, I'll make you another stone. Deal, Severus stated, laughing himself. And I guess the stone is useless in this form. It can't be repaired magically and it has lost most of its abilities as it is. It could still be used for creating a life drought though, Harry stated seriously. Then what are you going to do with the dust? Severus asked, concerned. Just watch. With a couple of quick spells and a few flicks of his wand, the red dust rose in the air and small portions found their way inside the pots around the greenhouse. Disregarding the confused potions master, Harry walked towards the water valve and turned it on, water spraying over the plants. It only took a few moments for the plants to start absorbing what was left of the philosopher's stone. The reaction was immediate. Everything brown seemed to turn green or purple, even red, whatever their normal color was supposed to be. The plants around grew and blossomed, looking healthier than ever, the envy of any herbologist in the wizarding world. Severus looked around him in wonder. Had Harry just there? Harry stated with a smile. I think Nicholas would approve, don't you think? Harry. Yes, Sev. Am I seeing things, or did you really just use a philosopher's stone as garden fertilizer? Harry just blinked blankly a couple of times after that declaration. Well, it worked, didn't it? They looked each other for a moment and burst out laughing again. There was still pain and there would be for a very long time, but now they could truly start to move on. Harry. Yes, Sev. Am I seeing things, or did you really just use a philosopher's stone as garden fertilizer? Harry just blinked blankly a couple of times after that declaration. Well, it worked, didn't it? They looked each other for a moment and burst out laughing again. There was still pain, but now they could truly start to move on. 3 weeks had passed since the creation and subsequent destruction of the philosopher's stone and things had started to slide back into a rhythm. Harry was resuming with his studies and Severus went on with his research. It wasn't until the end of July when the two wizards had been hit with the sudden realization that Harry's 12th birthday marked a decade since they had first met. Wow, Harry had eloquently stated as Severus filled their glasses with butterbeer. A decade. I know. Severus agreed with a smile. Sometimes I can't believe that little baby I remember has turned into you. You've grown, Harry. The potions master kept his sentences short on purpose, not trusting his voice not to break. It was bound to happen, I guess. Harry shrugged it off. But a decade. For someone who is 12, Severus thought, a decade means so much more than someone as old as Nick, than someone older. Thinking of the alchemist still stung. Not that he had expected it wouldn't, but still, he was supposed to be able to rein his feelings, he prided himself in that. But the Flamel's loss was still raw and hurt him just as much as when his parents had died. Maybe even a little more. You're still young, when you get older, a decade will have far less significance, said the old guy. Harry stated, rolling his eyes. Because really, 32 is such an old age. The sarcasm was clear in his voice and Severus chuckled at how much the boy sounded like him. Okay, you might be right, Severus admitted. You know I'm right, Harry deadpanned. Hey, Sev, the boy continued after a short pause. Where do you think we'll be after another decade? Who knows? Severus wondered. Hopefully in this porch, drinking something stronger since you'll be of age. He joked lightly. Maybe you'll be in a stable relationship by then. Harry smirked while Severus huffed. Married even. Are you trying to play matchmaker, Harry? No. That would mean I have already found your match and I haven't. Yet. Why you? The potion's master mock chastised him and threw him a pillow. Violent much? Harry asked playfully, causing a content smile to creep on Severus's face. The Harry he knew was slowly making his reappearance. Anyway, Severus stated, lifting his glass, here's to the next 10 years, may they be just as crazy as the last 10. Or we would be bored. Let's cut down on near-death experiences though. Harry offered before drinking. Let's. Severus agreed, joining in the wishful thinking before sipping on his drink. Speaking on keeping things not boring and amidst it all, the green-eyed wizard had also begun, as he had put it himself, experimenting with the older broomsticks in his spare time, and by experimenting, he meant taking them apart and placing them together again. A week ago he had also started trying to create a broomstick of his own, nothing too complicated of course. He just wanted to see what it took to make a broom fly. Harry had decided to try his hand in broomstick making a couple of days after his 12th birthday to be exact. After his family had come and left again, Adrian had seemed rather annoyed with the program that had been set for him. Apparently, the fact that Harry's spell had been attributed to Adrian's hidden magic had prompted an extensive round of magical trials to see if his powers extraordinaire would stir again when the older Potter twin was in need. Obviously, nothing had happened up to that point, but that didn't seem to make them stop. The green-eyed boy smirked, remembering the expression on his brother's face the day he had to take off again for training. It would do Adrian a world of good, he figured. And while his brother was traveling to Merlin knew where, Harry was moving on with his private studies. While he still had been unable to enter his alchemy lab, he had been carefully avoiding the room after completing the ritual for the Philosopher's Stone. There were other subjects that could claim his attention and take his mind off the more painful aspects of his life. And as such, Harry, at that warm morning of the 8th of August, found himself seated on the back porch of the castle reading the book Severus had given him last Christmas. He hadn't had much time to translate it at Hogwarts, but now he found himself encompassed in the pages of the book. There was a little, passing and vague piece of information there, maybe something he had mistranslated. He would have to ask Severus. Speaking of Severus, Harry thought, looking over his book towards the forest, where was he? Harry had let it slip that any attempt he might make in creating a broomstick, after he did some tests for a week on how to make pieces of wood levitate at will, would be much more productive if it was tried on different types of wood. Severus, stating that he wanted to help, had gone off to the forest a couple of hours ago. Wherever had he disappeared to? Harry returned to his book, only half his mind still in it. He had had one bad experience too many recently to be at ease with such a delay. There you go, Severus exclaimed from somewhere behind Harry's back, startling him enough to drop his book. The boy turned around rapidly. Severus had brought back the wood as promised, it seemed. Harry started laughing at the sight. Severus, you do remember you're a wizard, right? He asked, trying to breathe normally. Yes, Severus stated, cocking one eyebrow in confusion. And that you could have used your wand to cut some wood. He stated, eyeing the axe on the potions master's right hand. Severus smiled. I decided to go with the traditional approach. He offered, chuckling. Plus, I felt like breaking some sweat. Yes, you look like it too. Harry agreed mock seriously. Fine, be like that. I can always take the wood I brought you in. Okay, I'll stop, promise. Harry stated and pulled out his wand to levitate the pieces of wood from the floor. He had been practicing silent spells lately and he had quite the success with the simple ones. He had tried a stupefy too but decided to read some more on the silent spells theory before recasting that. Severus swore the grand tapestry in the main hall would never look the same. Harry, up to that moment, couldn't for the life of him understand how the tapestry had frozen. He wasn't even aiming at it. Putting all thoughts of his spell casting aside, he looked at the 8 different branches floating in front of him, all in the perfect size and cleared from leaves or smaller branches that had once been attached on them. The 3 thicker ones are oak, the 3 light ones are willow and the other 2 are ash. Severus stated. They're perfect, Sev. Thank you. You don't have to thank me, I just want to be there the first time you make one of them into a working broomstick. The potions master stated with a smirk. It was bound to happen after all. If Harry could make a philosopher's stone, a broomstick should be a walk in the park. If you don't mind being a lab rat I would have you test them too. Harry stated happily. Oh I don't mind. Severus looked like a 5-year-old with that wide smile and the twinkling in his eyes. Just don't sue afterwards and you can use whatever I make all you want. Harry stated with a smile. It had been a slow process from then on. He had chosen to start with a willow branch and the first he had to do was give it the right shape. If anyone had told him he would be using arithmancy for any Quidditch-related activity a few months ago, he would have them admitted at St. Mango's in the blink of an eye. Still, here he was, carefully working over charts to ascertain the broom would have the right form. He had even tried his hand in a few designs of how he wanted the end result to look like, but he was still a far cry from happy about it. The weeks passed complete with a surprise trip for 5 days in Tunisia courtesy of Severus and before Harry knew it, it was the last week of August. It was the night before his family's programmed trip at Diagon Alley and Harry found himself in his room at Potter Manor, going over one of his designs. It held some promise, he thought as he rolled up the parchment and set out for a bit of studying on advanced transfiguration before dinner. He was studying on permanent transformation of inanimate objects, a subject usually dealt with at the 7th year in Hogwarts. Needless to say, he was captivated. He ended up studying till after midnight and only just managed to brush his teeth before falling asleep. He was almost certain he heard a banging noise from the next room, his brother's, but he was fast asleep before getting to ponder on it. Next day had started quite interestingly as the whole house seemed to be in various states of sleep when Lily saw fit to wake them up at 7 in the morning. Adrian was still wearing his pajamas bottoms with his robes looking a little preoccupied about something. James was murmuring of the unfairness of it all and the brutality of being awakened so early, and Sirius looked right down mutinous, having carried his pillow in the kitchen with him. He was presently sleeping with his head on the kitchen table. He can sleep anywhere, can't he? Remus asked, looking at his lifelong friend, smiling. Lucky bastard, James muttered, making his sons giggle and Lily slap him around his head. James, watch your language, she admonished, making her husband roll his eyes. I married a 5-year-old. Seems so. Harry chirped over his cereal. He was the only one seemingly unaffected from the early hour. You seem awfully cheerful this morning, Adrian said, annoyed. It's unnatural. No, I'm just brilliant that way, Harry quipped, causing the table to laugh and Sirius to mutter something incomprehensible in his sleep. Remus moved towards the dozing dog. Animagus pulled the pillow underneath his head, causing him to wake up rather abruptly. I'm up, he exclaimed, panicked before he realized just what had happened, the booming laughter and the pillow in Remus's hands, quite giving it away. Moony, Sirius whined. I can't believe you just did that. And I can't believe you fell asleep on the kitchen table, but you did. The werewolf deadpanned while Sirius pouted. The atmosphere remained jovial as they headed to Diagon Alley and continued in the same spirit when they met the Weasleys. Adrian ran to Ron, immediately starting to whisper something at him as Harry shook his head. He had a feeling that he would hear about it soon. He turned to the rest of the group. His mother had approached Molly and they were talking in equally hushed tones while the only other female of the group followed them, looking mildly amused. This was to be Ginny's first year in Hogwarts, Harry realized as he approached the only Weasley daughter. So, how do you feel about going to Hogwarts for the first time? The green-eyed boy asked while they walked towards Gringotts. Excited, I guess. Happy. Terrified, she said with a shy smile. That's about right, Harry agreed, remembering how his own feelings mirrored hers last year. Just be yourself and you'll do great, The hat knows what it's doing, and besides, if you need anything, you have 4 brothers in the school you can turn to, not to mention Adrian and myself." Ginny rewarded him with a bright smile. The large group walked together around the alley, the children peering at their school lists. Harry sighed. This Lockhart character was all over his letter. He thought of the picture of the blonde wizard with the unnaturally white teeth smiling from the front page of Witches Weekly and sighed once more. He had tried to read some of his books and, even if the theory behind his adventures seemed correct, there was something that just didn't feel right. Harry had written it off as the author's pompous air and had been happy to put the book down and never read another work of his again. His mother and Mrs. Weasley and apparently Hermione, from what he had overheard from Adrian and a complaining Ron, had a different reaction altogether. Mrs. Weasley usually giggled when Gilderoy Lockhart was mentioned, and his mother had taken into sighing dreamily. Harry thought it was funny to watch, his father didn't. James was rather ready to badmouth the blonde wizard, and Lily fully prepared to huff at him when he did. After shopping for new ingredients and everything else that did not require a visit to the bookstore, they approached Flourish and Blots. The line in front of the bookstore was impossible to say the least, and mostly composed of witches of various ages. It didn't take that long for Harry to find out why. Gilderoy Lockhart was signing his autobiography Magical Me that morning, and the crowds had flocked to get a glimpse. The boy sighed and looked towards his mother and Mrs. Weasley. The 2 redheads were swiftly rearranging their hair, and the word, conspiracy, appeared in bold letters in the green-eyed boy's mind. "Oh come on, Lils," James complained, rolling his eyes. "Can't we come back tomorrow?" "Absolutely not," his wife stated, and walked forward towards the line. Hermione and her parents were there too, Harry realized, the bushy-haired girl waving at them from the line, cheeks blushing in anticipation. Harry heard a soft snicker and turned towards the sound, the only one that wasn't either a complaint, a groan, or an high-pitched giggle, and found Ginny looking incredulously at the scene unfolding in front of them. The moment she noticed Harry was looking at her, she blushed an impressive crimson, but Harry smiled encouragingly. It was nice to see that not all the female population of the country had gone crazy. "Come on, children," Molly exclaimed. "The line's long enough without your stalling." "Do we have to?" Fred complained. "Oh come on kids. It will be so much fun," Sirius offered in a successful interpretation of a black-haired woman that was trying to convince her children a few paces ahead, making them laugh. The wait would have been bearable, Harry thought, hadn't Lockhart decided to grab Adrian and have him force-photographed for the Daily Prophet. The poor boy looked dazed, squirming and doing his best to hide himself from the photographer and a smiling Lockhart. James was about to protest, when Lockhart offered Adrian his whole collection of books for free, but was abruptly stopped when the wizard author announced he would be the next Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. "Are we never to have a normal professor in this subject?" Harry lamented his hopes of actually doing something interesting this year flew out the window. The only professor he had ever had on the subject was a Voldemort-possessed nutcase, and now this. He was about to voice his thoughts to Ginny when a different type of commotion caught their attention. The Malfoys had arrived, and they had just met with the Weasleys, namely the Weasley Patriarch. Harry gulped, his hand tightening around his wand innately as he approached the ruckus. For some not-so-odd reason, this didn't foretell well. The famous Adrian Potter. Draco sneered at Adrian, who was staggering under the weight of his newly acquired books. He unceremoniously dropped them into Harry's arms, telling him to burn them or something, while Draco continued. "Can't even walk into a bookstore without making the front page." Harry placed the collection of Lockhart's work in Ginny's cauldron, mouthing that he would buy new ones for himself, and turned to Malfoy before his brother pounced. "I would watch that tone, Malfoy," the green-eyed boy stated calmly. "Your comment tasted strongly of jealousy." Draco's eyes turned into slits as he regarded the younger Potter twin while Adrian snickered. "What's going on here? Dad said he's seen Malf," Ron began as he approached the Potter twins. "Oh, it's you," Ron stated, looking at Malfoy like he was something less than dirt. "Bet you're surprised to see Adrian here, Ron asked, smirking, holding the stack of his collection of their new Dada Professor tight. Hermione next to him offered a disgruntled tat of her tongue at the redhead's reaction. Harry wondered momentarily how he ever managed to hear it amidst the general chaos around. The cacophony around was a bit louder than usual, but so far he had only attributed it to the book signing. Now, however, "Not as surprised as I am to see you in a shop, Weasley." Draco spat back, effectively snapping Harry out of his reverie. I suppose your parents will go hungry for a month to pay for all those. Ron turned beet red and dropped his books in Ginny's cauldron too. He moved to attack Malfoy, but Adrian and Hermione held him back. A fruitless effort since Lucius Malfoy and Mr. Weasley, after the older Malfoy made a harsh comment regarding the state of Ginny's books, decided it would be a great idea to attack each other inside the bustling shop. Not even the complaining owner couldn't separate them, while the Weasley twins, James and Sirius, were cheering Arthur the whole time. Thankfully for everybody included, Hagrid made a surprising entrance. He had apparently been shopping for flesh-eating snail repellent in Knockturn Alley, something that caused an identical mischievous gleam on the Weasley twins' faces and got everybody out relatively unscathed. I can't believe you did that, Lily stated, looking at her husband. You stood there and cheered. You're an Auror, James. She was fuming as Prongs was mumbling his apology. Still, nothing could compare with the glare Mrs. Weasley directed to her own husband. The fact that she had barely managed to dodge a rather hefty tome on the sisterhood that had almost hit her in the eye didn't help either. A fine example you set for your children, brawling in public. What Gilderoy Lockhart must have thought. Arthur just looked properly chastised, appearing right down miserable, nursing a cut lip. He was pleased. Fred informed everyone. Didn't you hear him as we were leaving? He asked that bloke from the Daily Prophet if he'd be able to work the fight into his report. Said it was all publicity. Harry rolled his eyes. A year of Lockhart's teaching and he was afraid all they would learn was how to pose effectively so that the camera only captures your good side. Lockhart sounds lovely, Ginny muttered next to him. Harry turned to her and smirked. Just imagine all the knowledge he could impart on us. The green-eyed boy whispered in an obviously fake state of awe. I can see it already, a full month devoted on his favorite fashion trends. Oh, the joy. Ginny giggled at his sarcasm. Well, there has to be some knowledge in that Ponce. The redhead girl stated. He did write all these books after all, she reminded him, and Harry nodded. And the theory is correct, but the way he writes. I guess you also thought that mentioning his favorite color as lilac was irrelevant to how he dealt with that Yeti. She asked, and Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Have you already read his books? The raven-haired wizard asked. Ginny blushed a deep hue of red. No, just that one, A Year with the Yeti. Ginny explained. Mom's a fun, and the book had been laying around the house for some time, so I figured, why not? Harry nodded, smiling. And yes, to answer your question, I do believe it's irrelevant, unless the poor Yeti in question jumped off a cliff once it saw him approaching, its eyes burning out at the sight of said completely lilac-clad Ponce. Ginny burst into laughter, drawing the eyes of their families, if only for a second, before Sirius dragged them all to Florian Fortesque's for an ice cream. His childish behavior, however, did lift their spirits a bit, and Harry suspected part of it was intentional this time around. Harry spoke with Ginny for the majority of their stay, the girl telling him a story of how she was once attacked in Knockturn Alley. And what were you doing in Knockturn Alley? He asked, interested. I was about 5 and had gotten lost. Ginny explained. I was so scared my mind started playing tricks on me, I swear. Harry nodded, understanding the feeling. Merlin knew how many nightmares his mind had subjected him to lately. And what happened? Let's put it this way, if you think that my dad was scary while brawling with Malfoy, you would have thought him terrifying back then. Harry laughed at that, trying to imagine the usually calm Mr. Weasley fighting off a group of wizards. Well, he could certainly do it, he thought, especially if it was to save his only daughter. The return to Potter Manor was uneventful. Ron had tagged along for the night, and at the moment he was off at the grounds, swimming at the pond. Harry had returned to his room and was catching up on what they would be required to learn this year, making notes of subjects he might need revised before leaving for school. The list was unsurprisingly short. Harry pulled out his History of Magic textbook, and did the best he could with all the goblin rebellions he would have to remember. Considering there were 15 of them, his head was throbbing by the time he went down for dinner. Adrian and Ron were lost in an argument over Quidditch once more. Shaking his head fondly, Harry sat down on the table. The rest of the summer passed like a breeze. Harry had been so focused on his studies, partially because he was trying to not think about last May and June too much, he barely realized August was over and the next term was about to begin. He was seated at the back porch of Severus's castle once again. It was becoming something of a ritual for the last day of summer, carving the details on his first handmade broomstick ever. It was of crude design, he could tell, and the cushioning spells left a lot to be desired, but it was unmistakably a broomstick and, most importantly, it flew. It really does fly, Severus trailed off, his hand over the hovering broomstick. Harry smirked. For somebody who was certain of my success only weeks ago, you seem rather surprised, Sev. Harry stated. Well, I never expected you'd make it so fast. The potion's master deadpanned, a sly expression on his face. And will it stay up once it begins to move, or should I expect an explosion? Harry's eyes turned into slits as he grabbed the broomstick and mounted it in one swift movement. I was joking, Severus exclaimed as Harry took off. Admittedly, the boy thought, it was nowhere near as good as his Nimbus 2000. But his calculations had been absolutely correct and, though it still lacked on comfort and speed, his first design was aerodynamically perfect, flying steady through the sky. Harry smiled and did a few turns around the porch before deciding no to push his luck. An explosion? He asked happily. Nothing so dramatic, I fear. Goblin's gold, it really flies. Severus stated, excited, grabbing the broomstick from Harry's hand and following his example as the boy laughed at his antics. And it's steady too, the potion's master exclaimed from right above Harry. That was the sole point at this level. Harry answered, sitting on the couch and pulling out the notebook he kept on his broomstick designs, jotting down a few notes on additions that had to be made. The series of books Severus had purchased had been read already, and now he had proceeded to add some of the spells he had found during his research. And if that doesn't count as an imagination-sharpening activity, the green-eyed wizard thought, then I don't know what does. That's a memory worth to buy a pensive for. You just made an operational broomstick. Severus stated, dismounting the broom. Gee, you look more excited than when I made the stone. Harry observed, laughing. I was shocked then, Harry, at least you warned me in advance this time. The boy nodded in agreement. Fair enough, Harry stated. It's a real pity that pensives are so rare. I could maybe make one, but it's another area of magic altogether. Blood magic, transfiguration, knowledge of runes and a bit of alchemy. Sigil carving too. Harry shook his head. It would take years of research to even make an attempt at it. Severus nodded. It requires some knowledge of potions too. Severus stated, his look contemplative. You're not thinking of making one, do you? Harry asked, disbelieving. No doubt Severus was as brilliant as they made them, but pensive making was a specific, very secretive art. Not quite. The potion's master mumbled. But you thought of something. The boy pressed on. Well, yes. The potion's master smirked. Just an idea still, but if I get something more specific, you'll be the first to know. I might have found us a shared project for next summer, and at that prospect, Harry's smile could rival a dozen Lumos spells at once. But you thought of something. The boy pressed on. Well, yes. The potion's master smirked. Just an idea still, but if I get something more specific, you'll be the first to know. I might have found us a shared project for next summer, and at that prospect, Harry's smile could rival a dozen Lumos spells at once. Harry was getting worried. The Hogwarts Express had just departed from platform 9 3/4 and there was no sign of his brother on the train. Adrian had opted on spending the last night of the summer at the Burrow, and, even if the green-eyed wizard had caught the trademark red hair of the Weasley family in the platform, seconds before the train departed, his brother's rave hair was not amongst them. Sighing in disappointment, Harry stood up from his seat, let Hedwig out of her cage so she could fly to the school, and left his compartment in search of his brother. And he had hoped it would be a peaceful train ride too. The first Weasleys he met with were the twins that had informed him Adrian and Ron had indeed been right behind them when they entered the platform. Then he waved at Ginny, who smiled back dazedly. She seemed to be deep in thought, Harry realized, as she scribbled to what must have been her diary. He didn't envy her. The first few weeks of the first year could be a shock. He decided to let her think in peace and continued his search. It wasn't Ron or his brother that he found next, however. It was a very worried Hermione. Harry, have you seen Ron and Adrian? She asked, cutting straight to the chase. Nice to see you too, Harry thought dryly. Hello, Hermione. No, I've been searching for them myself. The Gryffindor girl tugged the corner of her school robes. Had she put them on already? Anxiously. If you find them, please come tell me. And she turned around and left, continuing her search. Harry shook his head at Hermione's antics. Still, he couldn't shake his own worry. Where could Adrian be? An hour and a half later, he was back at his compartment, laying on the seats, deep in thought. There was no denying it, neither his brother nor Ron seemed to have boarded the train. 1,000 different scenarios started to weave themselves inside his head, and he immediately regretted sending Hedwig to Hogwarts. He could have informed his parents if she was still there. Think rationally, Harry, he ordered himself, twirling the concealment ring Severus had given him last Christmas on his thumb. Our parents were at the platform and so were the Weasleys. If Adrian had a problem, if he didn't manage to board the train for any reason, he would have already been found and helped. That did nothing to calm his frantic heartbeat or placate his over-imaginative mind. He had a bad feeling about this. When did his brother go missing without getting into trouble? Never, a voice sing-songed in the corners of his mind as he sighed again. Suddenly, the compartment door opened to reveal a slightly ruffled Neville Longbottom. His hair was askew, his school uniform was haphazardly buttoned up, and he was sweaty and panting as if he had just ran all the way to the compartment's door from London. His eyes fell on Harry and he ducked his head in what the green-eyed boy interpreted as shame. "Come in, Neville," Harry said instead of a greeting. "Are you all right?" The boy nodded once and entered the compartment, sliding the door closed behind him. Silently he sat across Harry and seemed to contemplate his latest statement, nod before retracting it and shaking his head negatively instead. "What happened?" Harry asked, concerned. "Malfoy," was all the brown-eyed boy said, before lowering his head in shame. "Of course," Harry muttered, putting down the book he wasn't reading anyway and turned his full attention to Neville. "What did he do this time?" Neville gulped once and lifted his head to look Harry in the eyes. "He walked into my compartment and started making fun of me having a frog for starters," the boy said, pointing at a bulge on his robe's pocket where his pet frog, Trevor, was currently residing. "Then he started asking if I had brought another Remembrel with me, and then Pansy, she was there too, started wondering out loud how a coward like me ended up in Gryffindor." He blushed and bit his bottom lip then, presumably to prevent himself from crying, or from embarrassment, from saying too much. Harry knew that had always been one of Neville's problems. He didn't see himself brave enough for Gryffindor. Personally, Harry thought he was being obstinate in his disbelief, obstinacy being a characteristic flaw of Gryffindor in itself. "He's just a bully. All his friends are," the green-eyed wizard stated seriously. "You shouldn't pay much attention to him, Nev." "But he's right," Neville persisted, his gaze on the floor once more. "Everybody knows I'm almost a squib." Harry snorted, gaining the other boy's attention. "You're not a squib, Neville," Harry offered. "First of all, there's nothing wrong with being a squib. But you have more than proven that you can cast spells," the green-eyed wizard reminded him. Neville smiled softly and pulled out his wand, looking at it contemplating. It seemed worn, Harry realized, as if it had been used for many years instead of one. And as if it had seen rougher days, he imagined, as his own wand was still in pristine condition. "Your greatest ally," Merlin had called it, and Harry had taken his word for him. "I just want to do my parents justice," Neville admitted. Harry looked between the wand and Neville rapidly before he made the connection. "Nev, is that one of your parents' wands?" It would make sense if it was, the boy figured. It would definitely explain the wand's state. It seemed as it had seen battles and Neville's inconsistent performance in spellcasting. Was my father's," the boy admitted, his head hung low. "Grandmother says I should work harder to make him proud. She said that, one day, I will be worthy of his wand. I don't know if I ever will." Harry listened to his monologue with wide eyes. "Believe me when I say I mean no disrespect, but Nev, you can't cast spells with someone else's wand." "Well, you can," Harry amended, seeing Neville's eyes widen in confusion, "but the result won't be the same. This wand," he said, pointing at said wand in Neville's hands, "doesn't recognize you as its master. You weren't chosen for it and you didn't win it in a duel. It's fighting your magic every time you cast a spell," Harry explained. "You think so?" the boy asked, looking at the wand critically. His eyes shone with a timid hope, just a little sparkle, but it seemed to transform his whole face. "But, my grandmother says she wants something to remember your father by. But you shouldn't be it," Harry offered kindly. "I think a wand of your own would do miracles for your spellcasting." "Really?" Neville asked, his smile openly hopeful now. Of course, Harry assured him. The other boy smiled a little brighter before losing all his newfound joy in the blink of an eye. But what do I tell my grandma? He asked terrified. I asked her, last year, if I could get a wand of my own, and she looked at me as if I had insulted her. But she surely must see, Harry begun, but Neville's forlorn expression informed him otherwise. You know what? He asked smirking. Give me some time to think about it. He had heard stories of Neville's grandmother. Augusta Longbottom was known for her strict character and seemed to have been the one from where Neville had inherited his stubbornness. I'll figure something out, Harry promised, making Neville's smile widen again. They went on talking about anything and everything for the next few hours, buying something to eat from the cart and having fun. With Bertie Bott's every flavored beans. Harry couldn't believe how he hadn't spent more time with Neville last year. He was genuinely interesting and he seemed well versed in herbology, his personal favorite subject, making for a great conversation. He decided to amend for last year's neglect starting immediately. It felt nice to have someone his own age to talk to. Only when Neville left to retrieve his trunk promising to meet with Harry at the carriages did Harry realize what had happened. He had forgotten of Adrian. How could he forget of Adrian? Sure, he was with Ron and their parents were at the station with them probably, but still. How had he forgotten of his brother? He was his responsibility after all. The night began to fall and Harry changed into his robes with trembling hands, all the time blaming himself. Something must have gone wrong. It must have. He descended the train, following the rest of the student body towards where he thought would be the famous horseless carriages of Hogwarts, with the exception of the first years who headed to the boats, his mind barely reminding him that they were in fact dragged by Thestrals. The hair of one of their kind was a part of his wand core and they were only invisible to those who hadn't witnessed death. He should have expected the sight that greeted him, but, with worrying about his brother, it hadn't even crossed his mind. All thoughts of Adrian were violently expelled from his mind once more as he locked eyes with a pair of dead, white ones. The Thestrals were of skeletal appearance, with rich black manes and tails, milky white eyes and two horns sticking on each side of their heads. And he could see them. His mind flew back to images of blazing fire and a man screaming as a voice snapped him out of his reverie. Unnerving, isn't it? George Weasley asked. Carriages that move on their own, I mean. He elaborated. Don't worry too much, Fred added, pushing a reluctant Harry inside. You'll get used to it. Harry nodded numbly, trying to get the image of a dying Quirrell from his mind with mild success. He waved at Neville to join them in the carriage and had only half his mind focused at the conversation as the Thestrals started pulling the carriages towards the castle. It was only after they got seated at the Gryffindor table and Percy wondered out loud where his brother was that he managed to snap out of his dark mood. I don't see Adrian either. Seamus, the sandy blonde-haired boy in Harry's year, stated. I couldn't find them on the train. Harry offered, causing whispers to break around the table. The shorting ceremony began with a radiant Ginny joining them in Gryffindor, causing the talk to subside for a while until Filch made an appearance, followed by his cat Mrs. Norris. He whispered something to Severus, who was obviously shocked enough to let it show for a moment before rising from his chair and walking swiftly towards the grounds, Filch trying to catch up. Oh, something had definitely gone wrong, Harry thought. He ate as fast as he could and then asked Percy for the password, proclaiming he wanted to leave sooner to write a letter to his parents asking if Adrian was all right. Percy agreed, barely able to hide his worry for his own brother, and Harry sped off towards the general direction of the Gryffindor common room before dessert was served, making an abrupt turn towards the dungeons when he got out of view. Minerva McGonagall had been informed of whatever the incident was from Filch, who, unable to catch up with Severus, had turned back to the Great Hall. The Transfiguration professor's pale complexion and tight lips was all the confirmation Harry needed. He sped down to Severus's office, knocking on the door. Nobody was in, so the boy started pacing up and down the corridor nervously. Mercifully, Severus appeared around the corner, his cloak bellowing behind him, his face an angry mask. As he approached, he noticed Harry and opened his door, ushering the boy in. What did my brother do? Harry asked, resigned. He and Ronald Weasley crushed a flying car on the Whomping Willow. Harry started coughing, choking on plain air as he tried to comprehend what he had heard. Adrian, flying car, crashed, Whomping Willow. He must have gotten something wrong. Where in Merlin's name did they find a flying car? The boy's eyes unintentionally skimmed over the empty portrait of the most famous wizard of all times, hoping he might appear to answer him. I have a feeling that it was Arthur's, but I can't know for sure. I'm certain that he didn't fly it to the station, Severus stated, hiding his face in his palms as he sat behind his desk. And they really crashed on the Whomping Willow? Harry croaked, certain he wouldn't like the answer. From all the places in the Hogwarts park they could have landed. The potion's master exclaimed. They were unharmed, miraculously may I add. Just a bit shaken. Minerva must be chewing their heads off as we speak. Harry nodded. But why would they use a flying car? Apparently they missed the train. So instead of waiting for their parents they thought, hey, why don't we fly to Hogwarts? Just imagine how much fun that would be. The green-eyed wizard exclaimed, confused. Apparently. Severus repeated. They stood in silence for a while, lost in their respective thoughts. Any idea why they missed the train? Harry asked. Fred and George told me they were right behind them when they entered the platform. The potion's master shook his head negatively. Minerva appeared before I had snapped out of my shock of their survival enough to ask them. I'll try to find out tonight. Harry offered. Have you eaten anything? Severus asked, realizing that, in order to arrive in his office before himself, Harry had most likely skipped dinner. I don't think my stomach can handle anything right now, Harry trailed off. He had heard everything about the Whomping Willow from Prongs, Padfoot and Moony. The mere thought of his brother approaching it, let alone crashing on it with a flying car, made him shiver. Here, Severus offered, waving his wand and producing some of that amazing hot chocolate from the kitchens. Harry took it gratefully. Maybe some warm chocolate would do him good. He took a few gulps and twirled the cup in his hands. I saw the Thestrals tonight. He muttered, the ghost-like horses reappearing in his mind now that he was somewhat reassured his brother was safe. I thought you might. Severus nodded softly. Just remember, the Thestrals, despite their appearance, aren't evil creatures, and besides, you have the hair of one. Inside my wand, I know. Harry stated. They just reminded me of the reason why I can see them. Severus looked at the boy seriously. Harry, we talked about this, you can't let it run your life. Harry nodded. I know, and I'm not. I'm not, he insisted, catching Severus's inquiring glance. It's just proving hard to forget is all. The black-clad professor sighed. I will tell you the truth, Harry, you will never forget it completely. There will be times when you will remember, but, as time goes by, it will be easier to deal with every time. Harry nodded once. Can I borrow some parchment and a quill? He asked, confusing the potion's master quite a bit. What for? I'm supposed to have left the fest early so I could send a letter to my parents. I better write it, just to be safe. Severus nodded and passed items Harry had requested to him with a smile. Harry wrote a few lines in haste and bid Severus good night, knowing he should better return. And remember what I told you, Harry. The boy nodded and ran to the Gryffindor tower, making it there only seconds before the rest of the Gryffindors. He had to speed to the stairs towards the boys' dormitory so that he could hastily strap the letter on Hedwig's leg and send her off, climbing down the stairs to meet with his housemates. A few moments later, when his brother returned and he was certain he was still in one piece, Harry felt the tiredness of the day catching up with him. He retreated to his bed with a few short goodnights, and after making his brother promise him he would tell him exactly what had happened in the morning, Adrian and Ron soon following his example. The hazel-eyed Potter twin did indeed honor his promise and told Harry of how they had found the passage to the platform blocked and how they had decided to take the car, which turned out to truly be a creation of Mr. Weasley. When Harry asked them why they didn't wait for their parents, the two boys exchanged a lost look. Harry just shook his head with wonder. It was only when he asked his brother if he had any idea why the passage was blocked for him and Ron since everybody else had made it through that he realized his brother was holding something back from him. The supposedly inconspicuous look he exchanged with Ron spoke volumes, and Harry was suddenly hit with the realization he was once again being excluded from something quite important in his brother's life. The lessons started that day, as always. Well, there was the matter of two howlers addressed to Ron and Adrian that morning, and Harry found himself once again dumbfounded on just how loud his mother could scream. Even if the voice was amplified magically, it was still an accomplishment, Harry thought. The walk to herbology had been quite interesting too. A first-year student, a boy called Colin Creevy, managed to snap a photo of Adrian, asking him if he could sign it too. Adrian on his side stood confused and was eventually pushed towards the greenhouses where they unfortunately run into Lockhart. Dressed completely in turquoise that day, he was walking briskly next to a very disgruntled and bandaged Professor Sprout. Harry could see the infamous Whomping Willow with many of its branches in casts in the distance heading towards the gathered second-year students. The majority of the student body was ushered in Greenhouse 3 while Adrian was withheld by the blonde professor. Noticing his almost fearful expression, Harry decided to take pity on him and not just leave him alone. He approached Professor Sprout with that purpose. "Professor?" he asked timidly. "Yes, Mr. Potter." She was obviously still annoyed on Lockhart enough to make Harry's appeal easier to get through. "I was wondering, could I wait here for Adrian?" The herbology teacher clearly didn't expect such a request. "You see, Professor, we first ran into Lockhart in Flourish and Blots a few weeks ago and there had been an incident including a reporter from the Daily Prophet and Harry knew Professor Sprout had heard about the incident seeing how the picture taken that day had made first page on the papers. What I'm trying to say is that Adrian has been a little uncomfortable around Professor Lockhart since and, with all due respect, the professor does get carried away sometimes." "All right, Mr. Potter," the plump professor stated, her cheery personality that had been dampened a little from Lockhart's attempts to criticize her work returning. "You can stay. And 3 points to Gryffindor for standing up for your fellow students." She turned to the rest of the class as Harry exited the greenhouse smiling softly. That had gone better than expected. Then again, Professor Sprout was the head of Hufflepuff House, loyalty would have to go far with her. He heard voices coming from around the corner. "Adrian, Adrian, Adrian," Lockhart exclaimed theatrically. "When I heard, well, of course it was all my fault. Could have kicked myself." "What?" Harry froze on his tracks, his curiosity getting the better of him. Had he missed something? Adrian must have been equally confused because he hadn't spoken yet himself. "Don't know when I've been more shocked. Flying a car to Hogwarts. Well, I, of course, knew at once why you'd done it. Stood out a mile. Adrian, Adrian, Adrian." "What?" Harry mouthed inaudibly. "Gave you a taste of publicity, didn't I? Gave you the bug. You got onto the front page of the paper with me and you couldn't wait to do it again." Harry would have laughed if it wouldn't blow his cover. This was far too great as blackmail material to pass by. "Oh, no, Professor, see," Adrian voiced, sounding just as surprised as Harry was. "Adrian, Adrian, Adrian." Lockhart continued unfazed. Harry, who had peeked just a little around the corner, could see the blonde professor had placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. "I understand. Natural to want a bit more once you've got the first taste and I blame myself for giving you that, because it was bound to go to your head," Harry snorted silently. As if Adrian gave a canute for fame, "But see here, young man, you can't start flying cars to try and get yourself noticed. Just calm down, all right? Plenty of time for that when you get older." Yes, I know what you're thinking. It's all right for him, he's an internationally famous wizard already. But when I was 12, I was just as much of a nobody as you are now. In fact, I would say I was more of a nobody. I mean, a few people have heard of you, haven't they? All that business with he who must not be named." Harry had to bit on the inside of his cheek hard to not break out laughing. I know it's not as good as winning Witch Weekly's The Most Charming Smile award 5 times in a row, as I have, but it's a start, Adrian, it's a start." "Now, wait a minute, Professor." Adrian was getting rather red in the face and was about to showcase the famous temperament they both had inherited from their mother. And since, in Adrian's case, said temperament was paired with James's attitude, Harry showed fit to intervene before his brother found himself with a detention on his first day. "Hello, Professor," Harry exclaimed brightly as he walked towards the pair, seemingly not noticing his brother's angry face. Gilderoy hadn't anyway. "Young Harry Potter, if I'm not mistaken," Lockhart exclaimed. "I think I have heard you're first in your year, correct? And Adrian's brother too." "No, I'm his great-aunt," Harry thought sarcastically but let it pass. "Yes, I am." He turned to his brother. "Professor Sprout sent me to get you, Adrian, we're starting our lesson." He smiled at his brother and turned to face Lockhart again, channeling his inner Hermione the best he could. "And I've been dying to ask you, Professor, when you tracked down those vampires in your book, Voyages with Vampires, did you use a traditional tracking spell?" Because from what I understood it had to be a variation to work so exceptionally. Lockhart's brilliant smile faltered a little at Harry's question. Ah, yes, as much as I would love to pass down my knowledge, I fear I have delayed your brother from his class for too long. Time to go. And with a hearty wink, he turned around and left. Harry winked at his brother in turn. I figured you might need rescuing, he stated, making Adrian laugh. Best brother ever, the hazel-eyed twin exclaimed, placing his hand over Harry's shoulders. That bloody git, he continued, glaring daggers towards the direction Lockhart had disappeared to. If he keeps going that way, I swear he'll regret it. You know what, Adrian? Harry pondered out loud, an interesting idea popping into his head. What? Adrian stopped as he was about to enter the greenhouse. Wouldn't Lockhart look great with green hair? Harry asked and entered the greenhouse, leaving a stunned brother to trail inside a few seconds later. Adrian passed him a piece of paper with a single word written on it right after Harry answered a question Professor Sprout had asked about mandrakes. Brilliant, the parchment wrote. Harry smirked at his brother who was silently explaining what had happened to Ron. Now there was a plan worth considering. They were introduced to a boy named Justin Finch Fletchley, a second-year Hufflepuff who was seated on the table next to the one Harry was sharing with his brother, Ron and Hermione. He shook all of their hands, complimenting them on their existence in general, Harry figured. The rest of the day passed completely calmly as expected. And what truly went as expected, as far as Harry was concerned, was the Dada lesson. Lockhart had started the lesson with the single word, me, pointing at his image on the cover of one of his books and making some stupid joke about his smile. The green-eyed boy didn't need anything more to confirm that the whole year was going to be a complete disappointment. And, though no confirmation was needed, the test Lockhart handed out served to do just that. 54 questions on himself later with only Hermione getting all of them correct. It was a mostly amused class at which the defense professor introduced the creatures they would learn about that day. Yes, Lockhart announced, lifting the sheet that covered a large cage on his desk with a flourish, freshly caught Cornish pixies. People chuckled around Harry and he smiled a bit himself. Now Cornish pixies were a nuisance, but as long as they were kept locked, Harry blanched as Lockhart moved towards the cage. Well, they're not very dangerous, are they? Seamus, who was seated right in front of the cage, asked smiling. Don't be so sure. The blonde professor waggled a finger annoyingly at Seamus. Devilish, tricky little blighters they can be. Harry watched Lockhart carefully. He was far too close to the electric clerd, shrill-voiced fairies, who were at the moment content to rattle the bars of their cage, making funny faces at the students. Right then, Lockhart stated, his hand on the latch of the cage's door. Harry gasped, he wouldn't. Let's see what you make of them. And he opened the cage. He did. Harry whispered and pulled out his wand, rising from his chair where he sat next to his brother who followed his example. Behind them, Ron and Hermione did the same and got ready to face the pandemonium that spread around them. Some pixies flew right out the window, shattered glass falling on the floor. Others set to tear the classroom to shreds while two grabbed Neville from his ears and left him swinging on the chandelier. Students ducked under their desks, while Lockhart encouraged them to face the pixies. His own attempt, a rather silly wand movement and an incantation that sounded like Pesky Pixie Pesternomi, a spell Harry had never heard of before, ended up in a complete failure. With his wand following books and parchments out the window, Neville almost landed on his head as the chandelier gave way under his weight. Enough was enough. Decimotus. It was a spell he had picked up from Severus's library during the last spring break while researching for incantations he could use on his broom designing. A small orb, transparent and seemingly made of the air in the room, left his wand and hit one of the pixies. Upon contact, it expanded in a single circular wave around the classroom, stopping all pixies midair, frozen in place. Harry pointed towards the cage, sending the pixies in, approaching it himself and latching the door once they were all inside. He turned to look at Lockhart with narrowed eyes. The professor in question stared back stunned, his eyes wide under the table he was hiding. He opened his mouth either to speak or simply because he couldn't help it but was saved by the bell. Very good, Mr. Potter, 15 points to Gryffindor. And he took off towards the hallway, as fast as he could without running, leaving his stupefied students behind him. Harry sighed and pocketed his wand, moving towards Neville to help him stand up. Thanks, Harry. The boy muttered, straightening his robes. Don't mention it. You okay, Nev? Yeah, Neville stated and then added, mostly talking to himself. Why does it always have to be me? That was wicked, Ron exclaimed, patting Harry's shoulder. Harry smirked. Seriously, Harry, that was great. Adrian added, looking at the still stunned pixies in the cage. A few more students congratulated him while they tried to salvage their books in time for the next lesson. Can you believe him? Ron complained as he gathered his Transfiguration book from across the room. Whom? Adrian asked. Lockhart. He just wants to give us some hands-on experience. Hermione defended him, using her wand to clean some ink of her charm's homework. Hands-on experience. Harry snorted. Hermione, he had no idea what he was doing. But he seemed so knowledgeable when he hid under the desk. Adrian offered, causing Ron and Harry to laugh. Rubbish, Hermione protested. You've read his books. Look at all those amazing things he's done. He says he's done, Ron muttered and Harry nodded wholeheartedly. Goblin's gold. The green-eyed wizard exclaimed as he picked up his, now falling apart, charms textbook to cast a quick reparo spell on it. Last year it was Quirrell, now this. He looked around him, taking in the mess that was once their defense against the dark arts classroom. The windows were shuttered, the iron chandelier was on the floor, desks lay broken around and bits of paper that used to be books and essays were slowly being gathered by the students. The pixies at least were still unconscious. He turned to Neville that was still trying to locate his bag. Has Dumbledore ever heard of the word competency? Goblin's gold. The green-eyed wizard exclaimed as he picked up his, now falling apart, charms textbook to cast a quick reparo spell on it. Last year it was Quirrell, now this. He looked around him, taking in the mess that was once their defense against the dark arts classroom. The windows were shuttered, the iron chandelier was on the floor, desks lay broken around and bits of paper that used to be books and essays were slowly being gathered by the students. The pixies at least were still unconscious. Has Dumbledore ever heard of the word competency? Harry lay on his bed reading a bit on a book he had been meaning to start at the beginning of term. It was a book on basic gobbledygook, the language of goblins. It was a book he had asked Severus to provide him with, right after he had made that first broomstick fly. For it was a given fact that, if you wanted to even have a chance at marketing a product in the wizards community and making profit out of it, and Harry couldn't help but think about doing just that, you would have to take it through the goblins first. It was also a given that goblins generally disliked wizards. Learning their language and their mannerisms was a great step towards any semblance of a friendly business relationship. Severus, who had actually learned the basics of the language while training to be a potions master, had decided to resume his studies himself. The green-eyed boy read the pronunciation of a particularly difficult verb slowly. The problem with gobbledygook, Harry surmised, was the fact that, while vowels did exist, they were pronounced in clipped sounds, making the rest of the word sometimes sound like a growl. Karagur. Harry repeated, it was apparently goblin speech for the word provide. He proceeded like that, writing down whatever he wanted to ask Severus later. The potions master had insisted that Harry had an aptitude for foreign languages, taking in French swiftly for his young age since he had started teaching him when he was 8. Harry simply insisted Severus was a great teacher, and the weekends in France had admittedly helped. He closed the book after a good half an hour of more studying and tried to sleep. The events of the day before flew back to his mind the moment he shut his eyes. Oliver Wood had entered the second year's dormitory at the crack of dawn, waking him, gladly informing him that he had booked the Quidditch field for an early training session. Harry got dressed, observing the still pink and gold sky outside his window and wondering neither for the first, nor for the last time if Oliver was completely sane, and envying his brother for sleeping. Adrian had made it as a backup chaser for the team on the tryouts and thus had the luxury of sleep. He kept them in the changing rooms for hours, showing them new moves used from Quidditch teams around the world during the summer, insisting that, now they had the cup, it was their job to secure it. The boards with schematics and new strategies kept coming, and soon half the team was asleep. Harry's stomach rumbled, and thus his joy was undeniable when his brother entered the room, bringing him some toast for breakfast. You're a lifesaver, Adrian, Harry stated as he munched on his toast. Don't mention it. Aren't you finished yet? Ron asked, confused when the team made it out of the changing room. He and Hermione were sitting at the stands, waiting for the team. Haven't even started. But apparently, it wasn't just Oliver that had the idea of an early practice. Once they finally reached the field, they found the Slytherin team was already there, claiming they had booked the pit first. And Draco was with them as the new seeker, bringing with him 7 brand new broomsticks. Harry could clearly read Nimbus 2001. As Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, stated, they had a written permit to use the grounds that they could test their new seeker. Harry wondered if Severus was aware how Malfoy got into the team. Well, of course he would be, but what could he do? He was the feared head of Slytherin, the big bad bat from the dungeons. He had an image to uphold. And then Malfoy had to go and call Hermione a mudblood, and Ron had to curse him with his, broken from crashing on the Whomping Willow, wand. The poor boy had been coughing out slugs the whole morning. Hagrid had explained to Hermione what all the commotion over the expletive Draco called her was about as Harry brewed a swift draft for Ron's stomach. Harry still couldn't decide what had been worse, watching slugs pouring out of Ron's mouth, or tasting the treacle toffee Hagrid had offered him that seemed to have cement-like properties. He sighed and stood up. There was no way he could sleep. His mind was filled with Quidditch tactics, transformation incantations, a new sigil he was trying out, words in gobbledygook, and thoughts of whether he should switch to ash wood in his broom making. Adrian was serving his detention, helping Lockhart with his fan mail. Harry realized maybe he should sneak out and wait for him outside Lockhart's office. They could make a quick stop at the kitchens afterwards. His mind made up, he silently pulled out the invisibility cloak, DD'd it over his shoulders, grabbed the notebook he used to jot down his thoughts on the broomstick he was designing, and a pencil, just in case he would have to wait. Ron, who had detention with Filch, was still out himself, but the rest of the year was sleeping. The green-eyed wizard slid out the common room, walking down dark corridors and moving towards the defense professor's office. When he did arrive, he wasn't surprised to find the door closed. He simply sat down on the floor and started going over his notes. He was in the process of writing down a part of an arithmancy formula designed for improving the standard breaking charm often used on broomsticks, making it unbreakable. It was a prospect worth the effort, Harry believed. He kept reading and writing his thoughts down for what seemed to be over an hour, until he was finally starting to get sleepy. He was slowly regretting coming so early. He should have known Lockhart would have piles upon piles of fan mail waiting to be answered. His eyelids were getting heavy and he was doing his best not to fall asleep in the corridor when he heard something that chased all tiredness from his mind. Come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you, let me kill you." What was that? Harry stood up in a swift movement, looking around frantically. He had heard a voice. He was sure it wasn't exactly disembodied, not like one of the numerous specters in the school. It was coming right out of the walls. Harry looked around him frantically. The corridor was dark, but Harry's night sight was good enough to see it was also empty. And his hearing, which had been gradually improving since his animagus transformation, had definitely caught the voice reverberating through the stone walls. He had heard a voice and it wanted to kill. The door of Lockhart's office opened then, the noise of creaking wood startling him. Adrian exited the office looking beyond relieved, Lockhart ushering him out, smiling as he claimed that time flew when you were enjoying yourself. None of them seemed the least frightened, and Harry immediately knew that neither his brother nor the Dada professor had heard the voice. Harry gulped and tried to calm his nerves. He had been falling asleep right before he heard the voice after all, and ghosts in Hogwarts could go through walls. He shook any grim thoughts away, he just needed to catch up with his sleep. For the moment, however, he settled for catching up with his brother, who was already leaving, cursing Lockhart under his breath. Pissed, Harry called his brother, making him jump in fear. "Don't do that," Adrian complained when a chuckling Harry lifted the cloak slightly so that his brother could slide in. "What are you doing here, Harry?" "I couldn't sleep and I figured, after hours in the same room as Lockhart, you could do with a visit to the kitchens." "You have a point there. I know." They walked carefully towards the kitchens, where a group of excited house elves flooded them with all the food they could ever eat. Harry thanked them politely, his brother catching his attention. Adrian was looking at the numerous elves around the room, almost as if he expected to spot a specific one amongst them. But as soon as it came, the look was gone and Adrian turned his full attention to a caramel eclair. Harry just shook his head, thinking he was imagining things again and that he was long overdue for a good night's sleep. The two brothers laughed quietly all the way back to the Gryffindor Tower at Adrian's recount of his detention. The days passed almost quietly, all September and the greater part of October had to offer Harry in terms of hardship was his Quidditch training. Wood was beyond angry that Slytherin had secured 7 Nimbus 2001 broomsticks for their games and was trying to make up for the fact with having his team double their training. Harry wouldn't particularly mind hadn't it been for the fact that autumn had brought an unusual amount of rain that year. As it was, half the times a practice was over he was covered in mud. Adrian, who, as a replacement had to get some training himself, was grumbling silently about the treatment they underwent while Harry had become quite an expert in mud-removing spells of all sorts. Harry was returning from one of his practices one afternoon when he met his brother, still covered in mud. The replacement team had finished their practice an hour ago while Harry, being the only Seeker Gryffindor had, Oliver not being pleased with any of the understudies, had been forced to stay under the rain for a bit longer conversing with nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. "Hey, Harry," Adrian called his twin from the corridor where Nick had just departed. "Did you shower already?" the hazel-eyed boy asked, making Harry roll his eyes. "No, but I happen to be a wizard." And with a flick of his wand and an incantation, his brother's robes were mud-free too. Adrian smiled. "You're getting good with those spells." "For once, brother, I'd rather I didn't," Harry answered. "Was that nearly headless Nick you were talking to back there?" "Yep. You won't believe what happened." Adrian started narrating how nearly headless Nick had problems being admitted to the Headless Hunters, how Filch had caught him for dripping mud all over the floor, how there was a strong possibility that the janitor was a squib, and how he had come to be invited to Sir Nicholas's Death Day party. "A Death Day party?" Harry asked, confused. "Who would someone celebrate their own death?" "Got me there, but I promised to go." He looked at his brother with a smile. "Say, Harry." "Nope, not happening," the green-eyed wizard stated, correctly guessing his brother was trying to have him tag along on Halloween. "I've been waiting for the feast for weeks, and besides, I don't fancy staying in the same room with a large amount of ghosts that could float through me at any given time." "I'll pass. Ron and Hermione might want to come though." Adrian huffed. "Fine, but if we end up having a blast, I'll bow to your higher intelligence." Harry finished his sentence, dramatically bowing to emphasize his point. Adrian chuckled at his brother's display and pushed him playfully on the shoulder. "Race you to the common room," the hazel-eyed boy proclaimed, speeding off. Harry just chuckled and run to catch up with him. The next evening found an exhausted Harry in Severus's office. The potions master was listening to him complain about Oliver's tendencies of driving with a smile on his face. "And I swear, he thinks he's training Vratsa vultures or something. Maybe even the British national team," Harry exclaimed, sulking over his cup of hot chocolate. With how the national team's been playing lately, that could be an idea." "Thanks," Harry commented dryly. "What?" Severus asked, smirking. "Oh, come on. How bad can Wood be? We're practicing almost every day, under pouring rain," Harry stated. "Even Professor McGonagall, and you know how much she likes having that cup in her office, had to tell him to lay back a little." Severus's eyebrows rose in surprise. Minerva really loved having the Quidditch cup in her office. "And why has he been going so hard on the team this year?" "It's those bloody brooms Malfoy went and bought for Slytherin," Harry explained, sighing. "Oliver's convinced he has to gain back any type of advantage we had through training." "Are those broomsticks that good?" Severus asked, confused. He was mad at Malfoy for buying his way into the team, but there wasn't much he could do without blowing his cover. Still, he hadn't read or heard anything too exciting about the new Nimbus model. "That's the thing, they're not," Harry said forcefully. "They outspeed the 2000 model only by 5 miles per hour, and their design is pretty much the same. If any modification has been made, it concerns the long-distance travel settings. And I've told Wood as much, but did he listen?" "No, because, apparently, what do I know?" "Yeah, what do you know?" Severus thought sarcastically. "You just seem to have a knack at designing racing broomsticks is all." "But why would Nimbus Company produce a model so similar to its last?" Severus asked after some consideration. "Makes no sense. They made their reputation based on every model being much better than the last. There's been a rumor flying around that the Comet Trading Company has been trying to launch a model for the Quidditch World Cup in 2 years, and the Nimbus Racing Broom Company has been trying to beat them to it. They launched the 2001 model in haste as most of their efforts were focused elsewhere," Harry stated. "And you know that how?" the potions master asked, intrigued. the boy never failed to amaze him. I overheard it when we were at Quidditch Supplies in Diagon Alley last summer with my brother. Harry explained. Anyway, if the 2001 is any indication, I don't see them making the deadline. The next week passed uneventfully, Halloween drawing near. Adrian was getting more and more frustrated for agreeing to attend Sir Nicholas's party, but as Hermione had stated, he couldn't back out on his promise. And, while she and Ron were quite excited about the party still, Harry couldn't get the appeal. So, on Halloween afternoon, he waved his brother and his two friends goodbye as he headed towards the Great Hall. The decorations were just as spectacular as ever, live bats flying close to the ceiling and the abnormally large pumpkins Hagrid had provided having been carved and lit. He sat next to Ginny Weasley on the Gryffindor table and managed to get a good look on her for the first time in weeks. She looked pale and quiet, nothing like the Ginny he knew. He softly remembered Percy making her drink a pepper-up potion a few days ago. And now she was playing with the food in her plate, only seldom eating something. "Hey, Ginny," he greeted the girl softly. The redhead jumped on her seat as if startled. "Oh, hey, Harry." She greeted him back. Her voice sounded just as tired her eyes looked, and the green-eyed boy decided he didn't much like it, he'd rather have her smiling. "I'm sorry to ask, Ginny, but, are you alright?" She regarded him confused. "I mean, you look tired." "Oh, that." She actually smiled a little. "I haven't been sleeping that good lately," Ginny admitted. "Never been away from home before, the stress must be getting to me." Harry nodded once, not entirely convinced. He tried to engage in small talk, but all he got in return was short answers, not rude, but very much unlike her. He was about to ask her if she was well again, when Fred interrupted him. "Is Ron, Adrian and Hermione really at nearly headless Nick's Death Day party?" he asked with a wide smile. "Yes, they are," Harry confirmed, his mind still focused on Ginny and her strange behavior. "Wicked," both twins exclaimed. "Not so much, I bet they'll be starving by now." Ginny spoke softly, slightly surprising Harry in the process. "How so?" George asked. "I don't expect food is being served in a party for ghosts," their sister pointed out. Harry nodded, smiling. That was something he hadn't really considered. "You know what?" he asked, taking the last bite of his treacle tart. "The feast is almost over anyway. I'll walk to the kitchens to see if the house elves can drop something by the common room later tonight." "You have been raised a gentleman, young Harry," Fred stated, assuming a proud countenance, George wiping an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. Harry just shook his head at their antics, knowing fully well that if they were in his place, though unlikely since the Weasley twins always got in trouble together, they would do just the same. He left the table, barely registering Ginny stating she was feeling tired. In the kitchens, needless to say, the elves were overjoyed at the prospect of serving Adrian Potter, and Harry was half debating returning to the feast when he heard it. Rip, tear, kill. It was the same voice he had heard back when he was expecting his brother to be done with his detention. It was moving away from him, and this time he was sure, it was coming through the walls. He pressed his ear on the cold stone and tried to listen, so hungry, for so long. The voice moved further away and Harry started running to catch up with it. "Kill, time to kill." It sounded as if the voice was coming through the ceiling. Was it a ghost? He ran faster, reaching the corridor next to the Great Hall. For a moment he thought the buzzing noises from the students still at the feast would prevent him from hearing anything else, but he was soon proved wrong. "I smell blood, I smell blood." Harry's stomach lurched as he looked around him hopelessly. The voice had come from just around the corner. He pulled out his wand and moved slowly towards it. The first thing he noticed as he turned was the water on the floor. It was quite dark, light coming only from two torches and the moon peering in the tall arched windows, but it was enough for Harry to catch the reflection on the stone floor. Then there was something written on the wall, in large, bold letters, right between the two windows. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware." And right beneath that ominous phrase, the most unexpected thing, there, hanging from her tail from the torch bracket, was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. Harry jumped back shocked, splashing in the puddle of water beneath his feet. How was that possible? Mrs. Norris didn't look stunned. She looked, frozen in time, petrified. A few pairs of footsteps broke him out of his reverie and his fight-or-flight instinct flight winning kicked in. He jumped backwards again and hid behind a thick tapestry that was covering a nook on the wall. The footsteps approached, followed by voices Harry was shocked to recognize as his brothers and his friends. Pudding might not be finished yet, Ron mumbled hopefully. Well, we could give it a go, Adrian stated, the hope equally noted in his voice. We shouldn't bother, the feast should be almost. Look, Hermione stated gasping. They must have seen the writing on the wall, Harry figured. And they had, if the exclamations they made were any indication. Maybe we should try and help, Adrian offered. We don't want to get caught here, trust me. Ron countered and they moved to leave, but it was not to be. The feast must have ended for the whole student body seemed to leave the great hall and flood the corridor. Harry dared to peek behind the tapestry when the voices got closer and, once realizing a group of students all standing on their toes, some even jumping up and down, trying to see what was going on was positioned right in front of him, he slid out from his hiding place and mingled with the student body. He managed to make his way to his housemates, his mind heavy with thoughts. He wanted to visit Severus immediately, to tell him everything that had happened, but he knew leaving the Gryffindor Tower that night, even under an invisibility cloak, would be dangerous. There were bound to be extra security measures and the potions master would most probably be patrolling the grounds. Adrian, Ron and Hermione had been all but questioned about being found in the vicinity of the incident and Harry felt guilty for not saying he was there first, but how could he even begin to explain he had followed a voice there? That was the same reason he decided not to visit Severus after all. The potions master gave him a few strange glances during their potions lessons but Harry, though admitting something was bothering him, opted on not clarifying what it was before examining the subject further himself. Adrian was being avoided for the first time ever from some students but was trying not to think about it too much. Instead of dealing with those students, he chose to group closer with Ron and Hermione and the sight of those three whispering at the common room was a daily occurrence. Harry, feeling he couldn't take on worrying about them too, tried to procure a copy of Hogwarts A History but all the books available had been already taken from the library and the wait list was 2 weeks long. But where else could he find out what the Chamber of Secrets was? He could of course ask Severus, but Harry wanted to approach him with another idea than being crazy and hearing homicidal voices. His questions on the subject were answered, surprisingly, by Professor Binns. Apparently, the Chamber of Secrets was built by Salazar Slytherin himself and it contained a terrible monster bent on ridding the school of Muggleborns and Squibs. Harry's mood couldn't get much worse. Between studying, trying to find evidence that no, he wasn't crazy, and Quidditch practice, he had started sympathizing with the spiders he one day found fleeing the castle. As the days drew nearer and nearer to the first Quidditch match of the season, Harry's nerves were close to snapping. Lessons with Lockhart had been a nightmare. Not keen on bringing any more live creatures in his class, he was happy to read passages from his books and reenact some scenes. Usually it was Adrian he chose for said reenactment but, when his brother refused to play the werewolf, Harry was pleased to see Lockhart pale and lose that infuriating smile of his at the boy's far too real for comfort howl. Neville, with whom Harry had been getting to spend more time with, had congratulated him while trying to stifle his laughter in his fist as he returned to their shared desk. They mostly sat together at class lately and Harry had been proud to say that his new friend had been tentatively getting out of his shell. It felt good to have a friend that he could call his own in midst of everything that was happening at Hogwarts and in his head. And things only took a turn for the worse when, a day before the Quidditch match, Alicia Spinnet was injured falling down the stairs. The girl swore she couldn't remember tripping but with a huge bump on her head and a slight concussion, it wasn't unexpected. What also wasn't unexpected was that Madame Pomfrey had forbidden her to play Quidditch the next day. Adrian took her place instead and Harry had to practically force-feed him that night. He tried to calm him down, reminding him that their parents would be there for the match but that only succeeded in terrorizing him even more. No matter what Harry said, he couldn't shake his brother's crazy idea that Sirius and James would never allow him to live it down if they lost tomorrow. Harry was staring at the curtains of his bed that night, unable to sleep that night. Despite his many worries, the game was what stuck out most at the moment and Harry found himself tossing and turning on his bed. Any further thoughts he might have had on the subject were brought to a standstill when his brother's startled voice echoed in the room. At first, Harry supposed it was a nightmare but was about to check on Adrian anyway when he heard him talk. "What are you doing here, Dobby? Dobby, Harry thought, confused. Dobby has come to warn you, sir. The voice answered. Harry had heard many of his species speak before, and he knew without a doubt that his brother was talking to a house elf. Adrian's face as he looked at the elves in the kitchens flew to his mind. So he knew this house elf. From where? Warn me of what? Adrian whispered. Adrian Potter should not have returned to Hogwarts, sir. Dobby had hoped that when Adrian Potter couldn't board the train. How do you know about it? Was you. You stopped us from boarding the train. Adrian accused the house elf silently. Someone, Neville, judging from the spot where the sound originated from, snored loudly, and the conversation between the unlikely pair became even more hushed. Somehow, Harry had no problem listening to them. Dobby ironed his hands afterwards as a punishment, sir. The elf stated piteously, and Harry shook his head resigned. It was truly hard to stay mad at a house elf for long. You can't keep me away from Hogwarts, Dobby, I told you so. So this Dobby was trying to keep him away from the school. Why? Terrible things are happening in Hogwarts, sir. Dobby wants only what's best for you, sir. And now that the chamber is opened again, a gasp was heard, and Harry wasn't certain whether it was Adrian or the house elf that produced it. The chamber had been opened before. Adrian asked eagerly. Nice question there, Harry thought as he moved closer to his curtains, trying to catch every word that might come from the elf. Dobby shouldn't say, bad Dobby. And then a few thuds were heard along with his brother's whispered protests that clearly showed Dobby was punishing himself. Stop, Dobby, it's an order. Even if Adrian wasn't the elf's master, the direct order was obviously enough to prevent the elf of causing extended damage to himself. Adrian Potter must leave Hogwarts, sir, or terrible things will happen, sir. Yes, we got it, terrible things will happen. Care to elaborate? Harry thought anxiously. My brother and friends are here, Dobby, and one of them is Muggleborn. I can't leave them and go. The house elf was sent in a delirious speech of Adrian's greatness and his chivalrous heart, while the hazel-eyed Potter tried to convince him into saying what he knew of the chamber. Unfortunately, their increasing in volume conversation woke somebody up. Watsoop. A groggy voice sounded from the other side of the room before a soft cracking noise announced the house elf leaving. Ron, you won't believe what happened again. Adrian whispered to his redhead friend. Harry had the fleeting suspicion he would have to fly tomorrow with only a few hours of sleep. He was right. Watsoop. A groggy voice sounded from the other side of the room before a soft cracking noise announced the house elf leaving. Ron, you won't believe what happened again. Adrian whispered to his redhead friend. Harry had the fleeting suspicion he would have to fly tomorrow with only a few hours of sleep. He was right. The next morning, Harry woke up with a headache from all the information he had gotten last night, the usual dread before a Quidditch match, and the strong notion he would have to speak with Severus immediately after the game. He had delayed it for far too long already, and he could see the potions master was very close at giving him a detention just to get him talk. He threw away the covers, rubbed his eyes open, and headed for the bathroom to throw some water on his face, waking his brother up in the process. The two boys, along with Neville, who had woken up to wish Harry good luck, were soon at the Great Hall with the rest of the team, eating silently at the empty table of the Gryffindor house before heading to the field. Harry almost forgot his own tangled nerves in his attempt to calm his ashen-faced brother. Adrian was fidgeting, fixing his glasses that weren't even slipping from his nose, trying to straighten his hair or his robes. Once you get out there, you'll feel much better, Harry insisted, smiling confidently. Not that he felt confident at all about winning the game, but he knew for sure that most of the hassle was getting at the field. Once you were there, you were far too focused on playing to actually care about your anxieties. You think? Adrian asked hopefully. I know, Harry stated, winking at his brother in a perfect imitation of Lockhart. Team, gather around. Wood called as footsteps were heard above them, the tall tale sign that students were gathering on the stands. There we go again, George muttered. Slytherin has better brooms than us, he began. No point denying it, but we've got better people on our brooms. We've flown at all weathers, too true, muttered George Weasley. I haven't been properly dry since August, and we're going to make them rue the day they let that little bit of slime, Malfoy, buy his way into the team. Eyes sparkling with a crazy gleam, Oliver turned his eyes towards Harry. It'll be down to you, Harry, to show them that a seeker has to have more than a rich father. Get to that snitch before Malfoy or die trying, Harry, because we've got to win today, we've got to. So no pressure, Harry," said Fred, winking at him. "Is he always like that?" Adrian asked, a little scared. "Scary and paranoid," Harry asked back lightheartedly. "Yes, yes," Harry repeated as an answer. "Oh," Adrian simply stated, smiling faintly. The team made it out amidst loud cheers from their house. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff too. Both houses had spent too much time losing against Slytherin to not hold a bit of a grudge and boos from the green-clad fans of the Slytherin team. It was pouring, but the two teams paid no notice and gathered in the middle of the field. After the promise of a clean match was made to Madame Hooch, the teams took off. Harry immediately began looking for the elusive golden ball, not wanting Malfoy to get his hands on it first. The blonde seeker proved he wasn't above cheating when he grabbed the back of Harry's broomstick to stop him from getting the snitch. Harry had turned to Fred and George, trying to see why they weren't throwing a bludger at Malfoy, only to find them defending his brother with all their might from a bludger that seemed to be targeting him specifically. A few near misses of Adrian's head and Oliver had to call for a timeout. Adrian had vehemently refused to forfeit the match just because a bludger was trying to decapitate him, and Harry, caught between his usual urge to protect his brother and his thirst to win the match, vowed to get the snitch as fast as he could. And he did just that, getting the snitch right under Malfoy's nose, literally too, since the Slytherin seeker was so absorbed with making fun of Adrian, who was avoiding the bludger with all he had, he didn't notice the snitch hovering next to his head. The team had gathered to celebrate in the middle of the field when Harry caught it with the corner of his eye. The bludger that had been targeting Adrian during the whole game was coming towards him yet again. It hit his brother straight to the, and knocked him of his broom, before returning to finish the job. Not having time to draw his wand from such a distance, Harry simply placed himself between his brother and the bludger. The sickening crack and the searing pain on his left arm easily informed him of a broken bone. He pulled out his wand swiftly with his right hand and pointed it at the bludger. "Reducto," he bellowed, the jet of magic from his wand turning the bludger into fine dust. "Harry," Adrian called, shocked. "Your arm. What were you thinking?" His words were coming out slurred, and Harry realized he had hit his head falling. "That I'd rather my brother kept his head on his shoulders," Harry admitted with a pained smile. "Ouch, by the way. Adrian." "Harry." Lily's voice echoed in the field, rising above all the ruckus around. "Harry, are you all right?" "Great catch, kiddo," Sirius called from behind her. Malfoy never saw what hit him. Lily glared at him and Sirius stopped in his tracks. "Sorry, Lily. It was a great catch though," James added. "James, could you stop it?" Lily hollered and turned her attention back to her amused, albeit in pain, son. "Harry, what were you thinking? And Adrian, are you all right?" she added, noticing the swelling bump on Adrian's head. The boy simply nodded, regretting moving his head the very next moment. Harry was more vocal in his response. "Why does everybody ask me that? Would you rather I'd let Adrian get hit?" That seemed to placate her a little as she gathered her youngest into her arms, minding his arm. "You're an amazing brother, Harry. And I'm proud of you, but if you ever do something like that again you'll be grounded until you turn 17. She stated amidst tears. "Clear the way, clear the way." Lockhart's voice broke through the gathering crowds. Neville, who was following after him, ran as fast as he could to reach Harry first, pointing at Lockhart's hand as he went. The blonde professor's wand was drawn and Harry could guess he wanted to try healing his arm. Nodding thankfully to Neville for the heads up, he turned to his family. "What do you say we take this to the infirmary?" Harry asked, more than glad when his parents agreed, taking him away from a disappointed Lockhart. Harry caught Severus's eye and sent him a look that clearly stated, "Talk to you later." The potions master nodded and smiled slightly, before shaking his head and waking towards the Slytherin team. This was one of the few times he could scold Malfoy without raising suspicions, and he wasn't letting it go to waste. But why would a bludger do that? Remus wondered while Madame Pomfrey worked on Harry's hand. They're not supposed to target players specifically. Well, this one did, Sirius offered, looking pensive. "I don't know how to thank you, Harry," Adrian mumbled for the 10th time that hour. The hazel-eyed twin had his head bandaged and was lying on a bed next to Harry. "Nonsense," Harry retorted. "You're my brother, Adrian. Jumping in front of a rampaging bludger is the least I could do. If anything, I should have moved faster." Adrian smiled weakly and nodded once. Harry wasn't fooled and expected to be thanked all over again in about 10 minutes. The hazel-eyed twin had a concussion and some bruised ribs and would be forced to spend the night in the infirmary. And it was a brave thing to do. Lily stated, ruffling her green-eyed son's hair. Was that the reductor curse you used on the Bluger? James asked, interested. Yeah, it was. That's advanced magic, Harry, for your age. James stated with a smile. And it was a potent one too. I found the spell in the library last month. I hadn't really tried it. And it was the truth, he hadn't tried that specific spell before. It was just the first one relevant that popped into his mind. My son, the bookworm. Lily said fondly. I resent that. Harry huffed in annoyance, causing some laughter. No, really, I do. Here I am, in the infirmary, being treated for a broken bone I got playing Quidditch, and yet you call me a bookworm. He's got you there, Lily. Sirius offered with an amused smirk. Speaking of your broken arm, Madame Pomfrey stated, you're good to go. Now, it was a nasty one and it might sting a bit for the rest of the day. If you don't put much weight into it for the next couple of hours, it will be completely fine by nightfall. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Harry said, smiling. Will you be all right? He asked his brother, a bit guilty he got to leave before him. For the third time, I'll be just fine, Harry. Ron and Hermione will drop by later anyway, just go have fun. Harry smiled and nodded in agreement. The party of 5 walked all the way up to the Gryffindor Tower, where the adults, with a strong feeling of nostalgia, said their goodbyes and left the boy to return. The greeting by his housemates was loud to say the least. A few of Fred and George's fireworks flew around the room, and someone had obviously paid a visit to the kitchens, judging from the abundance of food laying around. Amazing catch, Harry, Neville exclaimed, running to greet his friend. But is your hand all right? And how's Adrian? He's just fine, Harry assured the boy. A little startled and dizzy from a very impressive bump he managed to get on his head, but otherwise unharmed. And Madame Pomfrey healed my arm in no time, he said, smiling. Thanks, by the way, Nev. Who knows what would have happened had Lockhart managed to reach me. Don't mention it, Harry. Neville stated, smiling back at the green-eyed wizard. That's what friends are for, right? Harry's smile widened at the proclamation, threatening to tear his face in two. Friend. He used to think he had had friends before, but that title was mostly held by Ron and Hermione. And those two were friends of his brother that occasionally hang out with him too. But a friend all of his own. Someone that had chosen to befriend him for himself. He had never had that before, Neville. That's exactly what friends are for, Nev. Harry agreed and pushed his friend towards the twins that were once again showcasing their aptitude for all things prank-related in the middle of the room. It was late at night when Harry finally had the occurrence to take the cloak from his brother's trunk and slip outside the common room, trying to find an easy way to broach the subject of him hearing voices to Severus. Was there even a way to broach such a subject and not end up sounding crazy? He was at the bottom of the grand staircase when he heard it. Tear, kill, Harry froze. Not again, he mumbled as he ran towards the voice, wand drawn. Rationally, it was the wrong thing to do, run towards an unidentified danger. But what could he do? Last time it was Mrs. Norris who got petrified. What if something worse happened this time? I can smell you, so hungry. The voice was going upwards again and Harry followed. Kill, time to kill. The sound was coming from a few corridors up still. It was close to the infirmary. Harry doubled his efforts, thinking of his brother. Die, mudblood. Harry run the few stairs, stood frozen at the sight, then greeted him. On the floor lay a prone form, a small body, his camera still held in front of his face. Colin Creevey lay on the floor petrified. Harry couldn't tell how long he stood there. A noise was heard from the stairs below him and he looked down to see the headmaster, clad in woolen robes and a nightcap, a steaming cup in his hands, climbing the stairs. Not wanting to be found there, Harry walked softly towards the corridor behind him, running only when he turned around the first corner. Out of breath he knocked on Severus's office. Calm down, Harry, Severus exclaimed as the boy entered the office in a half-invisible blear. What happened? Colin Creevey. He's been petrified. Dad, I was just there. It was the voice. I followed it there. Harry was breathing heavily, pacing up and down the room. How could this have happened? A student petrified? Severus asked numbly. And you followed a voice. What voice? The flames in the fireplace turned green and Severus placed the invisibility cloak swiftly on Harry before hastily replacing his disillusionment charms and approaching. The face of Minerva McGonagall appeared on the burning embers. "Severus," she called. There was anxiousness in her tone, panic even. "Minerva, what seems to be the problem?" A student was found by Albus on the grand staircase. A first-year student petrified. "It's awful, Severus." Harry had never heard the usually collected deputy headmistress sound like that. "Calm down, Minerva." Severus spoke evenly. "Is the student at the infirmary?" "Yes, Albus carried him there." She breathed in deeply. "Can you come over? We need your confirmation that it's the same thing that happened to Filch's cat." "I'm on my way." "Should I alert the students?" Albus said we shouldn't. "They will find out tomorrow. We shouldn't spread panic in the middle of the night." The potions master nodded. "I will be there in a few minutes." McGonagall's face disappeared from the fireplace and Severus turned back to Harry, who took off the cloak. I'll be back in an hour tops. You should stay here and try to relax, then I want you to tell me everything." He waved his wand, producing a cup of hot chocolate as Harry sat in an armchair. The minutes ticked by slowly as Harry thought. The voice had to be real, how else could it lead him to the place of the attack? But why was he the only one to hear it? He looked at the empty painting on the wall, deep in thought. What was happening in Hogwarts this time? In the meantime, Severus had reached the infirmary. The student was indeed a first-year Gryffindor called Colin Creevey and a great fan of Adrian Potter. He had apparently sneaked out of the Gryffindor common room to snap a picture of his hero. Hoping he had caught a glimpse of the attacker, Albus had opened the lid of his camera. A thick grey smoke and the smell of burned plastic was all his action revealed. Dumbledore seemed to know who the heir was, Severus thought as he returned to his office, having verified Creevey had fallen victim of the same fate that had befallen Mrs. Norris. Albus knew but still seemed perplexed as to how it was possible. And a perplexed Albus was never good news. Then there was Harry, the potions master thought, quickening his step. The boy had avoided speaking to him for a few weeks, that in itself was highly unusual. The fact that he seemed preoccupied was unnerving. The way he looked earlier that night was right down disturbing. He had been pale and going on and on about a voice that had led him to the scene of the crime. He opened the door to his office, a pair of emerald eyes boring into his immediately. "Is Colin really?" "Yes, he has been petrified." Severus confirmed. Harry sunk back into the armchair. "Oh," he mumbled softly. "You wanted to tell me something before Minerva called." The potions master reminded him, sitting right across him. Harry lifted his eyes, contemplative, as if he was trying to find the right words. "That too, was never good news. Last spring, Ron Weasley told me that I was losing my mind from all the studying I was doing." Harry began, remembering a conversation from last May. "Why is this relevant?" "I think he was right. On you studying too much," Severus offered, trying to lift his mood. "Not that. The losing my mind part." Harry corrected him. "And what made you think you're losing your mind?" Harry looked at the floor, crestfallen. "I may be hearing voices that nobody else hears." He finally admitted. "Voices? Well, one voice really. Quite the bloodthirsty one. It keeps repeating that it wants to kill someone." Harry looked back at Severus's eyes with fear. "To kill you said?" Severus asked. Harry hearing voices was not a good thing indeed. Mostly because it was Harry who was hearing them, and that probably indicated a magical threat rather than insanity. "And with the resent attacks?" "Yep," Harry agreed, trying and failing to sound lighthearted. "I hear a murderous voice coming from the walls. Not a very good sign for my sanity, I fear." For argument's sake, Severus began as he rose from his chair to sit at the corner of his desk, closer to Harry. "Let's say you're not, and I truly believe you're not crazy." Harry nodded, quite liking the idea. "And if you're not crazy, there has to be another explanation for the voice." "Like what?" Harry asked, sitting straighter in his chair. "You said you're the only one who can hear it." "Yes," Harry confirmed. "I was waiting for Adrian to get through with his detention with Lockhart first time I heard it." Harry explained, rubbing his eyes. "I thought that Adrian might need to see a friendly face after so many hours locked in the same room as Lockhart, answering his mail, but the detention went on forever and I was half asleep on the floor. When I heard the voice, I passed it off as a ghost playing tricks, quite possibly Peeves." "Reasonable enough," Severus agreed. "The second time was right before Mrs. Norris was petrified." Adrian, Ron and Hermione had managed to get stuck at nearly headless Nick's death day party without food, and I had, kind of, ditched them to go to the Halloween feast. I decided to ask the house elves to prepare something for them and take it to the common room when I heard the voice, claiming it wanted to kill, heading towards the Great Hall. I had just read the message on the wall when Adrian showed up. I hid behind the tapestry and mingled with the students when the feast was over. And why didn't you tell me then? Severus asked, confused. I wanted to, but I just wanted to have a better explanation than being crazy before I said anything. Harry looked ashamed as he admitted why he was avoiding him. It was silly, of course, Harry thinking that he could ever believe him crazy, Severus thought. You know you can talk to me about anything, right? The potions master asked. Yeah, and I want you to, even if it is about voices you hear that shouldn't be there. He thought of his statement a bit better. Especially if it is about voices you hear. He corrected. Do you? Harry gulped. Do you think if I had told you sooner Colin wouldn't? No. Don't shoulder the blame for that too. Severus warned him. We have no idea what's responsible for these attacks and who this heir is. Well, Dumbledore seems to know, but even he couldn't do anything to prevent the latest attack. Harry nodded once, not completely convinced. Anyway, the third time I heard it was tonight. I followed it all the way to the place where I found Colin. But I was already on the way to tell you. After Dobby popped in last night. Dobby? Severus asked, confused. A house elf that visited my brother last night, Harry explained, narrating what he had heard. The potions master rubbed his eyes tiredly. How could a house elf know what was to happen in Hogwarts before it did? How could an elf know about the attacks? And if the elf, Dobby, did know, why did he warn Adrian and not the headmaster? Let's take one thing at a time here. Before I lose my mind. Severus suggested. Okay. First of all, promise you will always come to me when something bothers you. The way I see it, hearing you out and helping every way I can is in my job description. Harry smiled. I promise, Dad. Severus smiled back. Now, back to that voice, I believe we can say for sure that it's not a product of your imagination. Severus explained. It has led you to the place of the attacks twice already. So you think that the voice and the attacks are connected? Harry asked. Admit you have already thought about it, even fleetingly. Severus stated, cocking an eyebrow. Harry nodded. He had thought about it, but only after the second attack. After all, the first time he heard the voice there had been no petrified victim to account for. After tonight I did, yes. And if it's not just in your mind, it's real. And if it's real, why are you the only one hearing it? Severus asked, the question sending both of them into a contemplative silence. Harry concentrated, gathering his tired mind as better as he could. What made him different than the rest of the present occupants in the castle that could lead him into hearing voices? Well, he was an alchemist, Harry thought, but hearing voices, just like in most magical arts, with perhaps the notable exception of divination, was generally frowned upon amongst alchemists too. His eyes widened at the next possible solution. On one hand it would make sense, as, in essence, he did possess an ability allowed him to hear voices that others didn't, and, on the other hand, it would make no sense at all. For why would AS be attacking Muggle-born students? Sev, Harry asked tentatively. Any ideas? Just one. And that would be. The potions master urged him on. Could me being a Parselmouth have had anything to do with that voice I've been hearing? Severus cocked an eyebrow as he pondered the green-eyed boy's suggestion. Because while, yes, it was the most viable explanation when Salazar Slytherin got involved, SS always followed, it didn't quite foreshadow well. It most probably does. The potions master agreed, nodding absent-mindedly. But I'm not sure if that's reassuring. You'd rather I'd gone mental? Harry asked with a soft smirk. No, not really. The potions master agreed, his expression still one of worry. Still, you do realize that, if it's indeed AS you're hearing, and what else could it be with the heir of Slytherin supposedly in Hogwarts, then it's AS with homicidal tendencies, strongly prejudiced against Muggleborns and with the ability to petrify them. And it's somehow slithering unseen around the castle, at the beck and call of whoever this supposed heir is. Harry leaned back on his chair. I see your point, he admitted. What I don't understand is, Harry begun after a lengthy pause, what kind of S could do something like that? What species has the power to petrify? That, Harry, is yet another good question. Severus stated, making a mental list of the abilities of each kind of S he knew. Many could poison, some had magical properties of various types and many magical or not could kill. But petrify. And one I'm afraid I can't answer. The potion's master concluded with a sigh. He could already feel a massive headache coming his way. Harry, is yet another good question. Severus stated, making a mental list of the abilities of each kind of S he knew. Many could poison, some had magical properties of various types and many magical or not could kill. But petrify. And one I'm afraid I can't answer. The potion's master concluded with a sigh. He could already feel a massive headache coming his way. Harry was fuming. It was true that it wasn't the first time it happened, but he was slowly getting frustrated. Adrian was whispering with Ron and Hermione again, their hushed tones not passing as anything close to the inconspicuous conversation they aimed for. And it wasn't that Harry was opposed to Adrian having his secrets and his own life. He imagined being opposed to something like that would be pretentious at the least, considering the secrets himself kept. But they were twins. And while he kept his secrets, the green-eyed boy thought, he did it to protect his brother. If telling wouldn't put his brother in immediate danger, he would have told him everything. But this wasn't a life-and-death situation, it was some sort of mischief Adrian was going to get involved with along with Ron and Hermione and, once again, he wasn't included in their private circle. So he just watched them from behind his charms textbook, talking and plotting, ignorant to him observing them. But then again the rest of the common room seemed oblivious to their conspiratorial conversation. His fellow Gryffindors were currently far too absorbed looking at the next grand pyrotechnic display of the Weasley twins to notice, so the golden trio as the students had taken to calling Adrian, Ron and Hermione had no reason to believe they were being watched. Harry sighed and tried to concentrate on his textbook again. It was charms, this time for real, just not of the second year. Though anyone that looked at what he was reading would be none the wiser, he was studying sixth-year material. His attention however, as it usually went when his brother was plotting something that could possibly prove dangerous for his own well-being, just wasn't in it. It had been a hectic month since Severus and Harry had realized it was AS that caused the attacks. What type was still uncertain and Severus was getting on his last nerve, looking downright murderous while reading all the books he could find on the subject. Harry himself was dividing his time between trying to find out what his brother was up to and moving on with his studies. The potions master had urged him to go on, reminding him that falling behind schedule would do nothing but prevent him from dealing with the S when the time came. Severus of course, had no intention of letting him deal with Slytherin's monster alone, probably didn't even want him near a 10-mile radius of it. Harry realized, but he was doing his best to make sure the green-eyed wizard wasn't obsessing over it. Harry, on his part, was trying to fill his free time with anything else but the S, since he had hit a dead end on his own research, so he read on alchemy, charms, hexes, potions, runes and even his animagus transformation. "Are you sure we have everything we need?" Ron asked from across the room. And speaking of animagus transformations, the green-eyed wizard thought, he really shouldn't have heard Ron from that far away, the redhead was whispering after all. He had noticed occurrences like that before, and a bit of careful reading on some old parchments from Nicholas's collection Severus had smuggled in the castle confirmed his suspicions. It seemed that, once an animagus transformation was completed successfully, elements of the human and the animal form leaked to each other. It was usually the stronger or one of the strongest characteristics of each form, so Severus and Harry had been experiencing some improvement in their hearing, one of the strongest assets of a wolf. It also explained, the green-eyed boy guessed, why both his and Severus's wolf forms were pitch black, what with their hair and everything. And it definitely gave him some insight on Sirius's character. "Everything is set, don't worry, Ron," Hermione assured him, and then they resumed talking, whispering too softly for even Harry to hear in the crowded common room. That was still too noisy, despite the fireworks show was over. Harry knew enough to understand that, when asking if they had everything they needed, Ron was referring to potions ingredients. After a disastrous potions class where a filibuster firework had magically appeared inside a cauldron filled with swelling solution that ended up on various students, a fuming Severus had discovered some ingredients from his personal storage had gone missing. After Harry had eavesdropped on his brother a bit, they had managed to put two and two together, and the green-eyed wizard had to restrain Severus from slipping some truth serum in Adrian's cup, reminding him it was slightly illegal to drug students. And though they had no real evidence of the Golden Trio being behind the theft, the potion's master had made the unnerving discovery that the ingredients taken were used primarily for the polyjuice potion. Harry was still mentally recovering from that one. Studying for charms. Neville's voice sounded tired as he slumped next to his friend on the couch, his textbook one of them in his hand and a look of hopelessness on his face. Yes, Harry offered simply, smiling sympathetically at his friend's predicament. I swear, if I read another line on how amazing Lockhart is, I'm hexing him next chance I get. That's the spirit, Harry exclaimed, congratulating Neville, who was still a bit taken aback from his own proclamation. Lockhart's books are messing with my mind, I swear. Well, at least you're not dealing with the voice of an unknown murderous Nev, Harry thought tiredly. I think your mind is rebelling against Lockhart's writing, honestly. Harry offered. It was nice to see Neville expressing himself without feeling embarrassed, even if it was just when he was around, the green-eyed wizard surmised. Between Quirrell and Lockhart, it's no surprise I can't cast a good defense spell to save my life. The brown-eyed boy stated self-depreciatingly. Harry pondered on that for a few seconds. There was a war coming, sometime in the future, and he didn't know when exactly. Maybe it would be in a decade, maybe in a month. What would happen to Neville then? He shivered at the thought. His mind was made up without hesitation. Look, Nev, Harry began, taking a spare scroll from the table in front of him where his completed Transfiguration essay lay, inking his quill and writing down the titles of a couple of the books he had read and had helped him with his basic spellwork. He knew that if Neville wanted to improve, and he knew that his friend not only wanted to that but also had what it took to achieve it, he would have to start with the basics. Here are some books that have really helped me out, Harry said, and gave the small list to Neville. You can start with those, you can borrow them from the library, and then continue with our year's normal curriculum. Once you've read them, I'll help you practice. How does that sound? Neville just looked between the list in his hands and Harry in utter disbelief. You mean it? I wouldn't offer to help you if I didn't mean it, Harry assured him with a smile. Isn't that what friends are for? Neville's answering smile was blinding, his eyes moist. That's exactly what friends are for, he answered, and Harry chuckled at the role reversal. He couldn't wait till Christmas Day. Neville was bound to be stunned with his gift. He had been working on that idea for months, and Severus had been overjoyed to help. Well, Severus had been overjoyed that Harry had finally found a friend his age in general and wholly approved of the green-eyed wizard's choice. Neville Longbottom was a timid boy, he had said, but only due to the way he was raised. He had potential, Severus was sure, and had gladly agreed to help orate what Harry had in mind. And that was the only thing that Severus had enjoyed the past few weeks. With everything that was on his mind, he was very close to his breaking point. So, it came as no surprise to Harry that the potion's master chose to unleash some of his pent-up frustration just to torment Lockhart. The green-eyed wizard didn't mind anyway. The prancing idiot had managed to take a dueling club and turned it to a theater. Thus Severus had actually volunteered to help him just so he could get a chance to curse him to oblivion. Harry was one of the students clapping when he hexed Lockhart with a vicious Expelliarmus to the other side of the room. Even the Ponce had realized he was out of his league and hastened to pair the students for some practice. Adrian was just about to duel with Ron, Harry taking his place opposite to Neville, when his brother caught Draco's sneer from the other side of the room. The staring contest evolved into a duel, with Lockhart shouting at them that they were only supposed to disarm their opponent. The blonde had even gone and used some basic burgeoning spells that were inadmissible to duels between minors and would have caused serious damage had someone else been his opponent instead of Adrian. One of the deflected curses from Adrian's shielding charm almost hit Justin Finch-Fletchley in the face, resulting to the poor boy fainting from the mere shock. And while Harry and Severus were unsuccessful in their attempts to find the attacker or the kind of S that caused the attacks, a day after the dueling club incident, Justin was found petrified, having escaped bodily damage from Draco's curses only to be assaulted by Slytherin's monster pet. And even worse, petrified next to him floated nearly headless Nick. How in bloody hell can you petrify a ghost? Harry had exclaimed furiously at Severus's office that night. It was a mark of how preoccupied the potion's master was that he didn't even caution the green-eyed wizard to watch his language. And worst thing was, it had been Adrian who had discovered the victims and Peeves who had stumbled over Adrian. Once again rumors flied around the school with the poltergeist feeding the fire, up to the point where everybody suspected it was Adrian himself that was the Slytherin heir. That had only seemed to have intensified his brother's urgency to finish whatever it was he was planning with his friends and Harry's urge to bang his head against the wall. And there they were, a few days before Christmas holidays, planning to stay in the castle once again. Their parents would be busy for most of the holidays and, while the Potter twins would flow over a day before Christmas, they would spend the greater part of their holidays at Hogwarts. That worked just fine for Adrian it seemed, but not for Harry who, besides dreading that whatever his brother was planning would prove catastrophic, had also been dying to try out his latest design. All those sleepless nights and the pent-up worry had led to some very productive late-night designs on his broomstick side project. Studying for charms? Fred asked, plopping down next to Harry on the couch, startling the boy from his thoughts. Yep, Harry answered laconically, closing the book as he scooted over for George to sit down too. Blimey mate, is that all you do? George asked, cocking an eyebrow. They seemed in a much more serious disposition than they usually were, Harry realized, and couldn't help wondering why. A letter in Fred's hand, on which he could just make out the writing of their mother, told him part of the story, and the fact that the twins had gotten detention again, blowing up Merlin knew what a few days ago told him the rest. Trouble at home? He asked calmly as the two of them looked at each other. Perceptive, aren't ya? George asked, sighing. Whatever that letter was, it must have been pretty bad. So I've been told. Harry agreed with a nod. And that means I'm right. Yeah, Fred confirmed. Mom learned of our latest detention and I get it, Harry assured him. I'm not sure you do, George stated, sharing a look with his brother. The green-eyed wizard regarded them carefully. And why would that be? Surely, your mother can't be that angry. It's not that, mate. It's just that everybody knows you're some sort of renegade Ravenclaw, joining Gryffindor just for the better Quidditch team. Fred completed his brother's sentence in a matter-of-fact voice. What? Harry asked, confused. Nobody thinks of me like that. Do they? Suddenly the common room felt just a bit smaller. They do, even Flitwick said so once. Harry's eyes widened in confusion. Professor Flitwick thinks that I'm a renegade Ravenclaw. No, but he said you should be in Ravenclaw and, you know what? That's actually why you don't get it. The green-eyed boy opted on agreeing, he surely didn't get it now. I must admit that you lost me. What Fred means, George explained, is that you're the top student in your year and the Gryffindor Seeker. Mom was talking to Remus, who told her something about a magazine subscription he got you for Christmas last year, and she tends to compare, he mumbled almost inaudibly. Harry smiled sadly. My mother does the same, you know. The twins' attention shifted from looking at the carpet gloomily to him in a fraction of a second. She does. They chorused, two identical, confused pairs of blue eyes staring back at him. Not consciously, I think, but she does. Harry assured them, shrugging. Just with my mother, she's not one that will send a letter about it, but I can see it sometimes, when Adrian and I are in the same room with her. It's the little things in my case, but I get what you mean. Fred and George regarded Harry just a little differently, not like they had never seen him before, just as if they had discovered something about him that they had never imagined was there. And Harry on his part understood there was more to the twins than playfulness and pranks. Maybe you do get it after all, Fred admitted, stealing a glance towards Adrian. Well, at least you don't get the comparison shoved in your face, George offered. Was it the detention that did it this time? Harry asked curiously. It's not just that, George admitted. Owls are coming next year and Mom wanted to know what we're thinking of doing after school. Fred explained. She was hoping we'd want to work in the ministry, we said no, and things just got nastier from that point. I see. And just what do you want to do after school? We were thinking of opening our own shop in Diagon Alley, George confessed after a short pause. A jokes shop, just like Zonko's. You sure have the knack for it, Harry said, smiling. He could see that happening in a few years. I wish Mom saw it your way. George was looking at the letter in Fred's hands as he spoke. Well, that's not as important as it seems now, Harry stated. You can't decide for your future based on what everyone else wants you to do. It's your future after all. Yeah, but look at it this way. The green-eyed wizard interrupted Fred. If you follow a career you don't really like, you'll end up miserable, or at least forever live to wonder what would have happened if you had followed your dream. Do you think your mother wants that? No, They both mumbled. Exactly. If you try and see it her way, I believe you'll find out she's just scared. Your mother understands that it will be easier to just work at the ministry. It will give you a steady job and an income that will support a comfortable life for you. Having your own business is that much more risky, I guess. But if you really want it and work towards making it true, you'll win her over eventually, don't worry. Harry said, trying to reassure the twins. Our little Harrykins has gone and matured on us. Fred exclaimed with a smirk, his eyes finally sparkling again. And so smart too. George seconded. So smart, I seldom understand a word I say. Harry offered seriously, causing a round of chuckles. But really now, if opening a shop is what you want, give it a try. I, for one, would put money on that idea. We might just take you up on that one, Potter. George threatened. So, should we expect you to follow our path and not become the perfect head boy everyone expects? Fred asked. The perfect head boy. Merlin forbid. Harry exclaimed in mock fear. Then what should we expect from you? A career in Quidditch perhaps. Harry chuckled once. Quidditch, you said? He asked, thinking of the half-finished designs of race broomsticks inside his trunk. That's a thought. I'm happily surprised, my dear boy. Fred announced in his best Dumbledore imitation. Jubilant I would say. Ecstatic. George added, imitating Percy and shaking Harry's hand for a good measure. I just can't get your surprise. I'm already a renegade Ravenclaw, as you said, what's stopping me from being a complete wild card? The green-eyed wizard rationalized with a smirk. Nothing we can see, both twins exclaimed. The evening passed pleasantly after that. Harry decided to spend more time with the twins in the future. There was definitely more to them than what met the eye, and he could connect to that a bit. The week ended and the majority of the students returned home for the winter break. Hermione, the Weasleys, Neville, who had asked his grandmother if he could stay and be spared the grand family reunion, citing he needed to study as a reason, and the Potters were practically the only ones left in Gryffindor house, and even Harry and Adrian left for the day before Christmas, as their parents would be away for a week and return just after New Year's Eve. Harry thought he might have been seeing things, but there was some sort of tension between Lily and James that wasn't there before. He wrote it off as his imagination as he returned to the castle early on Christmas morning. Presents had been exchanged and, after having a good laugh at the newly enchanted courtesy of the Weasley twins' Percy's prefect badge, that now read Pinhead, the green-eyed Potter twin walked towards the dungeons to Severus's office. His brother and his friends seemed overexcited that morning, but it was Christmas after all, and besides, the only interesting thing that Harry had gotten out of his brother was that, when he had gone to Dumbledore's office after discovering Justin and Nick, Fawkes had regenerated. So, deciding to enjoy Christmas Day, Harry told Neville not to give him his present yet and meet him at the Great Hall in an hour. Like that, he was dungeon-bound and had just enough time to exchange his gifts with Severus before going to fetch Neville for his Christmas surprise. Merry Christmas, Harry, the potions master exclaimed when the boy in question entered his office. He was in a good mood from what Harry could see, and that promptly put a smile on his face. Severus had gotten him some freshly cut ash branches, perfect for the broom he was designing, a professional broomsmith kit. All prototype models were made using those tools, he explained. After Harry got over the fact said tools were made from pure silver, and a scroll he insisted he would give him later, just to heighten the suspense. Harry on his part, presented him with 3 large tomes on potions, neatly wrapped in dark green paper, titled Skincraftens Breawan, or The Art of Potion Making. The books were clad in the finest dark brown leather with swirling patterns of silver on their backs. Severus opened the first one, with a childlike excitement. His mouth fell open at the sight. Where did you find these texts? He asked, his eyes skimming over recipes and potions rare or forgotten. I asked Minnie to visit my vault and find anything there was on Nicholas's collection on the subject of rare potions. It was mostly in different scrolls and in various states of fraying parchment. But I asked her to bring those I found interesting at school, a few at a time, since I didn't finish the whole thing during the summer. I only read a few in detail, but I did my best to catalog them and make legible copies out of the originals. According to their titles and some brief reading of their descriptions, I believe my classification is understandable. Harry stated, shrugging, his eyes still stuck on a delicate silver instrument in his toolbox. A tool he almost dropped as Severus enveloped him in a hug. You just have to go and surprise me every single time, don't you? The potions master inquired, laughing. I'm trying, came Harry's muffled response. I take it you like your gift. You think? The potions master asked with a wide smile. I love it. He turned the pages softly, his smile widening by the second. He couldn't believe some of the potions that were included in there. Good, Harry stated, exhaling. No, Harry, it's perfect. Severus closed the book and placed it carefully on his desk. Love you, kid. Love you too, Dad. The green-eyed boy offered back. And now, about that scroll. Ah, the scroll, Severus stated, taking said parchment from the desk. His smile widened as he handed the old parchment to Harry. I did some research on the book I gave you last Christmas on Animagus transformation, and this is what I came up with. The green-eyed wizard unrolled the parchment and started reading, his eyes turned wider and wider with each word. Is this for real? He asked, looking at a smug potions master. As real as it gets. Multiple animagi forms, Harry whispered, his hands tightening slightly on the scroll, a shocked smile making its way on his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, but how? The boy asked, almost jumping on his toes. It's not easy, Severus explained, taking the parchment from Harry's hands before the boy ripped it in his tightening grasp. The first form you get is instinctual, it's connected to your magical core, it's more of an inherent expression of the power that triggers the animagus transformation that mostly depends on your character. But if the form you take is predestined, how can you provoke a second one? Harry asked, not having had time to read the whole text on the parchment in his haste to make sure there actually was such a possibility. Once you have completed your first transformation once, what you have technically done is learn how to channel the type of magic necessary to become an animagus. The animal you turn into is not the problem at that point because you feel how it should all turn out. Your second transformation is the complete opposite of that. The potions master elaborated, with a vividness Harry wished he was free to use while teaching too. Opposite how? It's quite simple as a concept, but much harder to execute. Severus continued. This time you already have the ability to morph your body, you understand how it works, but mentally, you keep channeling it towards the form you know how to change into. So what, you just imagine of a second form and… Not that simple, I'm afraid. Severus interrupted him. As I said, the first form is inherent, you just imagine your body changing and it does. You don't have to think of how your muscles or bones and arteries should be like, because your body already knows what to do, all you have to focus on is harnessing the magical ability to do it. Harry understood what Severus was saying. In a way, he had never wondered before how comes he turned into a wolf without knowing how the body of a wolf worked. So how is a second transformation possible? Since your mind doesn't know how to do it, you just have to teach it. Severus explained with a smirk. And by that you mean, pick an animal and study it, its anatomy, the way it walks and interacts, how it feeds, how it breathes, everything actually. The potions master stated. Once you know how the end result should be, your magic takes care of the rest. Harry just gaped at Severus in awe. And how comes I've never heard of this before? The green-eyed boy asked, not really caring, too interested in starting working on the second transformation. Well, I imagine the information was known at some point in time, but animagus transformation was deemed illegal during the 17th century, and for a century after that most of the old manuscripts on the subject ended up being destroyed and is still closely monitored today. And needless to say, it takes a strong wizard or a great deal of help to become an animagus. A second transformation takes even more. It needs dedication and months, maybe years of studying. Severus rationalized. Plus, I have the feeling the book I found in my family's library was one of those that were supposed to have been destroyed under the ministry decree 3 centuries ago. You have to hate the ministry sometimes. Harry mumbled, looking at the parchment in thought. He was already trying to come up with an animal he would want to be transformed into. You know, I always loved to fly. The boy simply explained as Severus nodded, smirking. I'll see what I can do. He offered back, and they fell into a discussion on the subject. Said discussion made time fly, and Harry had to run back to the Great Hall, much to the potions master's amusement, to fetch Neville. It was a panting but very excited Harry that caught up with his friend as the latter was walking down the stairs. Hi, Nev, follow me. And he turned around to run to the dungeons again when a laughing Neville placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Why don't you try breathing first? The boy asked, looking at his friend with a critical eye. Good idea, Harry admitted, smirking back. So, Neville asked as the green-eyed wizard tried to catch his breath, any chance I'll be getting a hint as to what you got me? The boy was toying with the purple bow on what Harry supposed was his gift. It was a small box in an expensive-looking, golden wrapping paper and had definitely stirred Harry's curiosity. Nope, Harry offered flippantly before getting serious. He knew how afraid of Severus Neville was. Just, trust me with this, okay? Neville sobered up too and nodded once. Of course. Harry smiled once more and started walking, motioning for Neville to follow him. Harry, his friend asked, looking bewildered at the destination towards which the raven-haired boy was leading him. Why are we going towards the dungeons? You'll see, the boy answered jovially. You'll love your gift, I promise. By the time they arrived in front of Severus's office door, Neville had gone pale and was trembling slightly. Harry, he just asked, looking at his friend with terror-filled eyes. Nev, there's nothing to fear. But this is Professor Snape's office. The boy complained. What if he catches us here? First of all, he's expecting us. At that, Neville turned ashen and took a step back, knees trembling. What? He asked in a muffled voice. He is, Harry stated simply. And most importantly, Nev, Professor Snape practically raised me. At that, all trembling subsided and was promptly substituted with a bewildered look. He what? He did, Harry assured him, glad to finally be able to freely share that information with somebody. My parents, well, they were always busy with Adrian, and Sev is an old friend of my mother's. Severus had been vehement that no friend of Harry's would ever tremble at his sight. So, Harry had happily offered to paint him in a better light as much as it was possible for Neville to see. And he's not as bad as people make him to be. He's not bad at all. There went the understatement of the century. But, Neville seemed a little bit unable to grasp the idea of a likable Severus Snape. Well, as I said, he raised me. Harry reminded him with a smile. And I turned out all right, didn't I? Neville nodded. Give him a chance, Nev. You'll see. He even helped with your present. He did, the boy asked, unable to help himself. Yeah, Harry assured him. Neville seemed to consider what he had heard, before reaching a decision. He nodded once, mostly to himself, and simply stated, okay then. Thanks, Nev, Harry said and winked, knocking on the door. And did you call him Sev? Neville asked as an afterthought as the potions master in question opened the door. Good evening, Mr. Longbottom, he said softly, trying not to scare the boy off. To his merit, Neville just looked bewildered but unafraid. And Merry Christmas, Severus added, shaking the boy from his stupor. Merry Christmas, Professor. He wished back, as he was ushered into the office. Severus winked at Harry as he closed the door. The boy could tell he was enjoying this too. It was the closest they had in being themselves without taking down the concealment measures they had been using for the past years. So, ready for your present? The potions master asked Neville, who blushed a deep red. Yes, I guess, he murmured, and Severus smiled softly before walking to his desk to pull something from one of the drawers, leaving Neville staring at his retreating form, wondering if the potions master had actually smiled or if it was some trick of the light coming from the lit fireplace in the corner of the room. Speaking of said fireplace, ready, Nev? Harry asked as Severus threw a handful of flow powder in the flames. We're leaving Hogwarts, the boy asked, more surprised than panicked. I'm afraid your gift is one of the sort that has to be picked personally. The green-eyed wizard answered cryptically. And where are we going? Instead of an answer, Harry nodded towards Severus, who had stepped into the green flames, and clearly voiced, Diagon Alley. And he was gone, enveloped in a burst of magic fire. What are you getting me from Diagon Alley? And are we even allowed to leave the castle? Neville asked as Harry pushed him towards the fireplace. Well, technically, only Sev has clearance to use the flow network without checking with Dumbledore first. He smirked at Neville, who had just stepped into the hearth. If anyone asks, we were having a snowball fight by the lake. He extended the pot containing the flow powder to Neville, who picked up a handful after a second's hesitation. Diagon Alley, he called, and soon found himself exiting the fireplace of the leaky cauldron where Severus was waiting, followed almost instantly by Harry. Severus nodded at Tom on their way out, and, if the bartender found it strange that the black-clad man was accompanying two boys rather than one, his many years of experience had taught him to not comment on it. "Come on," Harry called to Neville, the moment Severus opened the entrance to the alley. "We have some way to go." "But go where?" the boy asked, watching in shock as Severus and Harry exchanged a mischievous glance. "Harry mentioned to me," the potions master began, claiming Neville's attention, "that you're using your father's old wand." The boy's eyes went as wide and round as galleons the moment his mind processed exactly what Severus had said. "Yes, I am," Neville answered numbly. "Well," Harry began with a smile, "did you know that Ollivander's is open on Christmas Day?" The stunned look on his friend's face clearly stated that he hadn't. "Ollivander's?" Neville asked, shocked. "A wand," he stated. "You're getting me a wand." He looked at his smiling friend, waiting for him to say this was just a joke. Harry just nodded. "I believe Mr. Ollivander is a wandmaker," the green-eyed wizard stated. "What else could I get you there?" The party of three had to halt for a few moments as Neville hugged Harry as tight as he could, with no apparent intention of letting him go. "Thank you, Harry. What do you say you thank me after you get your wand, Mr. Ollivander is waiting." Neville swiftly let him go and took a step backwards, trying to hide his blush. "Follow me, gentlemen," Severus said, turning around to hide his smile. A few moments later, the group of three stepped in the shop and was promptly greeted by the wandmaker himself and his pale blue stare. Sensing Neville's discomfort, Harry winked at his friend and urged him forward. "Mr. Longbottom," the old man greeted Neville. "Professor Snape has informed me of your, rather peculiar case. I was wondering why you never came in for your first wand." The wandmaker admitted, summoning the same silver measuring tape Harry remembered from last year. "I had, of course, thought that you had chosen a different wandmaker for your wand, but never getting one of your own, young man, that I had never expected." You see, Neville began, unsure of what to say. "I have already informed you there were personal reasons why Mr. Longbottom was using his father's wand," Severus stated, sparing the boy of an explanation. Neville looked at him in awe while Harry smiled brightly. Yes, of course. Mr. Ollivander said absent-mindedly. "Not that it matters at this point. Better late than ever, I say," the old wizard proclaimed as he started taking Neville's measurements for his wand. "And how is your wand treating you, Mr. Potter?" Ollivander asked as he started searching for suitable wands for Neville. "It works perfectly," Harry assured him, looking at his wand fondly. "Keeping it in pristine condition too, I see." "I try, sir." The wandmaker nodded as he returned with some wands for Neville. After a few tries, they were rewarded with a rain of yellow and green sparkles that flew out a cherry wood wand. "Ah, there we are," the wandmaker proclaimed. 13 inches, cherry with a unicorn hair. Slightly flexible and strong. He nodded happily. "A very good wand." Neville smiled happily and regarded his wand with tears in his eyes. He never stopped saying thank you as Severus paid for the wand, and while they walked back to the Leaky Cauldron, even when Severus bought them butterbeers before they left. When they finally returned to Hogwarts, Neville turned to leave, promising he would talk to no one of this outing. After all, Harry reminded him, they weren't supposed to have left the castle. The boy had almost left, before he remembered he hadn't given Harry his present yet. "It's nothing really," Neville said. "Nothing compared to what you got me, but," Harry rolled his eyes at his friend's mumbling as he unwrapped his gift to reveal. "A pocket watch?" Harry asked with twinkling eyes. It was indeed a pocket watch. Silver with elegant bronze details on both sides. "How did you know I like them?" he asked as he hugged his friend. "You always carry one, so I guessed," Neville shrugged, trailing off. "You guessed right," the green-eyed wizard assured him. "I love it, Nev." Wishing each other Merry Christmas once more, Neville left for the Owl Tower to post his holiday wishes to his family while Harry stayed back to spend a little more time with Severus. After Neville left, Harry was gleeful and Severus was pleased to see the boy opening up to a friend. Their conversation later shifted back to their secondary animagus training and the most likely candidates they could pick from. The form was crucial, they both agreed. A few hours later, Harry left Severus's office with the promise to return the next day to start working on his broomstick design, his mind filled with various types of birds of prey. He climbed the stairs to the Gryffindor Tower, just a few minutes before curfew, Fred and George welcoming him at the entrance, their faces red and excited, a testimony of the snowball fight from which they must just have returned from. Fred challenged him in a game of exploding snap and they did just that, as the night fell around the castle, soon joined by a happy Neville who cheered them on and laughed every time some cards exploded on the table. It was well over 10 when Percy returned to the common room flushed and angry when Harry realized what was exactly amiss. His brother was nowhere to be found. "You okay, Harry?" Neville asked from the couch he was seated on. "You look pale." "I might have a cold, I fear," Harry stated without missing a bit. "But tell me, do you know where my brother is?" "Where ours is, apparently," Fred offered, looking around the room. "Hermione's gone too. And after curfew." Fred was smirking and Harry sighed. He had turned his head once and they were gone. It was only an hour later when the two male counterparts of the Golden Trio returned, claiming Hermione was ill and they had taken her to the infirmary. They looked quite startled, and the next morning Severus did indeed confirm that, if black fur, pointy ears and a tail were symptoms of the new flu, then yes, Hermione was ill. "So you think they used polyjuice after all?" Harry asked, carefully shaping the first of the ash branches Severus had brought him, sitting Indian style on the thick carpet at the potions master's office, channeling his energy into the design as to not hex something. "They must have. But the potion isn't supposed to be used for animal transformations, which is most likely what Miss Granger did. It was probably an accident though," Severus concluded. "Do you think that it worked for Adrian and Ron then?" A part of him was impressed. The polyjuice was one of the most difficult potions to brew, and besides stealing the ingredients, Adrian, Hermione and Ron must have gotten their hands on the recipe somehow. It must have, thick as they are. Even Crabbe and Goyle would remember how they ended up locked in a broom closet without their shoes. And how they talked with Malfoy while I believe they were unconscious in said closet. Severus was smirking besides himself. "Seems like my brother and company are looking into the heir of Slytherin too," Harry surmised, picking up a smaller scalpel-like, silver tool to finish the details on the handle. "What do you think they found out?" Harry asked. "Probably what I did." Harry nodded once. Severus had already mentioned, a day after their talk on the he was hearing, that the chamber had been opened once before, 50 years ago, and that Hagrid had shouldered the blame, being expelled and having his wand snapped. Dumbledore never believed it, of course, having hired Hagrid as the gamekeeper of the school. And anyone who ever met Hagrid could testify that, his liking to dangerous creatures, which probably got him to this whole mess in the first place put aside, he had a heart of gold. Severus had also found out that there had been a death at the time, that almost forced the school to close. It was still unclear as to who the girl that had died because it was a girl was, as Albus and Minerva, who had been at school at the time, had came to an agreement not to talk about it. But Hagrid was caught by a prefect called T.M. Riddle. The headmaster always seemed to lose the twinkle in his eyes when he spoke of the incident. "And who was that Riddle character?" Harry asked, carefully weighting the broomstick in making. "All I could find about him was that he was a head boy. He got an award for capturing Hagrid and a medal of magical merit," Severus pointed out. "After that he seems to have dropped out the face of the earth. Albus knows something, as usual, but he's not sharing, also as usual, may I add." Harry nodded once and looked pensively at the different twigs on the floor. "He must have been a proper git if he blamed Hagrid for the attacks," Harry stated, making Severus chuckle in agreement. "Birch or oak?" "Excuse me," Severus asked, confused. "Sorry, I meant for the tail of the broomstick," Harry clarified. "Oh, no idea. Does it make a difference?" "A great one, trust me," Harry stated, pondering on his choices. "Then go with your instinct." "Birch it is," Harry stated, picking up some of the twigs in front of him. "You're doing some progress with it," the potions master observed. "Well, the actual design, once you get the calculations out of the way, is the easy part. It's the spellwork afterwards that's difficult." Severus just rolled his eyes. Of course Harry would think broomstick design was easy. He had raised a genius. It was the 1st of February when Hermione left the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey having released her a day after she had stopped coughing out hairballs. The school was as quiet as it could be with 2 petrified students. The mandrakes were growing perfectly and Lockhart had gone far too long without doing something stupid. But Harry didn't dwell on that much. It was a book that had captured his interest. That, in itself, wasn't unusual. It was the book that made the difference. It wasn't something extravagant, just a simple diary that looked too old to be his brother's. But it was Adrian who was carrying it around and he seemed to be focused on it lately. And it wasn't until the 14th of February, and the terrible fiasco that was Lockhart's Valentine extravaganza, that Harry paid the book any special attention. Adrian had just received a music Valentine. Harry imagined it was the Weasley twins' idea, and the commotion that was caused somehow ended with the hazel-eyed Potter twins' bag torn and red ink staining all of his books. And even if Harry saw the diary getting covered in ink, there wasn't even a stain on it as Adrian picked it up. Pushing plotting revenge on Lockhart aside, mixing up a quick potion to slip at him at any given occurrence, Harry focused his attention on the diary. But so did his brother, and since that night, he never left it from his sight, always coming to check up on it during breaks. "It's frustrating," Harry exclaimed one night a few days before Easter holidays. The days had gone by fast and the only exciting thing he did was chose his second form for the animagus transformation. It was a Falco peregrinus, or a peregrine falcon, the world's fastest bird of prey whose kind was widespread enough to not raise many eyebrows if seen. Severus had wholeheartedly agreed with the suggestion and was in the process of procuring any documents he could find on it. "Don't you think you've been focusing far too much on that diary?" Severus asked, copying some notes down for his Wolfesbane potion. He was getting closer by the day, having almost perfected the recipe with the exception of the stabilizing element he aimed for. "So does Adrian. Ever considered it might actually be his diary?" The potion's master deadpanned. "It would make sense if he didn't want anyone to read it." "Adrian isn't the type that keeps a diary," Harry countered, absent-mindedly adding some runes on a sigil he was designing. "You never know, Harry." But the green-eyed wizard was proved right when, one day, after returning from Quidditch practice, Adrian found his trunk open and the diary missing. "Riddle's diary," Harry had heard Ron calling it. "I heard him loud and clear, I swear," Harry exclaimed. "I believe you, Harry," Severus stated, deep in thought, as the young Gryffindor paced the floor of his office. "All this time it was there, right under my nose," the boy exclaimed. "And now what? You know what this means, right?" Severus asked solemnly, trying to form his response. "Someone didn't want whatever was written inside that diary to be known. And only Gryffindors know the passwords to the common room." "Exactly," the potion's master agreed. "Things had just become that much more confusing." "You know what this means, right?" Severus asked solemnly. "Someone didn't want whatever was written inside that diary to be known. And only Gryffindors know the passwords to the common room." "Exactly," the potion's master agreed. "Things had just become that much more confusing." It was just before the last Quidditch game of the year when things went from complicated to almost desperate. Harry was just about to get out on the field when Professor McGonagall stopped the team from leaving the changing rooms. Hermione and a Ravenclaw prefect had been petardified, just outside the library. Lily and James did their best to calm down Adrian, who looked ready to burst, while Harry was more interested to the fact that Hermione had been found with a mirror in her hand. "I'm an idiot," Severus stated as Harry mentioned the mirror. "I seriously disagree," the boy countered. "No, I am. A 12-year-old student got it before I did." "Got what?" "What the S is," Severus explained, rubbing his eyes. "You know what the S is. It's a basilisk, Harry." "A bloody basilisk," Severus exclaimed. The reaction that elicited from Harry was just what he expected. The boy paled and slipped slowly on his chair. "But basilisk's look doesn't petrify it, of course." Harry trailed off, thinking back to the scenes of the crime, the pool of water on the floor, Colin's camera, Hermione's mirror, and even nearly headless Nick. Nobody looked straight at the basilisk, did they? I mean, Nick did, but he was dead already. My thoughts exactly. And then the roosters being slaughtered, how did I miss this? The potion's master asked, clearly angry with himself. Because when one hears galloping he thinks of horses, not thestrals. Harry stated tiredly. We knew AS was petrifying students, so we looked for AS that could petrify students, not one that could possibly but highly unlikely do it. And I thought that basilisks were extinct. They're supposed to be, Severus agreed. Remind me to share that information with the petrified victims once they wake up. Severus smirked slightly. I will not omit to do just that. The potion's master sat in the corner of his desk, looking at Harry skeptically. One thing I don't get. What? The basilisks are huge SS, how could one roam around the castle? Severus wondered. Someone must have seen. I don't know. Harry answered thoughtfully. He revised the incidents when he had heard the voice in his head. Well, I did hear it talking from inside the walls. That's why I thought it was a ghost in the first place. Severus's left eye twitched. What? I'm never ever taking a shower in this castle again. The potions master stated decisively, already planning making a trip back to Silbreth at least once a day. Why? Harry asked, and then the impact of Severus's declaration hit him. The pipes. You think the basilisk is moving through the pipes? The boy shuddered at the thought. Suddenly, the warm showers he had taken all through winter made him shiver in disgust. Where else? Severus asked, trying to forget he had just showered only a few hours ago. Finding out what the S seemed to do nothing to alleviate the situation. A few weeks after Hermione was petrified, things seemed gloomier than ever. The only cheery person around was Lockhart, who was convinced and was trying to convince everybody else too that he was the reason the attacks had stopped. From what Harry had noticed, Ron and his brother were sending confused looks at Harry, affirming his suspicions that the diary actually contained information that pointed to Hagrid being the one who had unleashed the Slytherin monster all those years ago. A silly notion, Harry thought, and his brother seemed to share his opinion. He only appeared hesitant to ask Hagrid about the subject rather than feeling the giant was a threat. Harry felt it was better that way. The less his brother knew of the subject, the further away he would stay from danger. But on that subject, Adrian had a different opinion completely. It was only a few nights after he had made that thought that the green-eyed wizard followed his twin and Ron as they headed towards Hagrid's hut. Well, to be accurate, he rather followed their general direction, flying in the night sky with his nimbus as they were under the invisibility cloak. He didn't have time to place a tracing spell on his brother, and even if he did, chances were that he was by now trained enough to recognize it, but he had heard they would be heading there. So he watched from above as Hagrid opened the door to welcome them and the two boys entered his home. Even his hearing wasn't good enough to listen to what was being said inside, but he dared not approach more. And it was a good thing he didn't, as the light of a lamp caught his attention a few moments later. Someone was coming from the castle and heading towards Hagrid's hut. Harry flattened himself on his broom and hid behind the hut, parallel to the roof, not even daring to touch the twigs it was made of. He did, however, dare to steer just a little to the left to observe the two forms approaching. He couldn't help but indulge to his curiosity, for the flowing silver hair and the long beard could only belong to the headmaster. And possibly Merlin, Harry thought, but the chances of him being around were slim to say the least. So, if it really was the headmaster, who was the man he was accompanying? He was much shorter than Dumbledore and plump, dressed in intricate robes in an atrocious mustard color, topped with a bowler hat. Harry's heart picked up in rhythm. What was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic and moron extraordinaire, doing at Hogwarts? He moved closer to the roof as Dumbledore approached and knocked the door. He could hear a faint scuffling sound from inside the house, indicating that Adrian and Ron were trying to hide, before Hagrid opened the door. Right when Harry was debating whether he should approach a window to try and listen to what was being said, when a third form, a man with a long, black traveling cape and silvery blonde hair, moved towards the hut too. Lucius Malfoy. The hairs in the back of Harry's neck stood up, and his shudder had nothing to do with the chilly wind. Lucius Malfoy was never good news, and Mr. Weasley's split lip last summer stood testimony to that. He did do some good, however, as he left the door open. And once Harry could hear what they were saying, he wished he hadn't. Hagrid was being arrested and Dumbledore ousted from the school. We're doomed, he thought with utter pessimism. Oh, now, see here, Lucius, Fudge's trembling voice sounded from the open door. The minister had at least realized that he would be unable to deal with whatever was happening without Dumbledore in the school. Dumbledore suspended. No last thing we want right now, but he was still ignorant to Malfoy's intentions, it seemed. Well, 1 out of 2 was a score good enough for him. It didn't take long to have him convinced though, as Malfoy slithered his way gracefully around the minister's objections. How that man was ever elected was beyond the comprehension of the green-eyed wizard. Apparently, the assurance he got from Malfoy that all 12 governors had agreed to suspend the headmaster was enough. And how many did ye have terror, threaten, and blackmail before they agreed? Malfoy, eh? Hagrid hollered, Harry, even as he winced at his booming voice mentally applauding him. Dear, you know, that temper of yours will lead you into trouble one of these days, Hagrid, Mr. Malfoy offered sarcastically. I would advise you not to shout at the Azkaban guards like that. They won't like it at all. Harry was in the point of hexing the man. There was little to do but scream where Dementors were involved and everybody in attendance knew that. "Ye can't take Dumbledore," yelled Hagrid. A soft cry came from Fang, but Malfoy must have stood unfazed. "Take him away, and, the Muggleborns won, stand a chance. There'll be killin' next." "Calm yourself, Hagrid," said Dumbledore in a sharp tone, before addressing Lucius Malfoy. "If the governors want my removal, Lucius, I shall of course step aside." "But," stuttered Fudge, hopeless when it came to something else save strutting his title around. Typical, Harry thought. The man had once wanted to condemn Severus without a trial and he didn't even have the nerve to act in front of a true Death Eater. "No," growled Hagrid. Harry was about to voice his own objection if things continued this way. Severus too would have a field day out of this for sure. "However," said Dumbledore, speaking very slowly and clearly so that none of them could miss a word, "you will find that I will only truly have left this school when none here are loyal to me. You will also find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it." What was that for, Harry wondered. Could Dumbledore know Adrian and Ron were in the room with him? Was he about to be found out too? Then he glanced at the ring still on his thumb. Having the ability to cover his magical trace had never felt so good. "Admirable sentiments," Malfoy's voice sounded, soft as silk once again. "We shall all miss your, highly individual way of running things, Albus, and only hope that your successor will manage to prevent any, killings." Then he left the cabin, bowing as Albus stepped out. Both Hagrid and Fudge were still inside and Harry could clearly hear the half-giant state. If anyone wanted Tear find out some stuff, all they'd have Tear do would be Tear follow the spiders. That'd lead him right. That's all I'm sayin'. Follow the spiders. What kind of an advice was that? While it was true that spiders in general feared the basilisk, Hagrid couldn't know what the monster was. And how could the spiders help in any case? Not sitting around to ponder on the fact, Harry flew all the way round the school to avoid being seen before he entered the main hall cautiously. Instead of climbing the grand staircase, he made a beeline for Severus's office. He has gauged the potion's master reaction perfectly this time. Severus was furious, his hand gripping his wand ominously. Something told Harry that, once he left the office, Severus was going to pull out his broadsword and start smashing things around the room. And in truth, the black-clad professor did just that. The days that followed were predictably gloomy. Draco was prancing around the school and even went as far as to proclaim he would ask his father to support Severus for the headmaster's position as Professor McGonagall, who was the deputy headmistress, wasn't going to last. Severus accepted his comment with a tight-lipped smirk that, to those who knew him well-meaning Harry, could easily be translated to, "I would hit you in the head with a cauldron, but that would blow my cover and possibly cost me my job." Neville exchanged an exasperated look with Harry over his almost completed potion. He was doing much better in potions now under Harry's tutoring and having his fear of Severus abating. The potion's master had been less cautious with the boy now that he was in turn less afraid the Gryffindor would cause a cauldron to explode, and that meant he had to hover less around him during classes. Neville, showing the intuition Harry was slowly recognizing in him, had picked up on the reason why Severus had hovered so much in the past. Then he had gone and surprised Harry by not commenting on it and simply taking everything in with a stride, simply adjusting his views and not sticking to prejudices. The green-eyed wizard found himself oddly proud with his friend, just as he once had been with his brother when Adrian had first started mastering his basic defense charms. It had been years since then and Harry had never expected to feel that companionship again. "Friends are the family you choose," a small voice, oddly sounding like Nicholas, echoed in his mind, and the boy had smiled and adjusted his views in turn. Maybe there was some truth in that saying. Lockhart was the second exception to the general rule and was as annoying as ever, clearly stating he had predicted Hagrid was the culprit all along and badmouthing him every chance he got. Unable to help himself, Harry slipped that little potion he and Severus had come up with a few months ago, specifically for such an occasion. And it was a general agreement that Lockhart did look especially smashing that day when, while eating dinner the middle of the Great Hall, he took a sip of his drink and ended up with lime green hair and a bad case of acne. Severus stole a glance towards Harry, ducked his head slightly and tried to draw on his laughter in his glass of water. The whole Great Hall burst out laughing, even the staff being unable to hold back their mirth. Flitwick almost fell of his chair as he tried to stop his laughing fit by looking everywhere but at Lockhart, and Professor McGonagall was chortling openly. "You did it," Adrian said, his eyes wide in awe as he stared at his brother, the rest of the Gryffindors at the table following his example, most looking at Harry like they had never seen him before. "You really did it. I said I would," Harry stated, calmly sipping from his pumpkin juice. "Wicked," Ron exclaimed, unable to take his eyes off of Lockhart, who had just realized what had happened and had let out a terrified and quite shrill shriek. "A wild card indeed," Fred muttered. "We tip our hats to you, sir," George added while Lockhart sprinted towards the door amidst roaring laughter. Neville, who had been the only one informed beforehand so that he would know where to look, had all but fallen on the floor, holding his sides with laughter. Harry should have known the day wouldn't continue in such a happy note. While they were in herbology and after Ernie Macmillan, one of the Hufflepuffs that were most certain Adrian was Slytherin's heir, had apologized profusely for his comportment during the past few months, Adrian and Ron finally caught sight of a line of spiders, soldiering on towards the Forbidden Forest. Adrian pointed them to an ashen-faced Ron and started whispering about spiders and how they had to follow them, causing Ernie to stare at them confused and Harry almost to cut the Abyssinian shrivelfig he was tending in half in shock the very moment the Forbidden Forest was mentioned, the plant only saved by a swift intervention by Neville. He could swear his right eye was twitching as he followed them to the school. Now he had to watch and make sure they wouldn't wander off in the forest too. "Lovely. What's the matter, Harry?" Neville asked over dinner, having observed his friend getting more and more pensive by the minute. "I have a feeling my brother's going to do something extremely stupid, Nev," Harry whispered back, making his friend regard him skeptically. "Do I sense a pattern?" the boy asked, making his green-eyed friend smile a little. "You guessed it," Harry admitted, thinking he had to reach Severus as fast as it was humanly possible. "They want to do what?" Severus asked blankly when Harry informed him of the conversation he had overheard. "I'd rather not repeat it. I'm still hoping they're pranking me or something. We should report them." Severus pondered and then retracted his statement. "But what would we say, Professor McGonagall? 2 of your students will run off to the Forbidden Forest one of these nights, but we can't tell you why or how we know it." "That didn't sound like it would go very well," Harry admitted. "Well, I can always watch them and call you when they try to leave. I have my rounds with Flitwick every night up to 4. The potions master reminded him tiredly. Minerva thought that even the teachers wouldn't be safe patrolling the castle alone with Dumbledore gone. Harry sighed deeply. "So what do we do? Leave them to run off to a forest filled with Merlin knows what creatures while we sit back and do nothing?" the boy asked, frustrated. "No, I'm following them on my broom when they leave." Severus paled slightly. He knew something like this was coming. "Harry, the Forbidden Forest is not safe?" the green-eyed wizard asked. "Of course it's not. That's why I'm not leaving Adrian and Ron go in there alone. Ron's wand doesn't even work properly, for crying out loud. Listen, Harry, I'll be on my broom the whole time and I'll have my wand. I've been training for this. 7 If things get ugly, I'll just turn into a wolf and run." It wasn't that Harry didn't make sense, Severus thought. And it would be hypocritical to have him training for all these years and forbid him to do what he was supposed to be training for when the need arose. Still, the potions master knew he would be having a panic attack knowing his son was out there without him. "I don't like it," he finally stated. "Neither do I," Harry agreed. "But I see no other way around it. And maybe they won't go through with it anyway," Severus reasoned, trying to calm his nerves. Harry nodded in agreement, thinking that was highly unlikely. The potions master thought so too. "Thank you, Dad," Harry simply said, hugging Severus, before turning around and leaving for the Gryffindor Tower before curfew. As expected, Adrian and Ron not only went through with their plan, but they did so on the very same night. Barely 2 hours after Harry had declared he would follow his brother to the forest, he found himself doing just that, flying above the 2 boys leaving towards Hagrid's hut. They had the cloak on again this time, but Harry guessed they wouldn't want to keep it while in the forest, and the best place to leave it would be at Hagrid's. And truly, 15 minutes later, the door of the gamekeeper's house was opened, and a few moments later than that the 2 young wizards and Fang, Hagrid's boarhound, left the safety of the house and headed for the forest. Harry touched his wand, reassuring himself that it was still in its holster, and flew in right after them. Right when he was wondering how on earth was he going to follow them when Adrian cast a lumos with his wand, effectively lighting the path for both of them. The first half an hour passed relatively calmly considering the situation and the fact that, to Harry's fright, the two boys and the dog had strayed from the forest path they were following. A startled yelp from Ron almost made him dive in, but it was only a false alarm. They had apparently found Mr. Weasley's Ford Anglia. They had crash-landed on the Whomping Willow at the beginning of term. So far, so good, Harry thought. Once again, it was not to last. The green-eyed boy heard them first before he saw them. Large black spiders were circling the two wizards beneath him and, before he even managed to make a sound, they had grabbed Adrian, Ron and Fang and were taking them deeper into the forest. Harry's heart was beating like crazy as he followed the spiders deeper into the forest, the cluttering noises their pinchers made making that part of his task easy. He didn't dare to cast a spell lest he hit his brother or Ron in the process, but was slowly losing his patience when the spiders stopped in front of some sort of structure that appeared like a white dome, shining silver under the moonlight and perched in a clearing of the forest. The spiders let the two boys, mercifully unharmed if a little ruffled, on the forest floor. And just when Harry was thinking of the best way to get them out of there, the spiders started speaking, calling one single word over and over again. Aragog. Aragog. Talking spiders. Harry clenched his eyes tight. What were acromandulas doing in Britain? The same thing that a basilisk did, a voice in his head reminded him. And right on time, Aragog, a graying spider the size of a small elephant, made its appearance through the webs the dome was made of. He ordered Adrian and Ron to be eaten for waking him up, but the hazel-eyed Potter twin exclaimed they were friends of Hagrid, causing the head acromandula to retract his order. And so, Harry sat on his broom, listening to how the chamber had been opened again in the past and how, even if Hagrid had indeed hid him in the castle, he was not the monster. Quite predictably, he denied giving them the name of Slytherin's monster since acromandulas had long decided to never even pronounce the word basilisk. What was new, however, was one single strand of information: the girl who had died while the chamber was opened for the first time was killed in a bathroom. Harry's mind made the connection in a few moments. Supposing the girl had never truly left the school, given how she died, there was only one ghost that it could be. Harry had heard tales of the Ing Myrtle and his brother had even mentioned her a few times during the year, in retrospect making Harry realize that it must have been her bathroom where the three made the polyjuice potion. Maybe now he finally had a lead. All thoughts of the chamber, however, were pushed violently from his mind as Aragog gave one more order when Adrian and Ron tried to flee. Apparently, his decision to keep his sons and daughters from eating Hagrid did not extend to his friends. "But I cannot refuse them fresh meat when it walks so willingly in our nest," were his exact words. Harry tightened his grip on his wand as Adrian turned to look at the wall of great spiders that had gathered behind them. "Goodbye, friend of Hagrid." Unexpectedly, a bright beam of light lit up the clearing, as Mr. Weasley's car appeared, its doors opening, Adrian, Ron and Fang jumping inside as it drove them away, leaving hit spiders at its wake. Harry dived in and followed them, zigzagging through the trees. The spiders seemed to catch up on them, so the green-eyed wizard pulled out his wand and casted the strongest curses and spells he could come up with. Hagrid would find the acromandula population of the forest positively diminished once he returned, but Harry couldn't care less. The odd convoy went on like that for a few long-winded minutes. The car was bumping his way through the spiders and Harry was tearing the ones that tried to catch up from the rear to pieces. The acromandulas were confused as to where the spell were coming from but had no time to ponder on the matter as, the moment they stopped, they were hit. Finally, the car made it out of the forest and threw his passengers to the ground, before turning away and disappearing in an even worse condition than before amongst the thick trees. The two startled boys on the ground looked at each other for a brief moment and then followed a terrified Fang inside Hagrid's hut. All the while, Harry was on his broom, right just over the tree line, panting like he had ran the marathon, his hands trembling from the adrenaline rush. Not giving it too much thought, he flew straight towards the school, entering from the astronomy tower that was much closer to the Gryffindor common room than the main hall. The fat lady looked at him disgruntled as he spoke the password, but Harry barely spared her a look. He knew she was bound by magic not to tell on him, or else the Weasley twins and the Marauders before them would have been in serious trouble ages ago. Harry placed his broom under his bed silently and changed into his pajamas in a flurry of movements. He was still out of breath when he climbed into bed and the farthest away from sleep possible when his brother and Ron returned to the dormitory. It only took his brother half an hour to reach to the same conclusion as he had about Ing Myrtle and, in the 3 hours-long conversation that followed, his belief that they had prepared the polyjuice potion in her bathroom was indeed confirmed. It was only a few hours before daybreak that Harry managed to sleep. He spent all his breakfast sending glares towards his brother who was oblivious to anything but his deep conversation with Ron. Professor McGonagall, during the transfiguration lesson of the day, informed them the exams were to start at 1 week time. It was the first time that Harry didn't even consider studying for them. He had to tell Severus what had happened. Not that he managed to even approach him that day. First came the announcement that the mandrakes were ready and that those petrified would be awakened the next day. Then came Ginny. Harry had noticed she was getting paler and paler as the year went by, but every time he thought of asking her what had happened, his brother managed to get involved in something stupidly dangerous and distract him. But she finally seemed ready to talk about it. She had sat next to Ron and seemed to try to find the exact words to form what she wanted to say. 3 pairs of eyes looked at her expectantly. "What?" Ron asked his sister in an impatient tone, clearly getting frustrated that she wouldn't speak. Noticing her pale face and the dark circles under her eyes, Harry's gaze softened as he tried to reassure her. "Come on, Ginny, Ron's your brother and you've known Adrian and I almost your whole life. You can talk to us." Ginny's eyes seemed to light up slightly with that statement and she nodded. Opening her mouth to speak, Percy had to intervene that very second, of course, making Ginny run away and hastily informing them that what Ginny had to tell them was a personal of his and had nothing to do with the Chamber of Secrets. Harry, who had seen the fear in her eyes, dearly doubted that, but had no choice but to wait till he saw Ginny again so he could ask her himself. His attention however was soon after claimed again by his brother and Ron who, easily tricking Lockhart into leaving them unattended, tried to sneak out to Myrtle's bathroom. Harry, realizing he wouldn't be missed in History of Magic, waited till they were out of sight before following them. He saw how they tricked Professor McGonagall into believing they were only visiting Hermione. Quick thinking there, he mentally commended his brother and hid behind a tapestry as the Transfiguration teacher passed him by blowing her nose. He followed the 2 wizards into the infirmary. Now they were forced to stop by and waited patiently hidden behind a statue while they were inside. They exited the hospital wing unbelievably excited for someone who was talking to a petrified victim, and Harry soon found out why. Hermione had indeed figured out what the monster was and had apparently hid her notes or a page from a book. Harry could hardly tell from the distance he was following them on her person. It was a testimony to his bad luck, he thought, how Adrian would find it today. He felt calmer for a while as the 2 boys seemed adamant on going to Professor McGonagall with the information. His peace of mind was abruptly shattered when the Transfiguration professor's voice sounded magically enhanced around the school, asking the students to return to their house common rooms and the teachers to the staff room. To his dread, Adrian and Ron had already entered the staff room and had apparently hid in a cloak closet on the left side of the room. Harry barely managed to close the door of a small supply closet by the room's entrance when the teachers started to arrive. Not quite believing how he found himself in such a situation again, he stood still and listened, peeking through the crack between the 2 doors of the closet. Some looked startled and scared and some confused, only Severus's face being the perfect blank mask. And they were all waiting for Professor McGonagall. "It has happened," she told the silent staff room. "A student has been taken by the monster. Right into the chamber itself." Professor Flitwick let out a squeal, falling backwards at his chair. Professor Sprout clapped her hands over her mouth. Severus, loosing his stony facade for only a second, gripped the back of a chair very hard and said, "How can you be sure?" "The heir of Slytherin," said Professor McGonagall, who was very white and trembling, left another message. "Right underneath the first one. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." Professor Flitwick burst into tears, sobs racking his small body. "Who is it?" said Madame Hooch, who had sunk, weak-kneed, into a chair. "Which student?" "Ginny Weasley," said Professor McGonagall. Harry couldn't even dare to imagine how Ron felt right then. "We shall have to send all the students home tomorrow," said Professor McGonagall. "This is the end of Hogwarts. Dumbledore always said." The staff room door banged open again. For one wild moment, Harry was sure it would be Dumbledore. But it was Lockhart, and he was beaming. Harry had never wanted to hex him more. "So sorry, dozed off, what have I missed?" He didn't seem to notice that the other teachers were looking at him with something remarkably like hatred. Severus stepped forward and Harry recognized the look in his eyes. It was the same one he had every time he was training with his broadsword. "Just the man," he said coldly. "The very man. A girl has been snatched by the monster, Lockhart. Taken into the Chamber of Secrets itself. Your moment has come at last." Lockhart blanched, taking a step backwards as if he had been hit by an invisible spell. "That's right, Gilderoy," chipped in Professor Sprout, looking angrier than Harry had ever imagined the docile woman could be. "Weren't you saying just last night that you've known all along where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is?" I sputtered Lockhart. "Yes, didn't you tell me you were sure you knew what was inside it?" Piped up Professor Flitwick. Did I? I don't recall. I certainly remember you saying you were sorry you hadn't had a crack at the monster before Hagrid was arrested." Severus continued his onslaught as Harry mentally applauded. "Didn't you say that the whole affair had been bungled, and that you should have been given a free rein from the first?" Lockhart stared around at his stony-faced colleagues. I really never, you may have misunderstood. We'll leave it to you, then, Gilderoy," said Professor McGonagall. "Tonight will be an excellent time to do it. We'll make sure everyone's out of your way. You'll be able to tackle the monster all by yourself. A free rein at last." Lockhart gazed desperately around him, but nobody came to the rescue. He didn't look remotely handsome anymore. His lip was trembling, and in the absence of his usually toothy grin, he looked weak-chinned and feeble. Very well," he said. I'll be in my office, getting ready." And he left the room. "Right," said Professor McGonagall, whose nostrils were flared, "that's got him out from under our feet. The heads of houses should go and inform their students what has happened. Tell them the Hogwarts Express will take them home first thing tomorrow. Will the rest of you please make sure no students have been left outside their dormitories?" The teachers rose and left, one by one. Harry waited for his brother and Ron to leave first, Adrian supporting his startled friend. Harry ran to make it to the common room before them, his mind on overdrive. He should have listened to his instincts. Ginny really did know something about the chamber and her involvement was now costing her. The afternoon passed excruciatingly slowly. The usually loud Weasley family was only a shadow of its former self and Harry felt Ginny's presence missing more than ever. He knew his brother wasn't going to stand doing nothing and the same applied to Ron. And truly, not caring they weren't alone in the common room, they stood up and left the rest of the Gryffindors too absorbed in their thoughts to bother with them, going to meet with Lockhart and tell him all that they knew. Harry ran behind them, after he grabbed the invisibility cloak. It was a stupid move really, following them blindly, but his brother could be in danger if he left them alone. So he was there when Adrian pushed the door to Lockhart's room open and he was just as enraged as his brother when he found out the defense teacher was running away. Later on, he would wonder why did he ever think he would act differently. Adrian and Ron marched a disarmed Lockhart to Myrtle's bathroom at Wandpoint, ignoring his protests and complaints. They found Myrtle, who was only too glad to assist them when they asked her about how she had died. She spoke of a strange language she had heard as she was hiding in the toilet that Harry immediately realized was Parseltongue. She then said she went to tell the strangers to go away since one of them at least was a boy, and then, after seeing two bright yellow eyes by a sink she pointed out at them, she died. Adrian approached the sink, Harry following him close. There was AS carved at the base and Myrtle stated that tap never worked. Adrian and Ron tried everything to make the entrance appear, not succeeding in the least. Harry was certain by now that only a Parselmouth could open the chamber. Testing his theory with everybody there however would be impossible. "Why won't it open?" Ron exclaimed, not noticing Lockhart was stepping backwards towards the door. "I have no idea," Adrian answered, looking intently at the carved S. Lockhart was closer to the exit. "Maybe you're doing it all wrong," Myrtle tried to point out, earning a nasty glare from Ron who, not so politely, told her to back off. Myrtle wailed and dived into her toilet, leaving the bathroom. "At least she's got out hair," Ron muttered. "Open, you stupid chamber," Adrian exclaimed, kicking the sink. Lockhart turned around and ran out the bathroom. "He's running away," Ron exclaimed, chasing the blonde professor, Adrian swiftly stepping behind him, wand in hand. Harry wasted no time. He stepped closer to the sink and touched the carved S contemplatively. He breathed in once deeply. It was worth a shot, he imagined, and there was no time to lose. He stood up and said, "Open." It was a simple command, yet it was not spoken in English. Instead, a whistling sound left his lips as he spoke in the language of SS. The tap glowed a bright white light and then started moving with a rumbling sound, shifting and turning until a dark opening in the floor, a pipe large enough for one man to slip down, made its appearance. A flash back to last year and a dark trapdoor hit the green-eyed boy and he took a step back. He had to go get Severus immediately. But it was not to be. "Adrian." Ron's voice sounded shocked from the entrance. "Come and see. And bring the git with you." Harry sidestepped quietly from his place next to the sink, allowing Ron and Adrian, who had his wand pointed at Lockhart again. The blonde professor had earned a split lip for his efforts to escape, to approach the entrance. Adrian muttered, causing Lockhart to lose all remaining blood from his face. But how? The two friends looked at each other as Harry began shifting his weight from one leg to the other. Of course something like that could happen. And damn Lockhart, who wasn't even good at running away from second-year Hogwarts students. "Well," Ron said, his eyes sparkling up as if he had had a revelation. "You did order it to open before the git made a run for it," he stated, and Harry blessed his good luck for once, since Adrian had indeed done that. Adrian nodded, Ron's explanation sounding good at that moment. "Now what?" Adrian asked. "Guineas down there, mate," Ron stated, as if that explained everything. And as far as Harry was concerned, it did. "I'm going down there," Adrian said. Harry was ready to follow again. He couldn't not go, not now they had found the entrance to the chamber, not if there was even the faintest, slimmest, wildest chance that Ginny might be alive. "Me too," said Ron. There was a pause. "Well, you hardly seem to need me," said Lockhart, with a shadow of his old smile. "I'll just," he put his hand on the door knob, but Ron and Adrian both pointed their wands at him. "You can go first," Ron snarled. White-faced and wandless, Lockhart approached the opening. "Boys," he said, his voice feeble. "Boys, what good will it do?" Harry jabbed him in the back with his wand. Lockhart slid his legs into the pipe. "I really don't think," he started to say, but Ron gave him a push, and he slid out of sight. They waited for him to fall all the way down, and only then, when he reached the bottom with a loud thud and complaining, did the two wizards get ready to jump. Harry simply looked at the pipe blankly, his heart thumping fast in Ginny was down there, and soon his brother would be too. And then there was the basilisk. He wasn't going to enjoy this. "Boys," he said, his voice feeble. "Boys, what good will it do?" Harry jabbed him in the back with his wand. Lockhart slid his legs into the pipe. "I really don't think," he started to say, but Ron gave him a push, and he slid out of sight. They waited for him to fall all the way down, and only then, when he reached the bottom with a loud thud and complaining, did the two wizards get ready to jump. Harry simply looked at the pipe blankly, his heart thumping fast in Ginny was down there, and soon his brother would be too. And then there was the basilisk. He wasn't going to enjoy this. Ron jumped in first and Adrian soon followed. Harry cast a silencing spell on himself and followed them too. The cloak might gift him with invisibility, but if the loud thumbing sound Lockhart had made going down was any indication, it wouldn't be enough. He held the cloak tight between his knees so it would stay in place as he slid down and jumped down the pipe. He was sliding, falling down at a dizzying speed, turning abruptly again and again, but he didn't dare to scream even with the silencing spell. A loud scream would pierce right through it easily. He chose instead to concentrate on not landing on his face as Lockhart had probably done, or on his brother if he could help it. After what seemed like hours he landed, falling on his knees. The chamber he found himself into was humid and resembled a cave if anything else. Harry guessed they were somewhere under the lake, miles beneath the school. Not wanting to consider the great mass of ground and the cold body of water that separated him from the surface, Harry stood up and looked at the floor of what seemed to be a dark tunnel stretching forever. It was littered with the remains of thousands of rodents, the skull of one Ron had just stepped on. He followed them silently, looking around and on the floor for any type of movement, ready to duck his head the moment he caught the slightest inkling. But the only thing that disturbed the silence was their footsteps and the occasional little yelps from Lockhart. Harry was walking ahead of the group, ready to hex whatever dared to appear, Adrian trailing behind and finally Ron marching Lockhart forward. It was the redhead that spoke first. Adrian, there's something up there, said Ron hoarsely, grabbing Adrian's shoulder. Harry had seen it too and had almost believed it was the S and tried to curse it when he realized it wasn't moving. It was an empty S's shirt, and from what the green-eyed wizard could tell, the S that had shed it must have been over 20 feet long. Blimey! Ron exclaimed. Harry agreed completely. A thudding sound and bones on the floor crunching as they broke caught his attention. Gilderoy Lockhart's legs had given way. Get up, the redhead ordered, pointing his wand at the fallen defense teacher. Lockhart got to his feet, then, he dived at Ron, knocking him to the ground. Adrian jumped forward, but too late. Lockhart was straightening up, panting, Ron's wand in his hand and a gleaming smile back on his face. He wouldn't do something that stupid, Harry thought, frozen still. Even a moron such as Lockhart would understand that obliviating someone in a dark, half-crumbling tunnel with a broken wand that was notorious for exploding was dangerous. The adventure ends here, boys, he said. But apparently he would. Harry tried to move around Adrian, who was standing in his way, to get a clean shot at Lockhart. I shall take a bit of this skin back up to the school, tell them I was too late to save the girl, and that you two tragically lost your minds at the sight of her mangled body. Say goodbye to your memories. He raised Ron's spellotaped wand high over his head and yelled, "Obliviate." The wand exploded with the force of a small bomb. Harry flung his arms over his head and ran, slipping over the coils of S skin, out of the way of great chunks of tunnel ceiling that were thundering to the floor. Next moment, he was standing further down in the tunnel, his back against the wall, gazing at a solid wall of broken rock. He had been trapped in one side with his brother while Ron and Lockhart remained on the other. Ron! Adrian shouted, panicking. Are you okay? Ron! I'm here, came Ron's muffled voice from behind the rockfall. I'm okay, this gets not, though, he got blasted by the wand, served him right, Harry thought. And judging from the dull, ow, that followed Ron's statement, said Git must have been kicked viciously in the shins. He deserved that too, the green-eyed wizard decided. Harry turned at the other side of the tunnel. They were wasting time, he realized. Sparing one last glance at his brother, who was still trying to communicate with Ron, he moved ahead, getting a head start from Adrian. He moved swiftly down the tunnel, the distant sound of stones shifting, probably Ron trying to get through, accompanying him, soon joined by a pair of footsteps belonging to his brother. Then Harry saw it, a solid wall ahead on which two entwined serpents were carved, their eyes set with great, glinting emeralds. This time he didn't hesitate. He just hoped the silencing spell he had casted on himself would be enough to mask the soft whistling of Parseltongue as he ordered. Open. The wall cracked in half evenly, the serpents making way for a door to open. Just at the moment Adrian appeared around the corner. Looking once at his pale and trembling brother, Harry gathered his wits and entered the chamber. He tried to take in his surroundings. The chamber was very long and the ceiling was unbelievably tall, especially in contrast to the tunnel before. Serpents rose on each side of the room instead of columns, supporting a ceiling lost in darkness, the faint glow coming from lit torches on the walls giving the chamber an eerie green color. There was water on the floor, the air was humid and every step his brother took echoed on the walls. Looking towards the other side of the room, his gaze fell and locked on a statue as tall as the chamber itself. Harry had to crane his neck to look up into the giant face above. It was ancient and monkeyish, with a long, thin beard that fell almost to the bottom of the wizard's sweeping stone robes, where two enormous gray feet stood on the smooth chamber floor. The green-eyed wizard had seen enough statues of the man in various ages to recognize Salazar Slytherin. And between the feet of his statue, face down, lay a small, black-robed figure with flaming red hair. He gasped and started running towards the prone form. Adrian had seen her too. Ginny! He screamed and followed his brother's example. The hazel-eyed twin dropped his wand as he kneeled next to Ginny Weasley. Harry was observing her, feeling a sudden wave of dizziness claim him as Adrian tried to shake her awake. Ginny was extremely pale, the freckles on her face showing painfully clear against her white skin, her hair being the only thing that still had color on her. Her lips were purple and her hands were cold, and Harry's heart constricted painfully as he feared for the worst. She won't wake, said a soft voice. Harry jumped up swiftly and spun around, his wand pointing at the newcomer from behind his cloak. It was a tall black-haired boy, leaning carelessly against the nearest pillar. His features were handsome, if somewhat cold, and he was oddly blurred around the edges. Harry's breath caught on his throat. That boy reminded him of someone. But whom? Tom. Adrian asked from where he stood next to Ginny, and Harry turned to look at his brother confused. How did he know the boy? Tom Riddle. Harry's eyes widened as he looked at the boy again, adrenaline kicking in. Riddle was the prefect that had caught Hagrid for unleashing Slytherin's monster 50 years ago. Harry could see the prefect's badge and the Slytherin colors of his robes. Riddle had graduated almost 50 years ago too, so now he would be middle-aged, if he were still alive. But the boy standing in the chamber looked no older than 16. Connections started forming inside his mind as Tom moved towards his brother, a hungry look on his face. Riddle was a Slytherin. Riddle was there when the Chamber of Secrets was first opened, and it was only after he designated somebody as the heir that the attack stopped. Riddle was here now, looking as he had in school, standing in a secret chamber nobody knew of, one only someone, being a Parseltongue, or having the help of one, could enter. And a familiar black diary lay open next to the unconscious form of Ginny Weasley. Harry gripped his wand tighter, his heart doing somersaults inside his. This wasn't good. Not good at all. What do you mean she won't wake? Adrian asked angrily. She's not. She's alive. But only just. Riddle stated, uninterested. Are you a ghost? Adrian asked. Harry wished it was so simple and waited for Riddle's answer anxiously, because he definitely wasn't a ghost. But what was he? A memory. Riddle stated calmly. Preserved in a diary for 50 years. He pointed at the diary as Harry stared at him confused. How could one keep a living memory locked inside an inanimate object? Adrian asked Riddle to help him with Ginny, and Harry looked at his brother for a second as he tried to lift the girl from the floor. He immediately turned his gaze towards Riddle and almost gasped in surprise. He had somehow managed to grab hold of Adrian's discarded wand. And what was his brother thinking, dropping his wand in the room that probably contained a basilisk? Not that it would do him much good, Harry thought, suddenly his head spinning as he remembered one crucial detail about the basilisks. Their skin was just as hard as a dragon's, and only large-scale spells could have an effect on it. And after last year's events, Harry had decided to lay back on those. His heartbeat doubled up in speed as he realized his mistake. He could faintly hear Riddle not giving Adrian his wand back, and decided to focus on one thing at a time. Riddle first, possibly suicidal encounter with an over 20 feet long basilisk later. Riddle was smiling as he started answering Adrian's questions of how Ginny got there. Harry grew more startled by the minute. Could all this be true? Could this Riddle character really have controlled Ginny and made her attack all those people, write the messages on the wall, and even lead her down here? And how could a memory even do that? Red-hot rage filled Harry's veins as he listened to Riddle mocking Ginny. He remembered how she was that morning, pale and desperate to speak to someone. He should have seen it sooner. He wanted to hex Riddle immediately, but would his charms work on a memory? And if they didn't and Riddle called in the basilisk, what then? That was when Riddle came to the point where Ginny threw the diary away and Adrian found it. And that's where you came in, Adrian. You found it, and I couldn't have been more delighted. Of all the people who could have picked it up, it was you, the very person I was most anxious to meet. Harry looked at Riddle cautiously. Even if he was the heir of Slytherin, why would he want to meet with Adrian? And why did you want to meet me? Adrian angry too, his voice barely staying even. Well, you see, Ginny told me all about you, Adrian, said Riddle. Your whole fascinating history. I knew I must find out more about you, talk to you, meet you if I could. So I decided to show you my famous capture of that great oaf, Hagrid, to gain your trust, Riddle proclaimed, making Harry want to forego spells altogether and just go with punching that infuriating haughtiness out of him. But Riddle continued explaining how he had framed Hagrid for the crimes he had committed, admitting that the only one who had suspected him was the then Transfiguration teacher, Albus Dumbledore himself. At least someone had some sense back then. He explained how Dumbledore had convinced Dippet, the headmaster of the school at the time, to keep Hagrid and train him as the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. He said that he knew he would be unable to open the chamber again while he was in school, and so he made the diary, so he could return some time in the future and finish what he called Salazar Slytherin's noble work, ridding the school of Muggle-born students. Well, you haven't finished it, said Adrian triumphantly. No one's died this time, not even the cat. In a few hours the Mandrake draft will be ready and everyone who was petrified will be all right again. Haven't I already told you, said Riddle quietly, that killing mudbloods doesn't matter to me anymore. For many months now, my new target has been, you. Harry stared at him in confusion. What was that obsession with his brother? And why was that look in Riddle's eyes so familiar and repulsing at the same time? Riddle continued to explain. He spoke of how Ginny had stolen back the diary and how he had forced her to write her own farewell message on the wall, knowing that the surest way to lure Adrian in would be harming one of his friends. Riddle was going down, Harry thought, and raised his wand. His cover was the last thing on his mind at the moment. I have many questions for you, Adrian Potter. The older boy admitted. Like what? Adrian spat, fists clenched. That was the question, Harry thought. Well, said Riddle, smiling pleasantly, how is it that you, a skinny boy with no extraordinary magical talent, managed to defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How did you escape with nothing but a scar, while Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed? There was an odd red gleam in his hungry eyes now. Why do you care how I escaped? Said Adrian slowly. Voldemort was after your time. Voldemort, said Riddle softly, is my past, present, and future, Adrian Potter. He pulled Harry's wand from his pocket and began to trace it through the air, writing 3 shimmering words. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then he waved the wand once, and the letters of his name rearranged themselves. I am Lord Voldemort. You see, he whispered. And Harry did see. His hands trembled and he could hear his heart beating with a fury. It was him, all the time it had been him. And torturing just his family hadn't been enough this time. No, he had gone for their friends too. He started talking about how he was the greatest wizard to have ever lived, and Harry wanted to laugh at his face, but no matter his feelings, this was Voldemort and he had to tread cautiously. Adrian wasn't that reserved. He started talking about how Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of all their time, causing Riddle to cringe and glare at him. Before either one could move again, however, music came flowing in the room. And not any type of music, it was the song of a phoenix. And truly it was Fawkes, flying towards them, holding something at his talons, his song soothing Harry and calming his fraying nerves. That something, however, turned out to be the Sorting Hat, now lay almost in front of Harry's feet. Harry looked at it strangely. Phoenixes, when they decided to help, were known for gifting the person benefited with the appropriate help for their need. So, when the problem was a basilisk and a Dark Lord, how was an old hat, special as this one was, the answer? Fawkes trilled once more and then went to perch on Adrian's shoulder. What shocked Harry was that the bird looked straight into his eyes and held the gaze for a few seconds, then he nodded. He did, Harry realized, before turning to face Riddle. That's a phoenix, said Riddle, staring shrewdly back at it. Fawkes. Adrian breathed, not quite believing the headmaster's familiar had come to his rescue. And that, said Riddle, now eyeing the ragged cloth that Fawkes had dropped, that's the old school Sorting Hat. Riddle began to laugh again. He laughed so hard that the dark chamber rang with it, as though 10 Riddles were laughing at once. Harry just gazed at him evenly, refusing to be intimidated, even when no one could see him. This is what Dumbledore sends his defender. A songbird and an old hat. Do you feel brave, Adrian Potter? Do you feel safe now? Adrian was shaking still, but some color had returned to his face. Harry allowed himself a smile. 2 kids against the most feared Dark Lord of all times, trying their best to look brave, even when one was invisible at the moment. Riddle questioned Adrian then, asking how could he have survived his attack as a baby. Harry turned to glance at Ginny. She was becoming weaker and Riddle stronger. This had to end soon. I don't know how I did it. Adrian admitted. Nobody knows exactly how, but you tried to kill me, my brother and my parents that night. Professor Dumbledore said that my magic reacted and it was enough to bring you down. 'Cause I have seen you last year, the real you, and you're ugly and foul and in hiding. Enough, cried Riddle outraged. I had more questions for you, Adrian, but now it matters not. No matter what your power might be, you won't live to harness it. You die today, Adrian Potter. Now, I'm going to teach you a little lesson. Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against famous Adrian Potter, and the best weapons Dumbledore can give him. He turned towards the statue of Slytherin and spoke in Parseltongue, Harry cringing as he heard him. This was it. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. And Slytherin answered. The statue's mouth opened wide, stone clashing against stone, until a dark opening, deep and ominous, appeared. Harry could hear the serpent that was uncoiling its large body moving towards the opening. he lowered his eyes and backtracked, mentally promising Ginny he would be back. He heard something colliding with the floor and then a strong hiss, not a word, just the call of a hunter getting ready to attack its prey. Adrian was next to him, moving backwards, his eye half closed, only just allowing him to see what he was doing. And as the two brothers tried to put as much distance as possible between them and the deadly serpent, Riddle gave his order. Kill him. Harry could hear the basilisk move perfectly, his sharpened hearing making the experience that much more frightening as he moved blindly. He heard a gasp and a thud next to him and instinctively knew Adrian had tripped. Then a booming sound, a terrible hiss sounded, and Harry opened his eyes. If his brother was in danger of dying, he wouldn't just sit around and do nothing, danger on his life be damned. What he saw surprised him to no end. He looked up the very moment Fawkes dived and blinded the basilisk, his beak hitting one eye after the other. The S did its best to throw the bird off, convulsing in agony until Riddle intervened. No. Harry heard Riddle screaming, "Leave the bird! Leave the bird! The boy is behind you! Youcan still smell him! Kill him!" The two boys backed away even more as the basilisk approached, Adrian moving towards an open pipe on his left. Harry did his best to follow, even if he didn't think it to be the best idea. They hid inside and the S followed, blinded and confused but still deadly. The two boys found themselves inside a maze of pipes, moving around almost blindly, ever pursued by the basilisk. Adrian made the wrong turn eventually and found himself in a dead end, the exit of the pipe blocked by a large iron grain. He looked around desperately as Harry held his breath, taking in his surroundings. The S hissed, closing in. With a deep breath, Harry had made his decision. He moved out of the pipe and run forward. When he was away enough from his brother, he took one of the stones that lay on the floor and threw it on a metal grain next to him, ducking for cover the next moment. The basilisk, still disoriented from the pain, took the bait and passed Adrian without noticing him. It slithered right past Harry too, following the path where the sound Harry had made had come from. Not even daring to sigh in relief, the green-eyed boy turned to look for his brother. But Adrian wasn't there. Harry decided that, while he loved his brother and would go to great lengths to help him, his twin was probably going to be the death of him. Had he returned back to the chamber with Voldemort? Generally, bravery was a feature he admired in others and hoped he could find in himself. But running straight into a room where a Dark Lord was waiting to kill you without a wand, that was borderlining on stupidity. Then again, the green-eyed wizard thought as he hastily made his return, would he do something different if Severus hadn't spent years teaching him how he should always think first and act later? No, he decided and promised to profusely thank his dad once he got out. If he got out. Once he made it back to the chamber, he was met with the sight of his brother talking to Riddle yet again. Adrian was pale and shaking but tried to hold his ground while Riddle just appeared bored. "I have no idea how you escaped my basilisk, but you have started to tire me." The boy that would grow up to be the darkest wizard of all times proclaimed. "And what are you going to do about it?" Adrian asked, trying to sound more confident than he was. Harry cringed at his choice of words. Baiting a Dark Lord wasn't smart. "You're just a memory," Adrian continued. "You had to send your basilisk to kill me, you're too weak to do it yourself." Riddle smirked. "You're quite right," he admitted, effectively silencing Adrian. Harry hated the calm tone in which he talked as he took Adrian's wand of his pocket. "I don't have the strength to kill you yet. But you're starting to annoy me, and though I can't kill you," Riddle smirked and Harry moved closer. It was about time he intervened. "I think a stunner I can manage." And he did just that, a red light leaving Adrian's wand and hitting its proprietor straight on the, sending him tumble on the floor. Harry hated seeing his brother get hurt, but maybe this way, if they survived, he could keep his secret a little longer. Pathetic really. Never mind, my basilisk was getting hungry anyway. I might as well spare him the effort of hunting you. Riddle muttered, smirking at Adrian's stunned body. Harry went behind one of the S statues that served as columns and took of his cloak. It was now or never. "That's just what I was about to say about you, pathetic," he offered, his voice cold as he brought out his inner Severus spy. He moved from behind the column, casting a silent protega to stop a second stunner from Riddle. "Who are you?" the older boy asked, regarding Harry. Confused, his eyes sticking to his thin frame. "Name's Harry," the green-eyed boy stated, walking closer. He spoke casually, as if confronting demented Dark Lords was a common occurrence for him. strengthening his occlumency shields with all he had. He had no idea if a memory could use legilimency, or if Voldemort at age 16 had mastered the skill, but he had no intention to find out. Harry? Riddle asked, regarding his new opponent carefully. Harry Potter. He smirked again. The brother of the great boy who lived. Ginny has talked about you too, you and your green eyes. He chuckled mirthlessly. And how did you end up down here, little Harry? I heard there was a party and I thought to stop by. Harry deadpanned. Baiting was one thing, but he wouldn't stand to be mocked. A backbone, Riddle exclaimed. Such a big mouth for someone so small. Tell me, Harry, what do you mean to do here? What do you hope to achieve where your brother, the great hero, has failed so miserably? Hoping for some fame. Tired of living in your brother's shadow? Riddle taunted. If that's how you want to play, Harry thought and smirked back. Me? He asked, his attitude managing to confuse Riddle. No, I can't say I have a taste for fame, some recognition would be nice though. Harry answered. Riddle kept looking at him, judging his reactions. And as you well know, Harry continued, appearances can often be deceiving. And with a flick of his wand, he took away all the concealment charms he had placed on himself, having the pleasure to see Riddle's eyes widen in surprise. He had figured a surprised Riddle would be easier to tackle than a concentrated one, and besides, if he survived he would place the charms right back on. If he died it wouldn't really matter. And maybe, just maybe, he wanted to wipe that arrogant smile from Riddle's face. I see. Riddle commented, revaluating the situation. The boy that was now standing in front of him was nothing like the skinny child he had thought him to be. This Harry was a good head taller than his brother, generally tall for his age, and seemed to be capable of holding his own. And his eyes were calculative, analyzing the situation as it unrolled, speaking of a bright mind and knowledge above his years. Tom Riddle had always taken pride in being able to judge someone's character on first glance. But here he had a paradox, a boy far too young to have eyes so old. Do you really see, I wonder? Harry asked, moving even closer. He was now standing almost next to Ginny, which had been his goal all along, and right across Riddle. I think you don't. I'll admit this is an unexpected situation. Riddle said. But it makes no difference. If your brother wasn't strong enough to stop me, why should you be? A hiss was heard from the wall behind them. There, next to the statue of Slytherin, was an open pipe, probably another exit from the maze. Harry looked hastily around. And in truth there were many more pipes around, the hisses of the basilisk reverberating through the walls. Harry realized he just couldn't afford having the giant serpent just pounce from anywhere it wanted. Maybe he could get two birds with one stone. A valid question, Harry offered. Why should I be able to stop you when my brother couldn't? All I can answer, Riddle, is, he smiled and pointed his wand towards Riddle. You can't kill a memory, Harry. I'm not aiming at one. Harry offered and pointed his wand right over Riddle's shoulder. Bombarda. He called, and a bright red jet of light left his wand and made impact with AS column, taking it down and effectively blocking one pipe. He jumped backwards, putting a column he didn't mean to destroy between him and Riddle, and then blew as many S statues as fast as he could, one burgeoning spell following the next, blocking all exits until only one, the one on Riddle's right, was left. He didn't want the basilisk to try and get out on his own, because then he could still appear through any of the collapsed pipes. He just wanted to fight him where he had an advantage. When the dust set, he found himself facing a shocked Tom Riddle. As I was saying, all I can answer is, I'm not my brother, Riddle. He had spoken the last part in Parseltongue, making Riddle frown. It was you, wasn't it? He asked, enraged. Not Adrian. He never specified what he meant by that. It wasn't needed, Harry understood perfectly. You noticed. Harry simply stated as the hissing returned stronger. The basilisk had found its way out. Harry's mind was on overdrive. As impressive his spells had been up to that moment, they weren't strong enough to pierce the harder than granite skin of the basilisk. A phoenix's beak was, but it wasn't big enough to do major damage. He swore to learn as many large-scale spells as possible if he got out. I need help, he thought frantically. If only Severus was here. He moved to the side as the basilisk re-emerged from the wall. Kill him, Riddle ordered again, this time urgency added into his command. Harry moved to the right, away from the S and close to where he had first stood once he had entered the chamber. His eyes fell on the sorting hat that still lay there. I really need some help, he muttered. As if it answered, something glittered inside the hat. The handle of a sword. Harry ducked swiftly and pulled out a great silver broadsword with rubies encrusted on its handle. Severus had once told him about it, the legendary sword of Gryffindor, made of goblin steel. Goblin steel, Harry thought, twirling the sword in his hand, getting the feel of it. This could just work. Riddle was looking at him, pure hatred in his eyes. At the S moved forward in a swift, fluidic movement unexpected from a creature its size. Holding his wand on his left hand, he cast a few quick, minor curses, the noises they made impact confusing the S. This had to end quickly. He moved forward and, once the basilisk lowered its head realizing where Harry was, he brought the sword upwards with a practiced move, stabbing the basilisk on a relatively softer spot, right where the lower jaw connected with its body, the sword going all the way through its head. He retracted the sword and moved hurriedly out of the way as the basilisk tumbled and fell. He turned his eyes back to Riddle, briefly glancing at the sword in his hand. Tricky thing this goblin steel, he stated as he moved forward again, sidestepping the dead basilisk and glaring at Riddle with the same hatred the Dark Lord directed at him. It absorbs whatever makes it stronger, and I just pierced through the poison glands, the very organs that produced your basilisk's venom. He approached the spot where Ginny lay, pale as death. Seeing her like that only boosted his anger. I'm going to teach you a little lesson, Riddle. Let's see what happens when a basilisk-induced sword pierces a memory-poisoned diary. And he pierced the still open diary swiftly, not giving Riddle time to react for something else than screaming. He turned around as the memory of the Dark Lord withered and burned with the diary, a small river of ink pouring from the little book. A hurried glance at Ginny proved she was coming around, some color returning to her face already as her tormentor faded away. The memory of Voldemort was no more. He swiftly dropped the sword next to his brother, who lay close enough to the dead basilisk to have managed to be immersed in a pool of the dead serpent's blood, and grabbed the cloak from behind the column. He turned to Fawkes, who was observing the scene, perched on the dead basilisk's body. You won't tell on me, will you? He asked, too tired to even plead. Fawkes regarded him for less than a fraction of a second before giving him that nod once again, accompanied with a single soft note. The warm feeling that spread in his heart was enough of an affirmation. Thank you, Fawkes, Harry said softly, looking at his brother and a still sleeping Ginny. Will you help them get out? Another soft note assured him he would. Harry smiled weakly and threw the cloak over himself, trying not to smear it with the basilisk blood on his hands. He walked away a few steps before turning back and casting an enervate spell on his brother. And let Dumbledore explain that one. He left the chamber swiftly, intent on never to return. Ron should be close to clearing the way, and he would be content to just sit back and let him continue. He would wait for Fawkes to take the others up first, and then he could use an ascension spell to get out himself. The first plan was to get immediately into Severus's office. But maybe a hot shower was in order first. Explaining the blood could get a bit tricky any other way. And as Harry left and Adrian tried to comprehend what had happened, his hazel eyes wide, a different pair of eyes opened for the second time in the past 2 minutes. Ginny Weasley tried to understand what had just happened. The last thing he remembered was Tom Riddle coming out of the diary. Yet now, there she was, laying on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets where she had fallen, a slain basilisk a few feet away from her with a phoenix perched on top of it, the diary pierced right in the middle, and the hero of Wizarding World looking between the dead serpent and the sparkling sword now in his hand in wonder. And all she could do as he called her name was keep staring mystified at the point where his twin brother had disappeared. And as Harry left and Adrian tried to comprehend what had happened, his hazel eyes wide, a different pair of eyes opened for the second time in the past 2 minutes. Ginny Weasley tried to understand what had just happened. The last thing he remembered was Tom Riddle coming out of the diary. Yet now, there she was, laying on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets where she had fallen, a slain basilisk a few feet away from her with a phoenix perched on top of it, the diary pierced right in the middle, and the hero of Wizarding World looking between the dead serpent and the sparkling sword now in his hand in wonder. And all she could do as he called her name was keep staring mystified at the point where his twin brother had disappeared. Harry had just left the Gryffindor bathroom, after standing under the water for some good 30 minutes. He hadn't even realized the amount of grime, ink and blood he had managed to get covered with while at the chamber. After reaching Myrtle's bathroom, he had parted ways with his brother, Ron, Ginny and a more distracted than usual Lockhart, he had caught a glimpse of them as they turned slowly around the corner, Adrian holding Gryffindor's sword. Harry had simply turned around and headed for the bathroom, enjoying the soft sound of his feet on the stone floor, the silencing spell he had used having long since wore off. He had never imagined there would come a day when he would appreciate such a sound. A few minutes after the warm spray of water had hit his shoulders, Harry had dissolved into an uncontrollable fit of laughter, leaning back on the wall and then collapsing on the tiles of the shower, a tide of emotion sweeping over him. Relief, terror, excitement, exhaustion, all contrasting and still coexisting, as he struggled to regain his control. Regaining control took a little longer than he had expected it would, and he found himself relatively in check 20 minutes later, hiding under the invisibility cloak, concealing charms in place, dressed in his newly scourgified robes, intent of returning to his bed before someone came asking for him. He climbed the stairs using the last traces of the adrenaline rush he had experienced in the chamber and had managed to slide into his bed in record time, the cloak back at its place in Adrian's trunk, mercifully free of blood as nothing seemed to stain the cloth from which it was made of. And he had returned just in time too. It couldn't have been more than 10 minutes later when Professor McGonagall woke them all up for an impromptu feast. It wasn't like I would have slept anyway, Harry thought sarcastically. I slay basilisks every day, why should I be tired? But in all honesty, he wouldn't have been able to sleep, not really, and getting some food into him sounded like a good idea. So he went down to the feast where he only managed to stay for the first course, as he was soon called to the headmaster's office. There he found Severus, his whole family Sirius and Remus included, and the headmaster immersed in a deep conversation. Adrian, who was still covered in blood and slime from his nightly adventure, gave him a tired smile which Harry returned, trying his best to appear jovial and utterly unaware of the situation. Severus just gave him his patented "we'll talk later" look, appearing completely unconvinced of whatever it was he had just heard. Harry nodded at him, and that seemed to be all the confirmation he needed. The potions master rolled his eyes slightly, folded his arms over his and let his face slip back into the cold mask again. The panic attack he was inwardly experiencing after Harry had practically acknowledged he had had a part in the night's events would have to wait a few more minutes, I seemed. What happened? Harry asked in his best surprised voice. Is everybody all right? Professor McGonagall said Ginny is back. Lily and James came over to hug their son briefly before turning their attention to his blood-soaked elder twin. A soft tang of hurt spread in his, but then he reminded himself that his parents didn't know the truth. Severus did though, he thought, and the hurt was soon replaced by thoughts of how his dad would react upon hearing the true story. A comforting warmth, akin to the one Fox's song had induced earlier that night, hit him, and he decided that, on the family subject, he might have gotten the better part of the deal. He also figured he would probably be grounded for the rest of the summer. Judging from how Severus was clenching and unclenching his fists, it was still worth it. Adrian had yet another run-in with the Dark Lord, that's what. Sirius piped in, trying to sound lighthearted. It was always an indicator of how dangerous or grave a situation was when Padfoot tried and failed to sound cheerful. What? Harry exclaimed, making a show to shiver as he sat down on the chair offered to him. He could swear he saw Severus's lips twitch for a second. Let me explain. Dumbledore offered and began narrating everything Adrian had told them. Harry listened carefully, getting his brother's side of the story for the first time. Dumbledore paused and looked at Adrian with kind eyes when he reached the point when he and Ron realized that the entrance to the chamber was at Myrtle's bathroom. Adrian was looking at the ground, slightly embarrassed from having all the rule-breaking he had done being spoken of so openly. And then we have tonight's events. The headmaster stated. For a second, Harry thought he had been discovered, not having been exactly subtle these past few hours. But Dumbledore was still looking at Adrian, a proud smile on his face. One that, mixed with worry, was also shared by the rest of the adults in the room, sans Severus. Adrian did his thing again, he means. Sirius explained with a wide smile, patting a blushing Adrian on the shoulder. To say that Harry was curious would be an understatement. What did you do now, brother? The green-eyed wizard asked, smiling too, relief flooding him now that he realized someone had come up with an explanation for the stunt he had pulled. And if he felt just a small pang of disappointment that nobody seemed to consider something was amiss, well, he did his best to smother it. Nothing I remember doing, Adrian muttered, still trying to fight down his blush. Which was always expected, my boy. Albus reassured him as Harry turned to look at Severus for an explanation that actually made sense. The potion's master had cocked an eyebrow and was just letting the scene unfold. I still don't get it, Harry said, deciding the only way to get answers would be to ask directly. Once again, allow me to elaborate, your parents would like to listen to this too, I believe. The headmaster said. First, we have entering to the chamber itself. One of the main reasons why nobody had ever been able to find the chamber, let alone enter it, would be the fact that you need to be a Parselmouth to open the entrance, an ability Adrian has not. Thank Merlin for that too, James offered. Dark as they make 'em, those Parselmouths. Harry idly wondered what Merlin, being a Parselmouth himself, would have to say at such a declaration. So, how did Adrian enter the chamber then? Harry asked confused. He simply commanded it, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling wildly. Harry did a double take. Just like that? He asked smiling. The headmaster covered his tracks better than any story he might have come up with. And he seemed to believe it too. Well, what did you expect? He turned to Adrian. You have inherited Mom's temperament, it's been proven to bring down walls. Everybody laughed at Harry's remark, Severus almost joining in. Tell me about it, James stated. In the beginning I thought it didn't open, Adrian admitted. Then Lockhart tried to escape. As expected, Remus commended. And when we returned to the bathroom the sink had given way and a pipe was revealed on the floor. And you decided to jump in, James offered. Definitely my son. Don't encourage him, James, Lily warned. What he did was dangerous, he could have died. But he didn't, her husband countered. Not now, James, Lily stated dryly and turned towards the headmaster. Please continue, you still have to explain the specifics of what happened to Adrian. Albus nodded and continued. He narrated the events pretty much as Harry remembered them, minus his own involvement, up to the point when Riddle stunned Adrian. And that's the point that Adrian's powers surfaced once again, Dumbledore stated. Harry looked at him confused, the image of his brother stunned on the floor still dominant and painful on his mind. How? The green-eyed wizard asked. The specifics I cannot give, but it seems his magic reacted violently to the threat, taking control of his body and fighting back. Adrian left the entrance open. I knew I had forgotten something, Harry thought, so Severus and I went down to see what had happened to the chamber from up close. And that's why Severus was there. The backslash from your magic outburst must have been tremendous, my dear boy. The headmaster stated looking at Adrian with a wide smile. The chamber was almost destroyed. It wasn't that bad, Harry thought sheepishly. He had just brought down a few columns. And maybe a couple of statues. And then there was the basilisk slain in the middle of the room. Okay, I trashed the place, Harry admitted to himself, trying his best to keep a nervous chuckle from escaping. But what of Slytherin's monster? And how did Voldemort get involved? Harry questioned, figuring that the more details he heard at the moment, the less chance he had to let something that he wasn't supposed to know slip later on, like the fact that the monster was truly a basilisk for example. Dumbledore explained how the owner of the diary, Tom Riddle, was really the Dark Lord himself. Harry feigned surprise once again in what the monster really was. He spoke of Fawkes's intervention and how Adrian must have pulled the sword from the Sorting Hat, his magic calling out for help. And what does the old cap have to say about it all? Sirius asked, and Harry tried not to show his panic. He had forgotten about the bloody hat. Unfortunately, the hat's magic only works when sorting someone at the beginning of their stay at Hogwarts. After that, all he can tell about that person is its opinion on the sorting, and even that stays confidential between the hat and the student. Dumbledore explained, and Harry's muscles relaxed. That had been sheer damned luck. But Fawkes, who was there, confirmed that the basilisk was slain by the sword that did indeed come out from the hat. Harry marveled at the Phoenix's ability to tell the truth without going into specifics. The basilisk had been slain by the sword of Gryffindor that had been indeed pulled from the hat. Who had summoned it and how, had been kept hidden from the headmaster. And Albus went on with the details of how he believed the apparent magical outburst had taken place. Evidently, there had always been a theory that, the older Adrian got and the closer to maturity his power came, the more violent its manifestations would be until he came to control it. Being almost a teenager and in a dire situation must have caused such a reaction. The old wizard reasoned. But he fainted afterwards, Remus commented. That's only expected. the amount of magic he released must have exhausted him. And the fact that he might have actually been stunned never occurred to you. Harry regarded the headmaster disbelievingly. Was it so far-fetched to think that, since he and Severus had entered the chamber later, somebody else could have done the same? But what does that mean for Adrian? Lily asked, clasping her older son's hand. Maybe we should talk about this a little more privately. Albus offered. Severus, why don't you take young Harry over here to the feast? It must still be going strong. So they would talk about Adrian's training again. How unexpected, the green-eyed wizard thought. And he wasn't invited to join the conversation. Again, how shocking indeed. Of course, Albus. The potions master said and opened the door to escort Harry out of the room. Once the door was closed behind them, Severus motioned them to start walking, not talking to each other as they descended all the way to the dungeons. It was only after the door to Severus's office had been closed and locked that the potions master looked at Harry straight in the eyes. What in Merlin's name happened? He asked, his voice tight and gruff. Voldemort, as you might have heard. Him and his pet basilisk. The green-eyed wizard stated. I want details, Harry. What were you thinking? Severus stated sternly, removing the concealing spells from his self, the grim look remaining. I thought you had promised you would ask for my help if the need arose. His dark eyes were focused on the boy sitting in front of him and he had to clasp his hands together to stop the trembling. These annual run-ins with Voldemort were going to take years off his life if they hadn't already. It wasn't my fault, Harry explained, his expression solemn. Adrian provided me with a very tight time frame. It all started going wrong after the defense against the dark arts lesson this morning. His narration of the events coincided sparsely with the one Albus had offered and it had a much more visible effect on the potions master. Once Harry had finished his tale, Severus had stepped forward and enveloped the boy in a tight hug, his tall frame trembling as he held on for dear life. Harry's eyes widened as he hugged him back, realizing the potions master was close to tears. Do you realize how easily you could have been killed? Severus asked after sobering up enough to form complete sentences. A single bite from that and you would have been. Instead of finishing his sentence he held the boy even tighter. I'm okay, Dad, Harry reassured him. I really am. I just wish you didn't have to go through all that. Severus admitted. I do too, Harry stated softly. But I am going through it. And I would have it much worse if it wasn't for you. Severus pulled back to look at Harry. You'd do great without me. I'm not so sure, Harry said disagreeing. All I know I learned from or because of you. The green-eyed boy admitted. What I'm trying to say here is, thank you, Dad. Severus simply nodded, the slight smile on his face coming in dire contrast with his moist eyes. You just have a thing for near-death situations, don't you? Severus asked at an attempt in humor. More like near-death situations have a thing for me, Harry retorted, rolling his eyes. Oh well, I guess you wouldn't be you without those death-defying stunts. The potions master stated nonchalantly. Merlin forbid you had a normal year in Hogwarts. The sarcasm in his voice only purged Harry's offhanded response. Why would I want to be normal when I can be me? The green-eyed wizard asked slyly. You cheeky brat, Severus exclaimed fondly, briefly wondering how many times he had called Harry that and why he had been justified every time he did. You know it, Harry deadpanned with a smirk. The rest few weeks of the school year passed as calm as one could get after the events of the past few months. Hagrid had returned from Azkaban the very night the basilisk had been killed and the petrified victims had been cured only a few hours after that. To Hermione's great horror, the exams been cancelled had been the first official announcement Dumbledore had made once he was reinstated. Lockhart, after managing to be hit with the spell he was aiming at Adrian and Ron, had managed to cause permanent damage to his memory and was thus removed from the staff to the approval of the whole school. Lucius Malfoy had been relieved of his duties as one of Hogwarts' counselors and Adrian had even tricked him into freeing Dobby, who turned out to be one of the Malfoy house elves. All in all, Harry thought, everything seemed to return back to normal, or whatever normal passed for in his life, the green-eyed boy reflected. Well, with the exception of Severus being even more protective than he thought he could ever be, watching over him like a hawk and sending him hot chocolate every night with Minnie, Adrian had even started wondering how it was possible for the Kitchens, house elves, to favor him so much, but Harry had simply shrugged it off. And speaking of Adrian, Harry was doing his best not to feel guilty, reasoning that he did save his brother's life after all, but he was finding it difficult. His parents and Dumbledore, excited and scared at the same time with his supposed advance in magic, had decided to double their efforts in reproducing the effects. Visiting doctors and specialists was now deemed unsafe, but the training sessions were doubled and Adrian had been sulking for days as Harry was mentally apologizing. Severus had rolled his eyes and said that he was overthinking the situation as usual. On the brighter side, Gryffindor, thanks to the 400 points Adrian and Ron had been awarded, had won the House Cup second year in a row, and Ginny was back to normal. She was laughing and joking around with her brothers and had even let it slip that the Ravenclaw prefect that had been petrified, Penelope Clearwater, was Percy's girlfriend. The twins had actually fallen on their knees and thanked her for the information, their eyes sparkling at the new blackmail material. "Not very nice of you, outing Percy's secret like that," Harry had stated, smirking at the twins' retreating forms as he sat down on his seat in Hogwarts Express, waiting for the train to start. "Well, Percy did prevent me from telling you what I knew of the chamber that day, and besides, he wouldn't be able to keep it a secret for far too long," Ginny stated with a shrug, feeling completely guiltless. Harry had shared a look with Neville. They had reached a mutual understanding of how much of a torture Percy's life would become over the summer. "You do have a point." Harry considered it a miracle already that Percy had been able to hide such a thing with Fred and George living in the same house. "And besides, it wasn't that important," Ginny concluded. "Those who know me well understand that I'm exceedingly good at keeping important secrets, Harry," the redhead stated solemnly. Harry noticed her changed demeanor and wondered if she had remembered something from her time under Voldemort's influence. No matter what it was, the look in her eyes made him believe that she was telling the truth. He appreciated Ginny's resolve just a little bit more at that moment. Maybe come next year they could hang out more. It would be nice to have friends around his age other than the twins. With a soft smile he turned back to his book as the steam engine started moving. Another year at Hogwarts was over and summer was just beginning. "And Merlin, do I have plans for the summer?" Harry thought, smirking behind his book, his mind focusing for a moment in the, in theory at least, completed designs in his trunk. "Having said that, I want to say that I'm not planning to have Harry and Ginny get together in the close future. For one, Ginny hasn't even turned 12 and I have already shared my opinion on relationships forming at that age. 2. One of the things I didn't enjoy in the books is Harry's relationships and how they were formed. Harry practically married his first girlfriend and right out of school, and though I generally have nothing against that, it just didn't seem right to me. And don't tell me Cho Chang was his girlfriend before Ginny, because that, whatever it was, wasn't a relationship. Harry in my story is quite different than canon and I'm planning on his romantic life to be just as different, that's all I'm saying." 3. How on earth did some of you think that Harry was planning to prank Percy over the holidays? That quite surprised me, since all I had said was that Neville and Harry had agreed the twins wouldn't stop teasing Percy till he cracked and told them all about his girlfriend. If you had thought that, please, tell me what caused you to think so that I can change my wording and avoid further confusion. Anyway, this chapter will address a subject 1 year in the making. It will also set the basis for something regarding Harry's even later adventures, so pay attention, and I'll start developing Ginny's character here too. She won't take over the story, don't worry about that. I'm planning to focus more on Harry's relationship with Severus. Neville and some members of his family come next year, so you won't see a lot of her for a while. That's it, I guess. I hope you'll enjoy the next chapter and don't forget to review. Disclaimer, the things I would make Severus do if I owned Harry Potter, rawr. Coming into my own. Another year at Hogwarts was over and summer was just beginning. And Merlin, do I have plans for the summer? Harry thought, smirking behind his book, his mind focusing for a moment in the, in theory at least, completed designs in his trunk. Harry was pacing up and down in front of James's private office doors in the Potter Manor for the past half an hour. Normally, the 13-year-old wizard showed a patience that was the envy of most Gryffindors, but under those specific circumstances, he was just about ready to pace the walls. He was almost used to it by now, Adrian getting the better part of their parents' attention. But for once, Harry thought, he hoped they would pay enough attention to him, listen to what he had to say before they opposed. He knew he really shouldn't be that nervous. It wasn't as if he was going to ask for something that his parents would, in theory, be against, and he had never truly asked something of them before. But, Merlin, he really wanted this. And all that separated him from his goal was his father's agreement. He sighed and stared at the door, waiting eagerly for the meeting with Dumbledore to be over. They had been talking about Adrian's training for more than an hour now. How much longer could it possibly take them? He thought back on the past month and how he was led to this point in time. Returning from school soon saw him leaving the Potter Manor for Silbreth. His parents intend on starting Adrian's training earlier that summer. James was excited with the development in Adrian's magic while Lily was concerned, and that seemed to have added some tension to their relationship. All in all, Harry had been happy to leave for the castle he called home. Minnie, to whom Severus must have vented all his anxiety after Harry's latest stunt, had never treated him with so many chocolate cakes before, and the green-eyed boy had actually been forced by the potions master to take some time off his studies and just relax. After a couple days of complaining that he was staying behind and trying to sneak into the library, the green-eyed boy eventually gave in and tried to just lay back for a few weeks. So, unable to just sit back and do nothing, he had focused on his broomstick design. It was well into the summer, a few days before his birthday, by the time the broom was ready. Harry had just taken a step back and looked at the finished broom. It had taken him a year of designing and he had proceeded through trial and error, but he had made it. In front of him, hovering just at the perfect height for mounting, was the fruit of his labors. Honestly, he was more shocked that he had created a racing broom than he had been with the Philosopher's Stone. The stone was a product of years of studies with an alchemist who actually knew how to make the stone and had slowly pushed him towards the right direction. But this broomstick, Harry looked at the finished prototype in front of him in wonder as a sense of pride overwhelmed him. He had done this all by himself. Not wasting any time, he had taken the now complete with notes blueprints of his broom and headed to Severus, leaving the actual broomstick in his room. The potions master had no idea he had actually made one already, as he was following a lead on his Wolfsbane project. For all he knew, Harry was still experimenting. Almost running the whole way to the potions lab, the green-eyed boy knocked the door in glee. "Hello, Harry." Severus greeted the boy with a smile. "I was just about to head upstairs for some iced tea. Would you like to join me?" "Sure." Harry nodded enthusiastically. "And I have something to show you too." Severus observed the boy, how he was almost bouncing with excitement and the rolled-up parchments he was holding. "Let's go then." Severus agreed, his curiosity baited. "So, what do you want to show me?" he had asked after finally sitting in the living room, waiting for their tea. "Remember how I was trying to design a broomstick?" the boy asked, smiling widely. "Yes," Severus stated, nodding as Minnie placed 2 glasses of tea on a coffee table. "Thank you, Minnie." The house elf bowed and left the room. "Well, I finished it," he said, and unrolled the blueprints, handing them to a startled potions master. Severus shot a confused look at Harry before turning his attention to the design. His eyes widened and he looked at the boy again. Harry had a smug expression on his face. I mean the calculations, and the design." He reread the notes on the parchment. "If you manage to make a broomstick work like that, you might have the best racing broom yet in your hands." The potions master stated, shocked. Some of the ideas on Harry's design required advanced magic and most of the features added were a novelty, signs of the boy's brilliance. He regarded the boy proudly. "If I make a broomstick like that?" Harry asked, smirking. "Accio!" he bellowed, thinking of the still unnamed prototype in his room. The broomstick came flying in the room, stopping right in front of Harry. Severus's jaw dropped. "You've made one," the potions master muttered in disbelief. "This is the prototype based on the design you saw," Harry stated. "The handle is ash and the twigs in the tail are birch. The bipod is made of steel forged in my alchemy lab and it's undetachable. It has been treated with a diamond hard polish. It's capable of going from 0 to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds. The braking charm I've installed is unbreakable and I just dare you to try its balance." Severus looked from the broomstick to Harry in awe before grabbing the prototype and heading for the balcony doors. Without saying anything else, he climbed on the broom and took off. The experience was amazing. Whatever Harry had done, it definitely worked. It was as if the broom was obeying his thoughts instead of his movements, and the top speed was dizzying. He maneuvered, dived straight towards the ground in pure excitement, braking the last minute, the broom executing every move in utter perfection. Harry just watched him from the ground, the potions master's smile contagious enough to have him grinning too. Having fun up there? The green-eyed wizard asked happily. Severus turned to him and zoomed towards the ground, breaking a fraction of a second before he hit the ground. He jumped off the broom and right in front of Harry. His hair was disheveled and he was smiling like a 5-year-old boy on sugar high. "You're a genius," he exclaimed, holding the broom in his hands reverently as his breath calmed down. "So, have you chosen a company yet?" The potions master asked after stopping his enthusiastic praise of the new broomstick. "Company?" Harry asked confused. Severus just regarded him blankly, blinking twice. "You are marketing it right?" Severus asked, incredulity coloring his voice at Harry's shocked expression. "Do you think someone would like to buy it?" Harry had asked softly. "I would," Severus exclaimed. "In any broomstick company in the world." Instead of being excited about his comment, Harry's eyes lost their sparkle as the boy lowered his head. "But I can't," Harry stated. "We're laying low, remember." Severus, realizing the root of the problem, just let out a laugh. So that's why Harry hadn't even thought what he was going to do with the broomstick after it was finished. "What's so funny? Harry, you don't have to have your name published as the creator of the broom. It will be marketed under the name of the company you choose." "But I'm only 12, Harry reminded him. "Do you think anybody will want to finance a project coming from me?" "You'll be 13 in 4 days. Severus reminded him. "According to magical law, if you have permission from the head of your family, James in this instance, you will be able to work anywhere you want. And you don't have to inform them of your age when you first send them the basic blueprints and the description your broomstick. I will be there with you when you meet with them if you want, and we can stress the subject that, if they want the broomstick, your name is to stay secret until you say so. Magical contracts are amazing this way. And telling prongs I want to market a racing broomstick I designed won't blow our cover." Harry asked confused. "You'll ask his permission to find a summer job, you don't have to specify which one," Severus said, proving once again he had reason to be the head of Slytherin House, making the boy smirk. "Do you think it will work?" Harry asked hopefully. Severus just smirked. "I've been managing my family's assets for years without anyone being the wiser," Severus pointed out. Harry just smiled. "Now tell me more about that breaking spell you've created." "Well, it's a variation of the Hortenkreich breaking charm," Harry explained. It had happened just as the potions master had predicted. They had sent the basic blueprint and a description of what the broom could to Nimbus Racing Broom Company, and the very next day Harry had been asked for an appointment he gladly arranged for next week. Severus had even gone the extra mile and arranged for a goblin representative to be appointed for Harry's financial moves. They were to meet him at Diagon Alley, and Severus insisted nobody was better to strike fear in the hearts of businessmen trying to take advantage of you than your goblin consultant. So, here he was, on the day of his 13th birthday, waiting for his parents to spare him a few minutes of their time. He needed James's permission just this once. Movement was heard from the other side of the door, chairs being pushed and footsteps as someone was about to leave the office. And truly, the doors opened and the headmaster, smiling softly, walked towards Harry. "Happy birthday, my boy," he wished him passing by. "Good morning, Professor, and thank you. Happy to have your family back for your birthday," Dumbledore asked as the rest of Harry's family joined them in the hall. "Very much so, sir," Harry confirmed. James looked at his younger son smiling. "You wanted to ask me something, right?" he asked, approaching him. "Yes, if you have some time," Harry answered diplomatically. "Sure, Harry," James said warmly. "Just let me escort Albus to the fireplace and I'll be right with you." Harry nodded with a soft smile, wishing the headmaster a good day once again. Adrian turned at Harry, a tired expression on his face. "You know, sometimes I don't even see the point of my training. My magic seems to only do its thing just right before I'm about to die." Harry smirked. "Well, since I don't have a Dark Lord available right now, we can just tell Mom you broke her good china," the green-eyed boy stated. "But I didn't," Adrian pointed out confused. "She doesn't know that," Harry explained. "And if something's going to put you in a life or death situation, that's it." Adrian burst out laughing as James and Lily, accompanied by Remus and Sirius, who were bickering over Merlin knows what, returned to the office. "What did we miss?" Lily asked at the sight of her smiling sons. "Oh, you had to be there," Harry stated, thinking that mentioning breaking her favorite china, even if it was a joke, wasn't going to work for him right now. So, Harry, what did you want to ask? James wondered as they all moved back to his office. Well, I've been thinking. Harry started looking outside the open window. James's office had a view of the Quidditch court in the fields and Harry gathered his courage. All of you are away for the summer while I just sit around doing nothing, he stated. Lily intervened. Harry, if it was safe to take you with us we would, but if, Merlin forbid, you were ever caught then, Harry chuckled once and motioned her to stop. No, Mom, that's not what I meant. He turned to face his family smiling reassuringly. The last thing he wanted was to follow them to wherever they were training Adrian. I get why I can't come with you, don't worry. Or, he thought as Lily smiled, I get why you think I can't come with you. Then what, kiddo? Sirius asked, munching on a cookie he had snatched from a plate on James's desk. Well, I just want to do something constructive during my summers too, and since I turned 13 today, well, I was hoping you could give me your permission to get a job over the holidays. Whatever his family was expecting, it sure wasn't that. A job? James asked confused, looking at Sirius who shared the same dumbfounded look. Adrian was looking at him like he had gone crazy while Lily and Remus smiled. But why? Sirius asked. Well, it will give me some experience, which will be good down the line for when I finish school and I will have something to do while the rest of you are away. Harry explained. And where do you think of working? Lily asked, smiling proudly at her youngest son. I was considering one of the shops in Diagon Alley. Did you know they even ask for help in Nimbus Racing Broom Company? That got serious. James and Adrian nod in understanding. Quidditch, now I get it, James said. Harry had figured Prongs would be more willing to give his permission if Quidditch was mentioned, and besides, he couldn't just say he was working on a shop in Diagon Alley and then never appear there. A few simple questions from his father to the shop owner and his cover would be blown to smithereens. Are you sure you want to do work over the holidays? Remus asked carefully. You're already working hard for school. And I don't want you to start neglecting your schoolwork, Lily pointed out. I have already finished my homework for the summer and I really want something else to do than just sit around all day, Harry insisted. Plus, I might not even get the job. I just want to try. His mother's smile returned. So, he asked, turning to his father. Well, I guess I can't say no when my son is actually begging me to work, James stated, a small smile gracing his face, his hazel eyes twinkling. Thank you, Prongs, Harry exclaimed, hugging his father. It was almost awkward. He hadn't initiated a hug with him since he was 6. I still don't get why you wouldn't want to just relax during the summer though. Adrian nodded to that. You and I both, Dad, he said, Hazel meeting Hazel in understanding. What can I say? Harry asked, shrugging. I'm a workaholic. Sirius nodded emphatically. So, I'll have to contact Gringotts for the document needed, and Harry interrupted James, leaving the office and returning a few seconds later with a couple of parchments. I took the liberty and brought the contracts myself. All we need is your signature, mine and 2 witnesses, and I'm ready to go, Harry clarified as Remus and Sirius snickered at James's shocked expression. You really want this, don't you? James asked, pushing his glasses up as his eyes went through the contract. It was the standard contract Gringotts offered in such cases, stating that the head of a family allowed an underage member of their house to seek employment and have control over the amount of money procured from their endeavors, as long they were deposited in a vault under their name and not the family vault. You'll need a new vault before you look for a job. Already taken care of. I had Professor Snape to take me to Gringotts a few days ago for these contacts and for a new vault. Lily laughed once as James looked at his son incredulously. Okay then, he stated and turned to his 2 best friends. Moony, Padfoot, if you will come to sign this. Harry smiled, his heart beating like crazy. He couldn't believe it was really happening. Harry, you need to sign too. The green-eyed boy moved and signed his name on the contract happily. Thank you so much, he said as he turned to face his parents. Don't mention it, Harry, Lily said, hugging him. Now, who's up for some cake? Harry volunteered happily and left the office with shaking legs, contact in hand, and thinking that getting some sugar in him was sounding more than good. Tomorrow he would go to Diagon Alley with Severus and sort everything out. But today he was fully prepared to enjoy his birthday. Neville would be coming over in the afternoon too. It was the first time ever he had called a friend over, and Neville's grandmother had agreed to let him spend the night. Things were looking up, Harry thought. as he struck a conversation over what his chances were to get hired at Nimbus over the summer with his brother. In the meantime, the very moment this conversation was being held, a girl with crimson hair looked outside her hotel room window to the desert sands in the distance. Taking a trip to Egypt was the best thing that could happen to her at that very moment in time, Ginny thought. It had been 2 months since she had woken up to find herself on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, riddle now truly just a bad memory. Still, at this point in time, it didn't feel like he was only a memory. The first few weeks after she had woken up in the Chamber of Secrets had been mostly consisted of days filled with numbness. Taking a dreamless sleep potion every night and within the general jovial atmosphere in the castle, with the petrified students coming to life and the exams being cancelled, it had been easy to slip into a steady routine and pretend nothing had happened. When, on the last day of term, Professor McGonagall had summoned her in her office and asked her whether she had thought on what had happened to her the past year, she had simply answered no. At that point in time, she hadn't. The head of Gryffindor had only smiled sadly and offered her a cup of tea, reminding her that her office's door was always open for her should she need to speak with somebody. Ginny had nodded, not believing she would need it. Now she understood how naive she was being. It had started one day after she had returned to the burrow. George and Fred were teasing Percy for his girlfriend over breakfast, finally bringing her usually reserved older brother to a boiling point. "She could have died, you know," Percy had bellowed. "And all you care about was whether I was snogging her during prefect rounds." Then he had stormed off to his room, leaving behind Fred and George to be chastised by their mother. The twins had tentatively admitted that they had only been trying to make him loosen up and tell them how he and Penelope had gotten together and had profusely apologized. Molly had commented on how her little Percy had grown, Ron had snickered over his cereal at her comment, and Ginny had just stood there thunderstruck, feeling as if a ton of bricks had landed on her heart and crushed it. "She could have died, you know." That's what Percy had said. Once breakfast was over, she claimed she had a headache and retreated to her room. Her mother cast her a concerned look, but, having to get everything organized for the trip in Egypt and having been reassured by her daughter's smile that it was only a headache and nothing more, had appeased her. Ginny had then climbed the stairs to her room, gently closed the door behind her, locked it and sat at the corner of her bed. "She could have died, you know," still echoed in her head. Yes, Penelope could have died. Hermione with her, and all the other students that had been petrified during the past year. It had been a miracle nobody had died. And who would have been responsible for that? Looking back, she could see that, even during those 2 weeks of numbness, she had been placing the blame on others, trying to keep herself from thinking on what had really happened. Tom for being who he was and enchanting her, possessing her to bend to his will. Lucius Malfoy for giving her the diary in the first place. Dobby the elf, after Ron had told her of how he had been freed and how he had tried to warn Adrian, for not telling them who the heir was right away. Even her own brother, Percy, for unwittingly preventing her from telling she was being possessed in the very end. But deep down she had known, she had always known, that it had been her fault. She had grown up listening to her father's stories of enchanted objects with a mind of their own and how they couldn't be trusted. And what was the first thing she did once she found one? She poured her soul into it. Had she been that lonely? Had she been that desperate for someone to just listen? She should have known better. There was no one but herself to blame, she had decided there and then. She had spent her whole morning crying. When she had emerged from her room she was smiling once more. Her family had been put through enough because of her, Ginny thought. There was no need for them to share her guilt too. Maybe, come next school year, she would take Professor McGonagall's advice and talk to her after all. Every day from then on had been a struggle. She was putting a brave front for her family, but her nights were filled with nightmares. She had lost count of how many times she woke up, muffling her cries to her pillow. There was death in her dreams, her hands were covered with blood and she was in the chamber once more. Tom was always smiling, the corners of his lips turned up cruelly. It was one of those dreams that woke her up this time too. She had been trying to take an afternoon nap since there was some type of local spectacle Bill was bent on the whole family to see later that night. It had only ended up with her dreaming of the chamber once more. Why had she ever expected anything different? Tom had actually spoken to her in her dream this time. "You killed them all. And he pointed at the dead bodies of her family and friends and of the petrified victims from last year. "It's all your fault, you silly girl." And he had laughed, the sound of his cold voice and the hissing of the basilisk accompanying her as she woke up panting and covered in sweat on her bed. "He's gone, damn it," she cursed as she looked at the desert in the distance. "He's gone and the diary is ashes and back to wherever it came from and that bloody S is dead." She sighed and slammed backwards to the wall. There was that too. How in the world had the basilisk died? Once she had come around in the chamber, the dead serpent was the first thing that had caught her attention. How could it not, when it was laying there, in the middle of the rambles and the blood that was seeping from its wound? Then, after a few seconds spent in marveling at being alive, she turned her eyes away from the basilisk and around the chamber. It had been halfway to demolished, she had found out in shock. And there, next to the dead S and a fainted Adrian Potter, stood another boy. He was tall with jet black hair and held a glittering sword in his hands. His right hand and white Hogwarts shirt was soaked in dark blood. He was looking at a crimson-colored bird she later found out to be Fawkes, Headmaster Dumbledore's phoenix, and had asked him to get them out. Then he had sighed and turned towards her. Ginny had acted impulsively and had shut her eyes. She then heard the clanking of metal on stone and the swooshing sound of a spell being cast. She had tentatively opened her eyes, just to catch a glimpse of the boy again disappearing into thin air. The clanging sound must have been the bejeweled he had held hitting the floor, for now it was in Adrian's hands. Adrian seemed to have woken up, and was staring at the dead basilisk in wonder. What had happened? And why did that strange boy sound just like Harry? For the more she thought about it later, it must have been Harry, even if he had looked so different back then. Ginny couldn't be certain, she was still too dizzy, too much disorientated when she woke up to know for sure, but Harry had seemed different that night. Different but somewhat utterly recognizable. For one, he had been taller. Definitely taller than she remembered him to be, or how he had looked the next day when she had seen him again. 2. It was just something about him, the way he had stood straight and sure of himself, the way he had talked to Fawkes as if the phoenix wasn't perched on a dead basilisk. Even the way he disappeared had been a clue. Ron had often spoken of Adrian's invisibility cloak and how they had used it to sneak out at night. Since Adrian wasn't wearing it, why couldn't Harry have had it? It wasn't as if an invisibility cloak was a common thing to find. It was highly doubtful more than one student could have acquired one. But if Harry had been there, then that meant that he had been the one to face Tom. And that was yet another part of that night that almost drove her mad in ways the diary had never managed to do. Harry had been the one to slay the basilisk. She had seen him holding the sword and heard him throwing it next to his unconscious brother before he disappeared. And then he was gone and Adrian was waking up and she was left wondering what in Merlin's name had happened. How could Adrian, the boy who lived, lay on the floor unconscious, while his younger brother was doing all the work for him? And without taking credit for it either, Ginny realized. She was too dazzled to say anything that night in the headmaster's office, and when she had tried to ask Dumbledore how could he be so sure that it was Adrian that had killed Slytherin's monster since the boy couldn't remember doing anything of the sort, a cursory glance from Fawkes had stopped her. Then it had hit her, even amidst her daze, Fawkes, Dumbledore's familiar, knew about Harry and his involvement, yet he had chosen to keep the boy's secret. The Phoenix was backing Harry up, she had realized, and who was she to do anything different? Still, she was confused and she would be damned if she pretended she wasn't extremely curious too. Harry was hiding something and it was of an enormous magnitude. She shook her head dazzled and sighed as she looked at the people walking around in the bazaar beneath her. She had known the green-eyed wizard for almost all of her life and she had never noticed anything that could indicate he went around slaying monsters in his free time. But then again, Ginny thought, how much can you know about a boy who is barely even there? That, she noticed, was Harry's most prominent trait. He wasn't there. He was always with his family on holidays and birthdays of course, but, in all truth, Ron spent more time in Potter Manor than Harry did. And where was Harry at that time? Ron had once let it slip that he was staying with Professor Snape. Snape of all people. Her head was spinning on the implications. Harry had a whole life away from his family and none was the wiser. And if the boy himself didn't want it to be common knowledge, she knew she had no reason to act against his will. Not that anyone would believe her anyway. But one thing was certain, Harry was the most interesting person she had ever met. And she owed him her life too. She could definitely try and spend some time knowing him better. And come next year she would, she promised herself. Even if only to find a way to thank him somehow for saving her life. Not that he would ever admit to it, of course. She mentally cringed at her childish attempt to bait him into admitting it on the train. "I can keep a secret, Harry," she had said, or something of the sort. She was immensely glad the boy seemed to be thinking something else at the time and hadn't paid any heed to her words. The last thing she had wanted was to come out sounding like a stalker. She shook her head and sighed. What was done was done. She breathed deeply and tried to calm herself. She had to sleep if she wanted to stay awake during whatever this show was Bill was taking them to. Knowing her brother, it was going to be spectacular and she didn't want to miss it. She returned to her bed, praying to be spared of her nightmares just for a while, although she doubted she deserved it. She had done everything wrong she had been so foolish. But she would try, she promised herself, to become better. She knew she would make mistakes in the future, but she refused to allow others to suffer for them. And she would start keeping her word to Harry. As crudely as her promise had been made, his secrets were his own and he had saved her life. She had no business telling a soul. And somewhere far away, in a land untouched by time, a seer smiled as yet another thread of a prophecy she had made long ago started stepping into her path. Soon, she realized as she went to inform her husband of the latest development, all pieces would fall into place. Soon. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.